Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had mutant ninja turtle summoning Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was a big boy. That's what he told himself every morning when he got dressed and packed his backpack all by himself. Big boys didn't cry. Big boys tried their best. Big boys never gave up. And Izuku knew he had a quirk. The doctor said he didn't, but the doctor was wrong. Everyone else believed him, the doctor, the teachers, even his mommy, but they didn't know what he knew. He wasn't empty like they said. He could feel something inside him. It buzzed sometimes, right behind his heart or just under his skin, especially when he was really scared or really sad. It just wouldn't come out. Mommy had tried to help at first. She told him to pull the invisible threads like she did with her quirk, but no matter how hard he tugged at the air, nothing ever moved. Daddy had told him to try breathing fire, like him, but nothing hot ever came out. And secretly, Izuku was glad. Fire scared him. It reminded him of the yelling and slamming and the smell of burnt food when Daddy got mad. He didn't want a quirk like that. But he still wanted a quirk. Any quirk. Something. He talked to it, whispered to it when he was alone, like the old neighbor lady who made her flowers grow just by being kind to them. Maybe if he was kind, his quirk would be kind back. It didn't work. Instead, the teacher caught him talking to himself and yelled at him. Called him crazy. She smacked his mouth and strapped something tight and itchy around his head. A muzzle. Like the kind they put on the scary dog down the street that barked at everyone. He wasn't a dog. He was a kid. A big kid. But still, everyone treated him like he was broken. Or dumb. Or both. It wasn't fair. Kaken used to be his friend before he got his quirk. Now he just hit him and called him names. Mommy used to cuddle him when he cried. Now she shoved him into his room and locked the door when he got too loud. And if he had an accident because he wasn't allowed out to use the bathroom, she screamed even louder. Called him a baby. Slapped him so hard his cheek stung for hours. Izuku tried harder. He really did. He stopped crying. He stopped talking. He started getting some answers wrong on purpose so no one would say he was cheating again. That had been the first time he got hit with a ruler instead of a hand. The sharp whack still echoed in his dreams. The worst day was the picture day. The teacher said to draw what they wanted to be when they grew up. So he did. He drew himself in a bright red and blue costume, with a yellow smile just like All Might. He even tried to color the cape. He was proud of it. But the teacher wasn't. She dragged him in front of the whole class, yanked down his pants, and hit him with the big belt. The one everyone was afraid of. It had little metal studs and made a sound like thunder. He stopped counting after 10. He couldn't count anymore because his brain got fuzzy and everything hurt and he felt something wet. Then the teacher yelled at him for making a mess, like he'd done it on purpose. She made him wear a pull-up for the rest of the day. Wouldn't even let him have his pants back. He felt so small. School was awful. Home was just a little better unless Mommy was drinking. And she did that a lot now. Especially after Daddy left. Izuku remembered the shouting. Daddy said mean things about Mommy. Said mean things about him. Said he wasn't his son. That no kid of his would be a null. Izuku didn't even know what that word meant at first. Now he did. It meant nothing. Less than nothing. But he wasn't nothing. He knew it. Even if it didn't show yet, he knew there was something inside him. Some kids had false negatives, the internet said. He'd learned how to look things up on the school computers when no one was watching. One kid got a quirk just by eating a pineapple. Another got his after falling off a roof. There was even one scary story about a boy who only got his quirk when he got so mad Izuku stopped reading that one. He didn't want to hurt anyone. He didn't want to die, either. But sometimes he felt like maybe he'd have to be really scared, or really sad, or really close to the end before his quirk would come out and save him. But he didn't want to test that. He just had to hold on. Just a little longer. One more day. Maybe tomorrow his quirk would wake up and everyone would be sorry. Mommy would smile again. Kaken would want to play again. And maybe he could be a hero. Just like All Might. Just maybe. He hugged his knees to his chest and whispered it again, like a prayer. I'm not nothing. I have a quirk. I know I do. Izuku was a big boy. Big enough to walk home by himself now. The teacher said so, and Mommy hadn't argued this time. He was so proud, marching down the sidewalk with his backpack bouncing and his All Might notebook clutched to his chest. He took the shortcut down the underpass because it saved almost 10 whole minutes, and he was very good at reading the clock. But when he stepped into the shadowed tunnel, he suddenly didn't feel like a big boy anymore. A loud clang echoed overhead as the sewer lid burst into the air and slammed against the wall just inches from his head. He ducked with a startled squeak. Then came something slimy, something moving too fast, and a voice, slick and awful. A small invisibility cloak. Perfect. And then it was in his mouth. It was in his mouth, something thick and burning and wrong. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't scream. He couldn't move. The world started to spin. All Might had come home. Japan should have felt familiar. He was back on native soil. Back where everything began. Where his master had died. Where he'd finally ended All for One, even if it had cost him half his stomach and most of a lung. A fair trade, in his opinion. Mirai didn't think so. His sidekick still nagged him about passing on One for All, about finding a successor, about legacy. But All Might disagreed. One for All had served its purpose. It had beaten back the Demon King. That was the point. What more could a Quirk do? Let it die with him. Even with the surgeries, even after months of rehab, he wasn't the same. The power was fading. He could barely hold his muscle form for more than 3 hours now. But it had to be enough. There were still villains to chase, 1,000 threads left behind by All for One's empire. It was his mess. And if it killed him to clean it up, then so be it. He was All Might. If he wasn't a hero, what was he? A walking skeleton? A useless ghost of a child no one had wanted? A burden? No. He had to keep going. He'd gotten turned around again. Years away had dulled his memory. So when he heard someone shout, "Stop, thief," and saw a villain made of sludge slip down into the sewers with a cash register under one arm, well, he'd simply followed. The chase led him straight into a nightmare. He'd come up just in time to see the villain coiled around a child. A tiny thing, flailing weakly, eyes wide and terrified. Something snapped in All Might's chest. There was no time to think. Smash! His punch tore through the sludge, blasting it and the child apart in a burst of wind. He heard something crack, and his heart stopped, but then he heard breathing. The kid was alive. Thank God. He captured the sludge villain quickly, stuffing what remained into an empty plastic bottle with a practiced motion. Then he turned back to the child, crouching beside the small body. A light tap on the cheek. No response. Another. Finally, wide green eyes blinked open. All Might? Oh my gosh, it's All Might, I can't believe it, it's really you saved me. I didn't even know you were back in Japan. All Might blinked, a little startled. Ah, yes. Well, I am. Oh my God. All Might. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Will you sign my notebook, please? A small notebook had materialized in the boy's hands, green-covered, lovingly taped, dog-eared at the corners. All Might chuckled despite himself. Of course. He signed it with a flourish, beginning to rise. Now then, I really must. Wait. Please. Just one question. I'm sorry, kid, All Might said, already gathering the villain's container. I don't really have time. He tried to leap away, only to feel a weight on his leg, and his heart almost stopped as he realized the kid had grabbed onto his leg. He aimed for an empty rooftop, and landed, gently prying the boy loose from his leg. What do you think you were doing? He asks, trying not to sound as furious as he feels. I just need to know, the boy interrupted, his voice small but so fierce. Everyone says it's stupid. That for me it's a dumb dream. I just need to ask, can someone who's thought to be quirkless, ever be a hero like you? All Might froze. Thought to be quirkless. Not even is. The kind of hope that cuts deeper than any wound. He looked down at the kid, at the oversized clothes, the shining eyes, the trembling hands, trying to be brave. It twisted something inside him. He saw himself, too long and too thin, staring through the glass at smiling families walking out of the orphanage without him. He began, then sighed, crouching slightly. Kid, listen. It's a good dream. A noble one. But the truth is, there are some villains out there who can't be beaten without a quirk. He thought of All for One. Of what he'd lost just to end him. I know it hurts to hear, he added gently, but being a hero, it's dangerous. Too dangerous for someone without a quirk. There are other ways to help. Police officers, for example, they're heroes too, just without the capes. My best friend is one, actually. He's sharp. Brave. Important. He reached out, ruffling the kid's hair before he could stop himself. You've got a smart head on your shoulders. That notebook's got some great stuff. You'll do something amazing one day, I can feel it. Then he straightened. The time was nearly up. His body ached with the strain. I've really got to go. The roof's unlocked. Stay safe, okay? Why yeah, okay, All Might. As he walked down the stairs, sludge villain in tow, All Might tried not to look back. He'd done the right thing. He'd had to. Giving that kid hope, false hope, would have been worse. If he'd offered one for all, and the kid had failed, it would have destroyed him. And besides, one for all had already done what it was meant to do. Right? He gripped the bottle tighter, ignoring the muffled curses inside. He'll be fine, he told himself. That kid will be fine. So why did it still feel like he was leaving something behind? The rooftop was cold. Wind tugged at his sleeves and made his eyes sting, but he scrubbed at them hard with the back of his hand, just like the teachers said big boys were supposed to. Big boys don't cry. Big boys walk home alone. Big boys don't need help. All Might was right. Izuku knew that. Some villains were just too scary, too big, too strong. He'd seen the video's heroes with fire coming out of their eyes, people who could crush a wall with their fingers. But he wasn't wrong either. He had a quirk. He knew he did. He could feel it sometimes, hiding under his skin like it was scared of being seen. If it would just come out, everything would be okay again. Mommy would stop drinking. Daddy would come home. Kaken would stop being so mad at him all the time. People would stop looking at him like he was broken. He sniffled, kicking his little legs as he sat on the roof. His shoes tapped against the concrete. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. And then, an idea. A terrible, awful, maybe smart idea. He remembered the stories. People said that sometimes, a quirk didn't show up until something really scary happened. Like almost dying. He didn't want to die, he didn't. But maybe if he looked like he was going to? Maybe his quirk would get scared too and come out to protect him. Just like a hero's would. Maybe his quirk was just bad. Like him. Maybe it needed a spanking like he got when he was bad. But how do you spank a quirk when you can't see it? He turned his head, eyes landing on the edge of the roof. There was a fence, not a big one. Just high enough to make people think it was safe. But it had spots he could grab like steps. Like it wanted to be climbed. His tummy twisted. He didn't want to fall. He wasn't going to fall. He was just going to go up and sit on top. That was all. Just enough to scare his quirk. That was all. I need to be good, he whispered, clenching his fists. Please, I need my quirk to be good. I need mommy and daddy. I need Kaken to like me again. Please. I'm not bad. I'm not scared. I just need my quirk. Please. Please come out. Please. I'll be good. His knees wobbled a little as he climbed, but he made it to the top, curling his fingers around the cool metal bar as he sat carefully on the narrow ledge. Below him, the city looked huge. Cars moved like tiny toys. The wind was louder up here. He closed his eyes and tried to feel at the buzzing he sometimes noticed when he cried alone. He focused really hard. Tried to will it to happen. Then, something changed. The air shimmered. It was like the sky had hiccuped. Like a ripple in water but in air. A bright, beautiful blue he'd never seen before, bluer than the sky, glowing like a jewel, round and wide like a giant bubble. And then, something fell out of it. He didn't even have time to scream. It hit him square in the chest, knocking the breath from his lungs and sending him tumbling backward off the fence. The last thing he saw was the strange blue light flickering away, and then, crack. His head hit the roof hard, and everything went dark. His leg throbbed with each step as he limped from the glowing tear in reality that had brought him home. Home. The word sat strangely on his tongue. It wasn't the battle nexus, though the daimyo had graciously offered him a place there in honor of his hard-won victory. No, this broken, bitter, beautiful world was his home now. New York, in all its chaos and noise, was where his family lived. And where he would return, broken leg or not. He could still feel the sting of the fight in his bones, pride dulled only by pain. His master would have been proud. Hamato Yoshi had always taught him that strength alone was meaningless without honor. And Splinter had fought with honor. He had defended their name. His master's name. The Hamato clan was still good. Still worthy. The tunnel seemed longer than he remembered, each step sending a jolt up his spine. But his mind stayed focused, thinking only of his sons and the haven they had carved out of a long-forgotten cut-off line. It wasn't much, certainly not the snug, quiet nest he'd once known before the mutation. That place had been just right for a lone rat. But not for 4 growing boys with shells, boundless energy, and bottomless stomachs. He still remembered the first night after their mutation, tiny turtle limbs thrashing in confusion, little mouths crying out for comfort he didn't yet know how to give. Food had been hard to come by in those days. Still was, sometimes. He'd learned the art of taking what others discarded, what they forgot, or what they couldn't hold on to. He'd learned to move unseen, fast, like a ghost, slipping in and out of places where food might be left on trays, where the elderly lived alone and forgot what day it was. They never screamed at him. Some smiled, even offered cookies. One called him grandson and hugged him close, breath wheezing, hand shaking. It wasn't honorable, but it was survival. His sons deserved that. The ache in his leg spiked again as he neared the entrance, and just as expected Donatello was waiting. "What happened?" the young turtle asked, crossing his arms with that familiar calculating stare. "I injured myself," Splinter said carefully, his voice neutral. He didn't lie, but the truth was best rationed in pieces. They were too young to understand the full cost of honor. "I see that." Donnie's tone sharpened. "Don't walk on it. Not for a day. Maybe two." Before he could protest, all four of them were on him pushing, herding him gently toward the small bed they'd made together. Little hands tugged him down to sit. Michelangelo clung to his robes, Raphael hovered silently but close, and Leonardo crouched near his injured leg, watching him with concern. He smiled softly. "Come, my sons. A story before bed, yes?" But before he could begin, it hit him. "Please, I need to be good." His ears twitched, his whiskers stiffened. That voice, it wasn't real. Not in the way his sons were. It rang through the air like a bell only he could hear. Young. Scared. Calling. Splinter's fur bristled, and his eyes darted to the ground. The astral plane. He knew the sensation. Knew it from meditation. A child was reaching out, not knowing what they were doing. Crying for something. Anything. And then the floor beneath his feet shimmered blue, a pulse of unnatural light, a portal forming faster than he could react. Instinct overtook reason. He threw his arms around his sons, drawing them tight against his chest. "Hold on," he whispered, voice low and urgent. And they fell. The world vanished in a whirl of light and pressure. He tucked and rolled when they hit the ground, pain screaming in his leg, but he held his boys. Every instinct honed through years of survival snapped into place. He landed on something soft, someone soft, and the breath fled his lungs as he realized what had happened. A child. He scrambled up, adrenaline pushing back the ache. His sons were huddled close, crying but unhurt. He exhaled, heart pounding. Then he turned to the boy. A mop of green curls. Skin pale. Thin. Too thin. He ran a claw gently over the boy's scalp, grateful when he found no blood. No visible wound. But old ones, yes. He could smell them. Scars. Bruises. Pain baked into skin. Splinter's stomach turned. He had landed on the child. He had hurt them. Human or not, he had done harm. He picked the boy up gently, cradling him close. Featherlight. Like nothing. How long had this child gone hungry? He turned to his sons. "We must find shelter. Now." They said nothing, but their faces were tight and scared, and they followed without question. Together, they went down the stairs, together they lifted a nearby sewer grate, and Splinter gritted his teeth against the pain in his leg as they descended into the shadows. The tunnel air was damp but familiar. His nose twitched as he followed the scent of salt and garbage and old shoreline access. They emerged onto a stretch of forgotten beach, filthy with plastic bags and broken glass. But at the far edge sat a rusted camper van, hunched like a forgotten giant. It was a shelter. It was enough. Inside, it was dusty but dry. The bed was stained, the walls cracked, but it didn't smell of mold. He laid the boy down carefully, brushing hair from his eyes. Still breathing. Good. He turned to his sons, who looked up at him wide-eyed. "This place will do," he said softly. "We will stay here. At least until we understand where we are." They nodded, huddling close on the wide mattress, instinctively curling around the stranger as if sensing he needed them. Splinter lowered himself to the floor with a grunt, curling up against the cool metal wall, every bone aching. But he didn't sleep. His gaze remained fixed on the boy. It was not his first time going through a portal, though the ones he'd gone through were for the battle nexus, not the untrained, wobbly thing they'd fallen through. That was rather unimportant right now. Right now, the child was important. And until that child was safe, he would not rest. Because he was a Hamato. Because he was a father. And fathers protected children. Even the ones not born to them. He hadn't even realized he'd fallen asleep. Splinter blinked slowly, senses sharpening. He was accustomed to sleeping lightly, catching rest when his sons did, never truly letting his guard down. But this was different. They were in a new world, one he didn't understand, with a human child he might have hurt. He couldn't afford to rest. He hadn't noticed when sleep claimed him, only that when he woke, the weight under his chin trembled with heat. The child had wriggled free of the turtle pile sometime in the night, thin arms wound around Splinter's fur as though anchoring himself there. Splinter touched his forehead. The skin burned. No child who was wanted grew this lean. No child who was loved went unnoticed while sick. "My son," he whispered to Leonardo, "watch over him. I must find medicine." "Donnie's gonna be mad," Leo murmured, half asleep. "Then he will be in good company. But this child, he is not one of your brothers, no. Still, if you or any of them were sick, I would want someone to care for you, too. Please, just keep him safe." Leonardo nodded solemnly and shifted the pile. With practiced ease, he repositioned everyone: Raphael to one side, Michelangelo curled at the foot of the bed, Donatello by the child's head, and placed the boy safely in the center. The fever might lessen against their cooler skin. It was only a temporary fix, but it would buy him time. Time to find medicine. And perhaps, answers. The door creaked as Splinter eased it open and stepped outside into the chill night air. He scanned the area. Garbage was piled high along the beach: crushed cars, broken appliances, rusting metal. His nose wrinkled at the overpowering stench. Even a rat could find offense in such decay. Still, it served a purpose. No one would come searching here. He spotted a sturdy length of driftwood half buried in the sand. It was imperfect, but good enough to serve as a walking stick. His leg protested with every step, but he bore it. Darkness cloaked him as he followed the crumbling edge of the beach road, buildings long boarded up lining either side like empty husks. He grimaced. If the city were truly this abandoned, finding what he needed would be far harder than expected. But luck or fate favored him. A light. A store. Still operational, somehow. He crept into the alley beside the glowing pharmacy sign, pressing his back to the wall. A side door. As expected. One sharp kick splintered the old lock, and he slipped inside, the cold scent of antiseptic and old tile greeting him. He moved fast, weaving between shelves until he found what he needed: fever reducer, cough syrup, gauze, bandages. It was meager, but it would help. He bundled the supplies tightly in cloth and headed back toward the exit. Snap. Instinct screamed. He dropped low as something white cracked through the air like a whip, just missing his head. The second strike caught his shoulder, sharp pain flaring instantly. He spun, staff up, teeth bared. A man stepped from the shadows at the alley's mouth: tall, dark clothing, hair floating unnaturally as if moved by invisible water. Yellow goggles gleamed in the moonlight. Ninja. It had to be. Surrender now. I'll go easy on you. The man's voice was cold and clipped, and Japanese. Splinter narrowed his eyes. I don't have time for this. Another strike. The white tendril shot forward again. Cloth? No, binding of some kind. Fast. Controlled. This one caught his forearm. Good. Splinter yanked backward with the weight of his body and pulled. The man lurched toward him, momentum working against him. In one smooth motion, Splinter twisted and delivered a snapping kick upward. The man recoiled, catching himself mid-fall. Impressive. But Splinter was already in motion. He slashed outward with his claws and ripped through the binding, freeing himself. He darted backward, his bad leg screaming. No time to fight properly. Every second risked the child's safety. The man surged after him, lash whipping toward his legs, but Splinter ducked low and threw a broken trash can into his path. It bought him a heartbeat. Enough. He spotted a boarded-up storefront across the street: loose boards, gaps wide enough. Perfect. He launched himself forward, leaping into the shadows, squeezing through the boards just as another lash cracked past his ear. He landed inside the dusty building and didn't stop, sprinted silently through the darkness, leapt up into the rafters, and scrambled through the ceiling tiles. Above. Out of reach. Breathing hard, he pressed himself flat and stilled everything: heart, lungs, limbs. His ears twitched as the enemy entered below. Footsteps. The whisper of motion. Where'd he go? He didn't move. Didn't even blink. The man cursed softly under his breath and left moments later, footsteps fading into the night. Splinter didn't move for a full hour. Only then did he slip through the crawlspace, back into the boarded store. He peered outside. Clear. He dropped to the street, cradling his bundle of medicine close. Pain flared in his leg and shoulder with every step, but it didn't matter. The child needed help. And he would get back to them, no matter the cost. Aizawa didn't like quiet nights. Quiet nights were liars. They whispered peace and stillness, luring heroes into a false sense of calm before pulling the rug out from under them. Every time he started to relax, every time something exploded, or some idiot decided it was a great time to rob a store, or worse, some kid with a death wish decided to test their quirk downtown. Still, tonight had almost fooled him. The city was still, the streets glinting under streetlights, and his patrol shift was nearly done. He was already halfway to imagining the warm weight of his futon, the scratchy old blanket Hizashi always kicked off in his sleep, and the smell of really strong coffee waiting for him when he dragged himself up again. His comms clicked on. Silent alarm tripped. Pharmacy on East 12th and Fukuda. No visible break-in, but motion sensors inside confirm movement. He sighed. Of course. One more stop, he told himself as he adjusted his capture scarf, double-checked his goggles, and shifted to the rooftops. The building was easy to find: squat, half-modernized, sandwiched between a shuttered jewelry store and a boarded-up thrift shop. Aizawa landed in the alley silently, back to the wall. No broken windows. No signs of forced entry from the front. Side door, then. He moved in, eyes narrowing as he crept along the brick. The door hung slightly ajar. Someone got cocky. He slipped inside, staying in the shadows. Inside, the place was quiet, sterile smelling. The lights were still running. He caught the faintest motion. Between shelves fast, hunched, limping. Injured? He moved silently through the back aisle, barely a whisper of sound trailing him. Then he saw it, a figure, hunched and cloaked in tattered cloth, moving with deliberate urgency. The moment the intruder reached the exit, Izuku moved. His scarf snapped out, a flash of white. Missed. DMN. Second strike contact. It wrapped around the figure's shoulder. Still not enough. He threw the scarf again, catching their arm. Then something strange happened. The figure didn't panic. It pulled. Izuku's body jerked forward, his eyes flaring wide as he felt the unexpected counter. He dug in his heels, letting instinct guide him, and lashed forward with his second strand just in time for a kick to snap toward his face. He recoiled, shocked by the strength and speed behind it. He disengaged, landing a short distance back, whipping his scarf into a defensive coil. That wasn't normal. He dropped low and activated his quirk. The stranger stumbled slightly, favoring the leg, Izuku noted, but didn't change. No flicker of power disappearing. No sudden loss of form. No slack in movement. His eyes narrowed behind his goggles. Mutant-type quirk, he concluded. Except. No, that didn't track. He'd worked with Nezu too long. He'd seen what an animal with a quirk looked like, what an actual mutant type looked like. They always had tells, strange aura flickers, signs of power registering as active even when idle. A body reacting around a quirk. But this creature moved like it wasn't using a quirk. Like it was that body. Like someone had reached into nature and dragged out something impossible, clothed in fur and pain and purpose. It fought like him. Which meant. He hesitated, just for a second. And that second cost him. The creature slashed at its bindings, sharp claws shredding his scarf with frightening precision. Then it vanished back into the night, limping but fast. Sheet. He lunged forward, sending his remaining scarf out, but too late. The figure ducked into a boarded-up storefront across the street. He followed, throwing himself through the alley and skidding to a stop by the jagged planks. He scanned the interior, nothing. He stalked inside, cautious, silent. The building creaked above him, but no movement. Dust stirred, but no breathing. Gone. Whatever it was had vanished like mist. Izuku stood there for a long moment, breathing hard, eyes flickering with suspicion. Whoever that was, wasn't ordinary. Whatever it was, it had been focused, desperate. He recognized that kind of hunger. He'd lived it once. Back on the rooftop, he opened HeroNet and filed the encounter. Subject, possible mutant-type quirk user. Not hostile. Took medicine only. Injured. High-level combat reflexes. Non-lethal engagement. Possible misunderstanding. Recommend observation. He signed off with a sigh. Great. Now he had a mystery to lose sleep over. And he'd missed his DMN coffee. Nezu never told his pup Izuku that he'd installed a GPS tracker and body cam in his hero uniform. Chio would call it invasive. Boundary pushing, she'd say. But Chio wasn't the one who had found a feral 12-year-old genius living out of a 24-hour laundromat and selling his body to buy food. She hadn't been there after Oboro. And if anyone asked, it was about safety. Not possessiveness. Not the aching part of Nezu's soul that refused to admit he had grown to love a human. He still didn't like humans. Not really. Not after what they had done to him. What they made him become. But Izuku Shoyuta wasn't like most humans. None of the staff at UA was, really, but Shoyuta was something different. A throwaway child who bit back with teeth. Who refused to die even when the world tried to kill him. Who'd built a life out of nothing and never once complained about the cruelty of it. A survivor. Like Nezu. And somewhere along the line, something primal and broken inside Nezu had howled mine and refused to let go. He hadn't told Shoyuta the body cam only activated when he was seriously hurt, massively outnumbered, or when the embedded AI flagged something as anomalous. It gave him enough plausible deniability to ignore it until nights like this one, when the footage pinged his screen with a quiet but insistent "You need to see this." The feed was short. Blurry. Low light. A back alley. A pharmacy robbery. No, not robbery. The intruder hadn't taken money. Just medicine. Fever reducers. Bandages. Pediatric dosages. And then there was the figure. Nezu paused the frame. Enhanced. Enhanced again. Brightened the lighting. And froze. Fur. Tail. Humanoid. Not like him, more rat. More animal, and yet more human in the way it moved. It wore a battered yukata like something out of a feudal PRD drama, and it limped. But it moved like smoke. Like a shadow. A master of silence. He rewound the audio. "I don't have time for this," the figure had said, voice formal, old-fashioned. Not just a mutant type. Sentient. Trained. Possibly. Raised. The word family curled like smoke in the back of Nedzu's mind, cold and warm all at once. He didn't breathe for a long moment, claws trembling over his keyboard. He rewound. Frame by frame. The eyes in the video were sharp, calculating. The tail coiled for balance. The body protected a bundle of medicine. Nedzu's instincts were screaming. Pack. One of us. He shouldn't be surprised. Logically, he'd always known he couldn't be the only one. His genome was a chaotic stew of mouse and bear and God knew what else. Born of twisted science. Born with littermates and torn from something that humans would probably call a mother. He knew, with the certainty of instinct, that he hadn't been the first or the last. How many were there? How many had he missed? How many were suffering, or hiding, or already gone? His gut twisted. This one had been alone. For years, likely. Homeless. Injured. Cautious. Not cruel, not a killer, or a villain. Someone who stole medicine, not money. Based on the pediatric dosage, someone protecting a pup. His fur bristled. If I had known. He stopped himself. Regret was useless. What mattered was now. If he went personally, the other creature might run. Instinct wouldn't let another predator near its young. Especially not one like Nedzu. If it had been hiding this long, it would know how to vanish again. So. A trap, then? A net? No. No, too crude. Too human. A test, then. He pulled up the map Shuta's tracker had logged. Traced the direction the figure had fled. Judging by the movement pattern, by the pause after the fight, by the terrain. A beach. Near an old dumping ground. Clever. Remote. Hidden. Plenty of scrap to build a shelter with. He opened his secure channel to UA's surveillance network. Deploy 2 low-altitude drones to Sector G, priority non-hostile. Thermal imaging only. Keep them high and quiet. He ended the call and leaned back in his chair, tail swishing. He would not force contact. But he would learn everything he could. About them. About the pup they were protecting. And when the time was right, he would offer them what he had always longed to give: safety. Shelter. Pack. He looked again at the frozen frame on his screen. The eyes, alert. The crouch, protective. The weight of a silent burden. Nedzu placed a clawed hand gently on the image. "You survived," he whispered. "You protected. You endured." A pause. "So I'll find you." The screen dimmed. The office went quiet again. But this time, Nedzu didn't mind the silence. Because now he wasn't alone. Nedzu tried to tell himself this was just data gathering. Observation. Containment. Not interference. But as he stared at the drone feed, the justification rang hollow. At first, the footage had confirmed his hunch about the nest's location. An old dump site, filthy, but defensible. Yet even a rat would have struggled to call it livable. And 5 children certainly couldn't. That was what stopped him cold. The thermal images told the story: 2 warm signatures, 1 large, 1 small, and 4 faint ones hovering close around them. Not 2 survivors. 5. Thin, still, curled together like a litter, conserving the last of their warmth. Nedzu's stomach tightened. Underfed, undersheltered, running on borrowed time. He rubbed absently at the scar on his face. The sight twisted something deep in him, a very old ache. He remembered empty bowls in sterile rooms, remembered watching food get snatched away just to see how long he could endure hunger. He remembered the bitterness that grew in him, the selfish will that said mine, until one human boy named Toshinori had pressed food through a fence and walked away without asking for anything in return. That simple kindness had rerouted his entire life. So when he looked again at the trembling forms in the grainy feed, the gaunt adult wrapped around smaller shapes, he felt something sharp pierce through the calm he was known for. Waiting wasn't an option anymore. He knew what it meant. He was about to take another thinking being's agency away. That was not heroic. Not ethical. No better than the humans who'd once done the same to him. But he also knew the statistics: dehydration, infection, pneumonia, exposure. A sick, febrile child didn't have hours. If he waited for permission, there might not be anyone left to ask. He pushed the thought down and tapped the comms key. Shoyuta. Namiri. I need you. Splinter hadn't known what to expect when he returned with the medicine. What he found was Raphael, his fierce boy, curled around the tiny human like a shield, baring teeth not in anger but defense. The child trembled against his shell, feverish and frightened. Splinter softened. It is all right, Raphael. I am not here to take him. Raph blinked, eyes still wild, then subsided with a gruff, didn't say you were. Across the room, Leonardo sat up. Did you find anything? I did, Splinter said, setting down the salvaged medicine. And discoveries of another kind. This is not New York. We are in Japan. Japan? Donnie's curiosity sparked through the exhaustion. That explains the salt concentration. The air smells different. Mikey perked up. Does that mean real sushi? Perhaps survival first, Splinter said, amused despite himself. When Leonardo's gaze drifted to the boy, Splinter followed it. The child's breathing rattled shallowly in his chest. Ribs pressed against pale skin. He needs more than the medicine, Donnie murmured. He needs care. Food. Rest. And love, said Raphael flatly, pulling the child closer. Splinter hesitated, then admitted softly, I had thought, perhaps, to find him help. Someone human. Mikey flinched. You wouldn't send him back, would you? No, the single word carried quiet finality. He lifted the cup to the child's mouth. A whimper. Then, faintly. I'm sorry, Daddy. I tried hard to make my quirk come out. Please don't be mad. I'll be good. Silence. Splinter's expression softened to heartbreak. He didn't know what a quirk was, but he understood shame and fear. That language needed no translation. It is all right, my son, he murmured. The turtles froze. Four pairs of wide eyes turned toward him at once. You are safe, Splinter continued, settling the boy into Raphael's lap. Sleep. Your brothers will watch over you. And they did. Raphael curled protectively close, Leonardo steadied the child's back, Donatello monitored his breathing, Michelangelo hummed him toward dreams. Splinter stepped to the door and looked out to the ocean of rusting debris. The smell of salt and decay mixed with worry in his chest. For now, they were safe. But the human who had attacked him might find them again. The world itself might. Still, for tonight, they lived. That was enough. For now. Inside UA, the air was charged with tension. You got called too? Namuri asked as Aizawa entered. Any clue what this is about? He didn't answer. He already suspected. Nedzu met them in his office, the room dim except for the monitor glow. Shoyuta encountered this creature during patrol, he began, sliding a blurred photo forward. Not a mutant quirk. Something else. Namuri whistled softly. You're kidding. He's, like you. I don't know yet, Nedzu said. But I do know this, he's not alone. He's caring for a human child and 4 others I cannot identify. Likely mutations, possibly experiments. Malnourished. One child is seriously ill. If I hesitate, one or all of them might die. She frowned. So what are we doing? Sedation gas, Nedzu said, tone steady but low. Non-lethal. Immediate medical transport. Recovery girl is on standby. Aizawa studied him. You sure this is a rescue and not a capture? Nedzu's jaw tightened. Both. Then, quieter, but sometimes saving lives means stealing choices. I will live with that weight. They may hate me for it but they'll live to hate me. That's enough. The operation took minutes. Namuri's gas rolled through the rusted van, sweet and painless. The elder rat stirred but did not rise, his body had been too strained for too long. The turtles slumped in a protective heap around the fevered human. When they withdrew them one by one, Nedzu found he couldn't breathe for a moment. The turtles weren't verminous, nor grotesque, they were people. Children. Each one is different, each scarred, but extraordinary. He reached out, adjusting the blanket around the smallest. You've carried too much, he whispered. As the transport doors closed, he glanced at Aizawa. Their eyes met, heavy with what they both understood but couldn't undo. This is only the beginning, Nedzu said quietly. For their sake, replied Aizawa, it better be a good one. And Nedzu, watching the small bundle breathing in Namuri's arms, could only nod. He had crossed a line. But if doing nothing meant another child died in the dark, then he would cross it again. Sound comes back first. It always does. Even before the ache in his leg or the unfamiliar softness beneath him, it's sound that returns sharp, layered, and constant. As a rat, listening had been his greatest defense. It kept him alive in a world of giants, taught him when to move and when to hide. Mutation only sharpened that gift, though it brought pain with it, the agony of bone stretching, fur bristling, and every noise in the world suddenly amplified to a roar. He'd learned to master that pain, to use it, to become a better ninja. Now, as he lies still, he listens. He's not in the camper. The air is too clean, the floor too soft, the scent of antiseptic and faint perfume replacing the cold, metallic tang of garbage and sea air. There's a steady beep heart monitor, he guesses, and 2 voices nearby. One is elderly and female, her tone brisk but gentle. The other is strange, high, almost squeaky, but measured and precise. I can't say I agree with the method. Surely even you can see that bringing someone here against their will is not something a hero should do, the woman says. So. They had been taken. Rage rises from within him, and the machine beside him stutters under the sudden spike of his heartbeat. His claws flexed against the sheets, slicing neat holes through sterile cotton. But then again, the little boy was dangerously feverish, she continues. Looks like a severe case of quirk exhaustion brought on by a first manifestation. If I didn't know better, I'd suspect it was a powerful one. He's showing all the signs. You know what that means, Nedzu. That word again, quirk. He files it away, knowing it matters here. The second voice, Nedzu, the woman had called him, answers, calm and cool, yet with an undercurrent of something Splinter recognizes, loneliness. Yes, I know it's not ideal. But look at it from my perspective. These 6 were in a dangerous situation. All underweight. Isolated. The child, well, we both know what happens when powerful quirks go unchecked. If we'd waited, he might have died. His fury doesn't diminish. And it isn't because he doesn't understand the concern, because he does. But he would have put the child back with his family if he suspected the boy was cared for. But with how light the boy had been, and how many scars he could see, he wasn't too sure if the child had parents who cared. But if he'd found out otherwise once the boy had awoken, he would have brought them home, and perhaps left a strongly worded letter about checking where these injuries are coming from. But as much as he feels angry for being taken from the safety of the van, he needs to know more. He needs to know what, exactly, he is dealing with. So for now, he will feign sleep. The more he learns, the easier it will be to escape. I still don't like it. But you're right. And when the big one wakes up, I should be able to repair the leg. Looks like a recent break. 2, maybe 3 days old. Bad enough to become permanent if left untreated, but not past fixing. He barely suppresses a flinch. They've examined him. He almost growls. How dare they? He tried to remember his own advice to Raphael about anger. It was a fire not to be stoked, but to be kept under control rather than raging out of control. He still wanted to move now, strike fast, and vanish to the shadows with his children, but whatever they had used on him sat deep in his lungs and still made him feel sleepy. In the meantime, he listened on, memorizing their voices. Their footsteps. Their estimated distance from his sons, too close in his opinion. I took a blood sample, the woman says plainly. From him. From the turtle children, too. Compared it to yours. His ears twitch as he suppresses another growl. They not only stole him and his children from their den, but now they have taken blood without asking? It matches. So they came from the same place? Nedzu's voice drops, suddenly vulnerable. A program? I'm sorry, Nedzu. Wherever he came from, someone was playing with genetics. Not unlike what happened to you. A heavy silence settles. He feels the weight of it. I suspected. I always suspected. But hearing it confirmed? It hurts. All this time, others like me hurt and hiding. Others like me? He wonders, and then he cracks one eye open. Just enough that he could see a little, but not enough to block his view. The person who had spoken about others like me looked like an odd combination of dog, rat, and bear. Oh, another mutant? That still didn't excuse just stealing them away from the den. He could have asked. Splinter would have told him that, while he did need help establishing himself, he was an adult, and whatever this mutant was looked to be an adult. Adults shouldn't just kidnap other adults just because they didn't want to hurt a child. Because it was hurting them, not in a physical way, but he didn't have to be as smart as Donatello to figure out that the human child might need to be kidnapped, even if he would have given the child back if he had not seen the visible ribs, thin collarbone area, thin wrists, and thin legs. Though once again, he'd ensure that the boy didn't wish to return to his human parents if he'd been conscious. But he hadn't been. And he didn't have any way to contact any authorities. This was different. Nedzu had decided your version of care is not enough and hadn't bothered to talk it over like an adult. Another growl is smothered before it can be lost. Though now that he'd seen Nedzu, he couldn't deny that he was curious. Where had this other mutant been the last time he'd been to Japan? Because it sure would have been nice to know that there were mutants in Japan. Especially a mutant that the human in the room didn't recoil from, call, yokai, or scream in terror. It didn't make the sting of being stolen any better. It didn't decrease his rage that they'd taken blood from him and his sons. When the door closed and silence returned, he opened his eyes. They were there. Safe, no, asleep. Tiny breaths, 5 heartbeats pulsing in quiet unison. Relief struggled against the fury twisting through him. He rose halfway before the leg screamed, the world tilted. The 4-line was strained in his arm. He snarled low in his throat, cutting the sound before it woke the children. He would not frighten them. The anger was his burden. Still, his mind worked. Assess. Heal. Escape. For now, as he realized how woozy he was just getting up from the bed, he knew there would be no disappearing. There would be no fighting that he could win in this condition. He'd have to wait, be patient, even as his anger still raged. He looks back at his sons. Tomorrow he'd test his limits again. See whether he could stand and fight, use that fury to help rather than burn continuously. Tomorrow, he'd see whether they deserved his faith, he doubted it, they'd kidnap them, or his full fury. After getting his diagnosis, Izuku had done research. It had been hard because a lot of adults treated him like he was as dumb as a sack of rocks. But it also worked in his favor, as asking the librarian to read him the big books he couldn't read yet worked in his favor. He'd researched the how of quirks in biology books, the why of quirks in quirk science books, and the out there articles about quirks that didn't appear until children were much, much older than his 5 years of age. So he'd learned what quirk exhaustion was. He'd also learned that traumatic manifested quirks had a much higher chance of being uncontrollable. He wasn't sure exactly what his quirk had done. Though if he was in the hospital, as it appeared, then something beyond just a traumatic manifestation must have happened. And then he noticed the arm draped around his waist. It was heavy, 3-fingered, and green. And then, he noticed the shell in front of him, attached to a very green body. For a moment, he just stared. Because he didn't have a lot of classmates in his class who had full heteromorphic quirks. And the child in front of him, and it was clearly a child from its size, was a naked kid with a turtle heteromorphic quirk. He looked down, and at each side of his feet was another child with a turtle quirk. How cool was that? And yet, why were they here? And why wasn't he freaking out about being snuggled to death by said turtle children? Why did he start panicking about the idea of telling his mommy? How was he supposed to say, "I finally got my quirk, and I think I accidentally stole some children"? Because he's pretty sure that whatever his quirk did, it was more like his mommy's pull quirk than his daddy's fire-breathing quirk. Because he'd remembered that impossibly blue bit of sky. He'd remembered he had been on a rooftop, a locked rooftop, with no one around. So he must have brought them to the rooftop? Wait. If he did that, then did he steal somebody's kids? They must be so worried. And yet, the idea of some parent who'd probably hate him the second they saw his bright red shoes that his mommy insisted he wear so that everyone knew what he was, scared him. Because he kind of liked being held so very gently, and also very tightly, as if they didn't want to let him go. He liked the idea of keeping his new friends, especially when he noticed they were kind of skinny for being so muscled. Almost like they didn't get a lot of food. Just like him. Ah, you're awake. That is good. Now we can work on getting out of here. But quietly, my son. We must do so quietly. He wants to ask some very nagging questions when he sees who talked. They had matted gray fur, what looked like bitten ears, sharp-looking claws instead of fingers, and he could see a long, whip-like tail twitching in agitation from behind their tattered yukata. They had a rat heteromorphic quirk. How neat. His first question would be, "My son? I don't know you. And yet, why does my heart skip a beat at being called that?" The second would be, "Why do you look like you could be Principal Nedzu's taller cousin?" Because he had seen a few pictures of Principal Nedzu in Quirk Science magazine. Also, he'd probably ask, "Why are we trying to sneak out of a hospital room?" and then ask, "Do you mean it? The my son part? Like really? Because if you're fooling, I can't handle that." Instead, all he manages to ask is, "Where? Who are you?" "Hamato Splinter, and as for where, I do not know. All I know is that we were abducted from our den after I brought you home." Wait. What? Why? How? I was the one who fell on you. I don't think you remember. You were knocked to the ground. My apologies for the transgression. But we have to move. Quickly, quietly, before they come back. I do not know if I can hold them off for long, or if there are more of them. And then, in a second, Splinter is standing in front of him and the turtle boys, growling defensively. "Stay behind me. I will try to hold them off. Wake your brothers, please." And if some part of him is thrilled that he called them his brothers, it is kind of overriding his confusion at being included in this very strange heteromorphic quirked family. And then the door opens, and it's Recovery Girl? He can't help asking. "Stay back. I will not allow you to harm the children further." Splinter growls, turning into a snarl. He'd never heard a person with a heteromorphic quirk snarl before. "Quit that." She snaps and then swipes at him with her famous needle cane. Splinter easily dodges, kicking at her and making her bring up the cane to keep him from kicking her into a wall. "I won't hurt you. I'm a nurse. And yet, you have already hurt us. You hurt us by taking blood while we were sleeping without asking. You are trying to keep us here without having asked. Because the boy was seriously ill. Obviously, you overheard us talking. I would never have allowed Nedzu to up and Shanghai you from your home if I'd known he was going to do it. I would have come to you. I would have asked if you needed help. But I wasn't about to turn you and your children out on the street either." That does not mean you abduct people. I gave Nedzu shit for that. I don't blame you for being angry. But please, at least let us help you before you try jumping out the window? That leg, I can fix it before it becomes more of a problem than it must be already. Splinter is still looking at Recovery Girl with distrust, but seems to be thinking. Will you continue to keep us here if we wish to return to my den? Of course not. We're not your jailers. And if Nedzu doesn't agree, well then, I'll be right there helping you give him a good thrashing. Oh dear. I have made a mess of things, haven't I? And now Izuku is gaping. Because that is Principal Nedzu, in the flesh. But if that is Recover Girl, and that is Principal Nedzu, then he must be. I'm in UA. Cool. That finally seemed to waken one of the turtle kids, the one that he only noticed when they sat up, who had an orange bandana on. They yawned, did a double take when they looked at Nedzu, said something smug and teasing in English that Izuku didn't understand, but clearly Splinter and Nedzu did. Because Nedzu's ears flushed pink as he coughed into his paw. And Splinter sighed exasperatedly like adults do when kids say something they think is stupid. Michelangelo. That was a name, in English. Snapped in that tone that said, "You are in so much trouble, young man." That was not appropriate. Nedzu waved him off, still looking rather flustered. No harm done. Chio is correct. I should have asked for permission to bring you and your family here. But I was worried. The way that your child's quirk manifested suggested a trauma activation. And those, well, that they don't have pleasant outcomes if left unmonitored. I do so hope you can forgive me. And then Izuku is the one flustered as Nedzu bows low to Splinter. He still didn't know if he could trust the pretty mutant, or the old woman with the cane that she didn't seem disinclined to use as a teaching tool, based on how she'd whacked Nedzu and said, "Don't ever kidnap anyone again." Before she guided him back to the bed with small, careful hands that didn't flinch from the sharp claws that he tried not to hurt her with, and then, she looked over his bad leg. It looks like it was wrapped. Yes. I did that. Well, you did a good job, but you also caused it to start healing wrong. I'm going to have to re-break it and then heal it. Can you handle that? Can he handle that? Yes. Yes, he can. If she can heal his leg so it no longer aches when he puts weight on it, then he is all for it. It will make foraging for food for his larger brood much easier. She gives him a piece of cloth to bite down on, and then there's a sharp crack, and agony shoots up his leg. And then, she kisses it. He might have asked her what the heck, only he is too stunned by the sudden tiredness and the fact that his leg doesn't hurt anymore. You fixed my leg. It doesn't hurt anymore. Yes, well, what good is a healing quirk if I can't use it to help people? Just make sure you rest it as much as possible. Put a brace on for at least the next 3 days. And no strenuous activity either. And now, he has another problem. Because for all of the kindness shown, they had still been taken from his den. And he would need to go out to get food for his boys now that they were all awake, and looking curiously about. I cannot promise that. My sons need me to be the provider. Well, would you be okay with staying with me? Nedzu asks, hope and cautious optimism heavy in his voice, as well as a desperation in his scent. Desperate for what, he doesn't know. Perhaps it is the same for Nedzu as it is for him? He had been so very lonely even before his mutation, and afterwards, being the only mutant rat in a world meant for me had not decreased that sense of, I am alone in the world, even as he was never truly alone with his sons. I would not wish to impose. I do not have any money. I cannot pay you back. Nedzu waves a paw, no imposition really. I would be a poor hero indeed if I let you back on the streets with no way to support your children. But I would also help you back to your den. If that is what you wish. I should have asked. I was just so scared. For you. For your children. Stress manifested quirks can often go out of control and hurt the child or the parents unintentionally. And I confess I was motivated by concern. I just I should have asked. I should have provided aid where you were most comfortable. Stop beating yourself over the head. Recovery Girl yelled, that's my job. Listen, I understand that you are justifiably angry. But I also know children. I know that you are all underweight, and it looks like you haven't been caring for your fur in the way you should. I would guess you have lived a rough life. Let Nedzu make up for being an idiot and let him help you. Shame burns through him. Because he had tried his very best. He had skipped meals, and he had brought home as much as he could carry. But, it had been so very hard. He could have had sanctuary in the daimyo's realm, and yet, he'd let pride keep him from accepting that help. And yet, pride would not keep 5 stomachs full. Pride would not keep a human child from getting ill again, possibly dying, because he didn't exactly know how to care for a human child. Pride would not keep his own children safe, warm, and accepted like this, Nedzu was. He sighs. Pride will have to be set aside. Okay. He sees Nedzu's tail wag, and he can't help thinking, cute, before being somewhat startled at the thought. Excellent, excellent. Father, are you sure we can trust him? Leonardo asks in English, and Nedzu replies. Of course you can. I may make mistakes, but I am a hero as well as an educator. If you choose to leave the moment your father can walk better, you are welcome to do so. But I do so hope you find your stay comfortable. By the way, you have excellent English. Wherever did you learn? He hesitated. I taught them. From the books that fell into the sewers of our old home. A dangerous expression falls over Nedzu's face. You lived in a sewer? Hey! Our home is the best. It's warm, and the light when it hits just right is so pretty, and our dad tries his best to bring home the things we need. And we all get to sleep together in a turtle pile. And Mikey babbles. Peace. I did not mean to sound judgmental. There is a flash of grief on Nedzu's face, then it turns gentle, then fierce. Well, I am a principal. It would be my honor if you would allow me to help change that. A real school? For us? Donatello asks hopefully. He feels just as hopeful as Donatello. Because he had tried so hard to keep Donatello's sharp mind entertained with the books that fell through the sewer grates, and then later, by sneaking into libraries and liberating the few books he could, and returning them when Donatello finished with them. But that didn't compare to the offer of a real school, with other children that might have minds just as sharp as Donatello's. And he could sense from the warmth in Nedzu's tone that he genuinely wanted to help. But there was an echo of loneliness underneath it that spoke of a want to connect. He could understand that. And even though he still felt a little fury for the way Nedzu had chosen to abduct them, to take blood without permission, he also couldn't help feeling it dulled by something much more important. Hope. Hope for a better future for his sons. If you don't mind the noise we bring, he said at last, then we accept. Nedzu's smile turned radiant, and once again, he found himself thinking, cute, even as he let himself believe that they might have found somewhere worth staying for. One of the first things Nedzu had done after achieving his goal, proving his sentience, his right to exist as more than a scientific curiosity, was to play the stock market. It had been child's play for someone of his intellect, the same intellect the scientists had tried to exploit and control. He hadn't done it for wealth, but to build something. A place. A mission. After all, not all humans had been cruel. One had shown him kindness, even accidentally, and it had changed everything. That man had been All Might, or rather, the scrawny stockboy who would one day become All Might. It was for that man and others like him, those who believed in saving people with a smile, that Nedzu had adopted the hero name Mr. Principal. He had vowed that no future hero under his watch would ever ignore the suffering of those who were different, misunderstood, or discarded. He had originally planned to open his own school. But when he heard of an opening at UA, the same school that would one day be home to All Might, he'd applied, despite knowing he'd be paid far less than his more human coworkers. Still, he'd made himself indispensable. Within a few years, he had moved from homeroom teacher to vice principal, then principal. And yet, for all his success, he was lonely. The DNA that composed him, rat, bear, dog, and heaven knew what else, belonged to creatures that craved company. A pack. A family. That part of him, the part he had tried so hard to repress, stirred awake when he looked at the new arrivals now exploring his building. He watched with quiet pride as the little turtle boys found joy in every corner of UA. Donatello's eyes went wide at the computer lab. Dad, look! Real computers. So many of them. I see, Donatello, Splinter replied, warmth in his voice. Perhaps Nedzu will allow you to examine them if you ask nicely. Not tonight, perhaps, Nedzu chuckled. But do you like computers, young one? Dad brought one home once from the surface, but I couldn't get it working. The wiring was all corroded. Donatello's voice grew excited. I like working with my hands. Building things. Learning new things. Understanding how they work. An intelligent mind, Nedzu thought, something warm blooming in his chest. So much potential. Raphael nearly barreled into the gym before Splinter snagged his shell with one gentle paw. Leonardo's eyes lit up at the sight of the dojo, tracking every detail with tactical precision. And Izuku was scribbling madly in a notebook that had seemingly materialized from nowhere, muttering about heteromorphic advantages and shell durability ratings. Their children, Nedzu realized with a pang. Real children. With curiosity and dreams and so much life ahead of them. When they finally reached his penthouse, the food he'd ordered had arrived piping hot and plentiful. Nedzu had a hard time focusing on his own meal, too busy watching Splinter. The older rat ate slowly, carefully, and when he thought no one was watching, subtly moved portions from his own plate to his son's dishes. Nedzu recognized the gesture immediately. Rationing. A good parent does that, ensures the young eat first. preparing for their survival. His throat tightened. He used to do that too, though he'd ration so he wouldn't starve before he had learned there would always be more food. Before he learned he was safe. That was something he would gently correct over time. For now, he said nothing. "Dad, can we have the story before bed?" Michelangelo asked, eyes wide with excitement. "Please? Little brother doesn't know it yet." Splinter smiled softly, something fond and sad crossing his features. "What story, my sons?" "The story. About how you found us. About where we came from." "Ah?" Splinter's gaze drifted to Izuku, who was watching with bright, curious eyes. "Yes. I suppose it is time. But first, where will we be sleeping?" "The boys are used to sleeping in a pile, you might say. Together. I am with them, and they with me. If that is a problem." "Oh, no problem at all," Nedzu replied warmly, perhaps a bit too quickly. "I believe the penthouse master suite will suit us perfectly." "Us?" The word slipped out before he could stop it, and something fluttered in his chest when he saw Splinter's ears twitch, saw the slight softening around his eyes. He led them to his private nest, a space he'd never thought anyone would see. Silky pillows piled high. Soft blankets in layers. Humidity and temperature controls are calibrated to perfection. It was animalistic, yes, perhaps embarrassingly so. But it was his, and now it was theirs. The children piled into the bedding with excited chirps and chattering. Izuku settled in carefully, and Raphael immediately latched onto him like a teddy bear, shell against the boy's back. Neither seemed to mind. "Settle down, my sons," Splinter said gently, and Nedzu's heart ached at how naturally he included Izuku in that address. "Are you comfortable, Nedzu?" "Ah, yes. Thank you." Nedzu found himself settling into his usual spot, but now with company surrounding him. It felt right. Splinter took a deep breath. "Once, long ago, I was but a small rat, born in a village in Japan during a season of great famine." Nedzu froze. He remembers? Food was scarce everywhere. The drought had lasted 3 seasons, and the fields yielded nothing. Many starved, human and animal alike. Splinter's voice grew distant, as if seeing something far away. "I was born in a litter of 12. By the time we were weaned, only 3 of us remained." "What happened to the others?" Leonardo asked quietly. Splinter was silent for a long moment. "Our dam. She did what she had to do. To survive. To ensure that at least some of her pups would live." The words hung heavy in the air. Nedzu felt his stomach turn. Cannibalism. Born during famine, and his own dam. "I do not blame her," Splinter continued softly. "She gave us life. She kept us alive as long as she could. When there was no other food." He trailed off. "It is the way of survival. But I remember the fear. The confusion. Not understanding why my littermates disappeared one by one. That's not a normal rat memory. That's trauma. That's consciousness." "I was one of the lucky ones," Splinter said. "I was clever enough, fast enough, to find my own food. So I left the nest early and went searching. I knew the temple had offerings. Food left for ancestors and spirits. It was dangerous, humans were everywhere, but I had no choice." "You stole from a temple?" Michelangelo asked, eyes wide. "Yes. Every day, I would sneak in through a crack in the foundation and take what I could carry. Small things. A grain of rice here. A piece of fruit there. Just enough to survive." His expression softened. "And then, one day, I was caught." Nedzu leaned forward despite himself. "A young man saw me. He threatened my life with his katana, saying I should perish for stealing from them. A young woman stopped him. Tangshan was her name. She was beautiful and kind, and when she saw me with a stolen persimmon, she..." Splinter's voice grew thick. "She laughed. Not cruelly, but with delight." He paused, and Nedzu could feel the love Splinter felt for her. "Please," Splinter recited, voice soft with memory. "He's just a hungry little thing. Can we keep him? I'll take care of him, I promise." Nedzu's chest tightened. "Please." The same word I used. When I begged them to stop. To let me go. When I bargained for scraps of kindness. Hamato Yoshi agreed. He built me a cage, a beautiful cage, with soft bedding and water and more food than I had ever seen. Splinter's voice turned wistful. I was so grateful. It was safe there. Warm. No predators could reach me. No starvation. Cage. The word hit Nedzu like a physical blow. He thought of his own cage, the cold metal bars, the harsh lights, the waiting. Always waiting for the next test, the next pain. The safety was an illusion, a promise that could be revoked at any moment. But Splinter continued, oblivious to Nedzu's distress. Tangshan would bring me treats. She would laugh and play with me. She and Hamato Yoshi. They became like the parents I never had. Parents. Nedzu's breath caught. He calls them parents. He wanted to scream. Wanted to shake Splinter and say they kept you in a cage. You were a pet to them. That's not love, that's ownership. But he bit his tongue, because Splinter's eyes were soft with genuine affection. Because to Splinter, the cage had been safe. The humans had been kind. And maybe that was the difference between them. Nedzu's captors had been cruel. Splinter's had been ignorant of what he was, but not deliberately harmful. It didn't make the pain less real, but it made it different. Tang Shen would bring me to their training sessions, Splinter continued, voice warming. She would set my cage beside the dojo and talk to me while they practiced. Watch this, little one, she would say. Yoshi is the best swordsman in the province. Someday, he'll be a great master. Splinter's paws moved unconsciously, mimicking forms. And I watched. I studied. When I was alone in my cage at night, I would try to copy what I had seen. The movements. The stances. From inside the cage? Donatello asked, fascinated. Yes. I could not move as they did. I was too small, shaped wrong, but I tried. And one day, Tang Shen saw me. His voice grew fond. She laughed with such delight. Look, she told them. The little one is trying to learn. Oh, you clever thing. Keep practicing. Maybe someday you'll be a ninja rat. Nedzu stared at him, horror and awe warring in his chest. You taught yourself ninjutsu. From a cage. Because it made a human smile. That was sentience. That was a quirk. That was consciousness beyond any normal animal. You never knew, Nedzu realized, grief washing over him. You never knew you were different. Special. You thought you were just a clever rat. Life was good, Splinter said softly. For many years, it was good. I was fed. I was warm. I was loved, in their way. And then. His expression darkened. Orokusaki and Hamato Yoshi both liked Tang Shen. They both wished for her affection. But she chose Yoshi, and he became jealous. The nest went quiet. Even the children seemed to sense the weight of the moment. One night, he came upon her, telling her how, if he couldn't have her, no one would. There was a scream. A silence, and then an agonized wail from Yoshi. Orokusaki fled into the night, escaping justice. And Yoshi, he could no longer stand to live at the temple where he had so many memories of Tang Shen. So we went to America. To New York. Hamato Yoshi was devastated. He stopped training. Stopped eating. Stopped speaking to anyone, even me. He would sit beside my cage and weep, and I. Splinter's voice broke slightly. I could do nothing. I pressed myself against the bars, trying to offer what comfort I could. But I was just a rat. What could I do? You tried, Nedzu thought, something painful lodged in his throat. You tried to comfort him. That's not animal instinct. That's empathy. Somehow Orokusaki found us. He was not content with simply ending Tang Shen. He demanded Yoshi give up information he would not give up, Splinter continued. He ordered my master slain, he did not even dare to do it himself. Splinter's paws clenched into fists. Yoshi fought bravely, but he was outnumbered, and in the chaos, my cage was unlatched. I was desperate to help, to do something. But I was too small, too weak, too useless. His voice dropped to barely a whisper. I attacked, managing to leave a scratch. But I was also tossed out the open window. Nedzu found himself leaning forward, one paw reaching out unconsciously. What happened then? Izuku asked quietly. I could only watch from the windowsill as he finished what he'd started. Splinter's voice was hollow now. I watched my master die. Slowly. Painfully. Nedzu's vision blurred. He understood that feeling, being small and helpless while terrible things happened. Being unable to stop the pain, the fear, the loss. Without thinking, he reached out and placed his paw over Splinter's. Splinter startled slightly, then looked down at their joined paws. His expression softened. You understand, he said quietly. Don't you? Yes, Nedzu whispered. I understand. For a moment, they simply sat there, two creatures born into bodies the world didn't understand, sharing grief too deep for words. Then Michelangelo shifted. But then you found us. Right, Dad? That's the good part. Splinter managed a small smile. Yes. That is the good part. He took a steadying breath. I was alone for a long time after that. Months, perhaps longer. I survived by stealing again, by hiding, by remembering everything Yoshi had taught me. I learned to move in shadows. To fight when cornered. To survive. Because other rats didn't like me much then. Perhaps they knew I was unusual. Perhaps they only smelled the scent of my master upon me. I will never know. It is how I got these, he pointed to the tears in his ears. Ouch. Nedzu couldn't help thinking, that can't have been pleasant. And then, one day, I saw a truck coming down the street. A blind man was about to cross the road. A little boy with 4 baby turtles in a bowl stood near him. The little boy saw the truck coming. The blind man did not. The truck would have hit the old man. The little boy tackled the old man, saving his life, but shattering the glass bowl the turtles were in. A canister of a strange substance fell into the storm drain where the turtles fell. So I investigated, and saw you 4, lying in a puddle of glowing green liquid. He paused again. It smelled wrong, chemical, dangerous. But the turtles were drowning in it, and I. He smiled softly. I could not leave them. I pulled each of you out, one by one, and placed you in a coffee can I found nearby, and then I took you to safety in the sewers. Like a hero, Mikey chirped. Perhaps. He grimaced. The next part, I never told you about either. Because you do not seem to remember. But I do. The liquid on my fur began to burn. Splinter's voice grew strained. It soaked into my skin, into my blood, and the pain. He stopped, closing his eyes. Nedzu squeezed his paw gently. You don't have to, but Splinter continued. The pain was agonizing. Like nothing I had ever felt before. Father. Leonardo said, sounding like he wanted to hug Splinter. Nedzu can't say he doesn't share the impulse. I could feel my bones were breaking. Snapping. Reforming. Splinter's voice was distant, reliving it. My spine stretched. My limbs lengthened. My skull cracked and reshaped itself. Every nerve in my body screamed. I remember trying to crawl away, to escape it, but there was nowhere to go. I cannot remember how long it lasted. Time lost meaning. Nedzu felt sick. Accelerated mutation. Forced evolution. The pain of your entire body restructuring itself in hours instead of years. And the worst part, Splinter said quietly, was my mind. It felt like lightning striking my brain over and over. Suddenly, I could think in ways I never had before. I understood the language. Concepts. Time. Myself. It was like waking from a long dream and realizing you'd been asleep your entire life. A quirk awakening, Nedzu thought with certainty. Or rather, a quirk accelerating. You always had it, that's why you could learn, could remember, could feel. The mutagen just pushed it to its limit all at once. When the pain finally stopped, Splinter continued, I looked down and saw I was. He gestured at himself. This. And you 4 were different, too. Bigger. Changed. We had all been transformed together. And that's why we're brothers? Because we went through the same process. Donatello asked. More than brothers, Splinter said firmly. You are my sons. I chose you. I saved you. I raised you. Blood does not make family, choice does. Izuku made a small sound, something between a sob and a laugh, and burrowed deeper into Raphael's protective hold. There's something else I should tell you, Splinter said, voice careful now. Something I have suspected since our arrival and not said aloud. Nedzu looked up, curious. The Japan I remember. I do not think it is the same as this Japan. Splinter met Nedzu's eyes. The portal that brought us here, I have seen such portals before. The battle nexus uses them. Doorways between worlds. Different dimensions. Oh. Understanding bloomed in Nedzu's mind. You think you came from a parallel world? I am certain of it. The timeline does not match. The technology is different. And. Splinter gestured at Nedzu. In my world, there were no quirks. No openly mutated beings are walking freely. We hid in sewers and shadows because exposure meant death or capture. But here, Donatello said slowly, we're just another type of quirk user. Precisely. Here, my sons might attend school. Might have futures. Might live in sunlight. Splinter's voice grew thick with emotion. I do not know if we can return to our world. And honestly, I am not certain I wish to try. Not when this world offers what ours never could. Safety, Nedzu thought. Acceptance. Hope. I would like to help with that, Nedzu said quietly. If you'll let me. Not as a captor or a keeper, but as someone who understands. Who wants to see you and your children thrive. Splinter studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he squeezed Nedzu's paw. I think. I would like that. The children were falling asleep now, exhaustion finally catching up with them. Raphael still clung to Izuku, who had his face buried in Leonardo's shell. Michelangelo was sprawled across everyone, and Donatello had somehow ended up mostly on top of Splinter. It was a pile of limbs and shells and soft breathing. A family, cobbled together from trauma and chance and choice. Nedzu settled into the nest beside them, careful not to disturb anyone. Splinter did the same, positioning himself so he could watch over all his children at once. Thank you, Splinter said softly. For listening. For understanding. For this. He gestured at the nest, the safety, the warmth. Thank you, Nedzu replied, for trusting me with your story. And for letting me be part of this family. Pack. Home. For the first time in years, Nedzu's nest didn't feel empty. And as he drifted off to sleep, surrounded by soft breathing and the warmth of living bodies, he thought, this is what I've been missing. This is what I've been fighting for. This is a pack. Izuku was a big boy. He didn't cry unless he was alone, didn't complain unless it was in his head, and he definitely didn't cuddle hadn't since he was little. Not since those fuzzy memories of naptime with Katsuki, stuffed into the same crib like All Might-themed sardines, little fists tangled together like they weren't going to grow up to yell and break each other apart. So why did this feel okay? Warm. Safe. He blinked up at the dark ceiling of Nedzu's oddly cozy penthouse nest, still nestled awkwardly into a tangle of turtles. His brain said stranger danger. The rational part of him screamed that waking up after collapsing from quirk exhaustion in a cuddle pile with a bunch of mutation quirk boys, a giant rat, and the infamous principal of UA should be alarming. But it wasn't. Because no one was yelling at him. No one was calling him Deku. No cold plates. No door slamming. No accusing, empty couch where his father used to sit. Just breath. Warmth. Little noises. The gentle rise and fall of plastron-covered chests. One of the turtle boys had him in a half-cuddle, one strong arm wrapped around his middle like a weighted blanket with a heartbeat. Izuku had never had a weighted blanket before, but this must be what it felt like. Anchored. Heavy in the good way. Like he wouldn't float away if he didn't concentrate hard enough. His arms twitched, uncertain. He thought about pulling away, about scrambling off and apologizing for being a burden, for falling asleep where he wasn't meant to, for taking up space he hadn't earned. But then the turtle boy shifted, murmuring something in his sleep. A gruff, satisfied sound. A little tighter grip. Okay. He could stay. Just a bit longer. That's when the thought came again, unbidden, fierce, protective. Mine. It wasn't the possessiveness that scared him. It was the part of him that agreed with it. Because something about these people, these turtles, this giant rat who had looked at him like a son, and even Nedzu, curled like a fluffy loaf at the foot of the pile like the world's most terrifying plushie, felt right. Was that his quirk? Izuku had always known something was wrong with his quirk, or at least different. The doctors said he didn't have one. They'd been wrong. The moment his quirk had burst to life, it had reached out and grabbed them. These turtles. Their dad. Even Nedzu, though he wasn't sure how that worked yet. Not by accident. Not at random. By choice. Was that what it meant to have a quirk that responded to feelings? He'd read about emotional trigger quirks once. They responded to need, to desire, to desperation. They were powerful but hard to control. And if his quirk had done this to protect him, then maybe it wasn't so bad. Because maybe, for once, it had given him something good. He blinked down at the three-fingered hand where the red-masked turtle was FSTNG the front of his hoodie in his sleep. Holding on. No one ever holds on to me. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. It wasn't supposed to feel this good. Which is why he had to do something. Anything. Prove himself useful. If he proved himself useful, maybe they'd let him stay. If he could help, maybe no one would look at him and think he was just some lost cause with a dangerous quirk and a notebook full of hero worship. So very, very gently he wiggled out from under the turtle's arm, slipping from the cuddle pile. He froze as the orange-banded turtle mumbled something in his sleep, but the turtle only curled tighter around the blue-banded turtle, still drooling faintly. Izuku snuck a glance over at Nedzu. The principal, normally so composed and borderline terrifying, was curled up like a proper dog in front of the bedding pile. One ear twitched. And then no, that wasn't a growl. Was that snoring? It was more like a low, rhythmic grumble huff, like an old car engine and a house cat had a baby. Izuku smothered a giggle. Nedzu, the famous UA principal, national icon of mutant rights, grumbled in his sleep. He looked like a fuzzy alarm system with little twitching claws. There was something comforting about it. Still barefoot and quiet, Izuku tiptoed to the kitchen. There wasn't much in the fridge, but he could work with eggs. Toast. Rice cooker. He'd learned to cook to avoid arguments at home. He knew what he was doing. I can help. I can belong. I can stay. He set the rice cooking and stood on a step stool to reach the cabinet for plates. In his head, he was already planning the meal. A warm breakfast, full of protein for the growing turtle kids and nutrients for Splinter. A mug of dark tea for Nedzu. He'd read about nutrition before, proper portions for growing kids, foods that helped with recovery. He would make it work. Because he had a quirk now. And it had brought him here. And if this was what having a quirk felt like, then maybe he could understand why everyone else had always wanted one. But unlike them, he wouldn't use it to hurt people or show off. He'd use it to help the people who mattered. The people who held on. The smell of cooking rice and frying eggs woke Splinter first. His eyes opened slowly, taking in the unfamiliar but comfortable surroundings. Soft bedding. His sons, still sleeping peacefully. Nezu, curled nearby like a guardian. And the small human child Izuku was gone. Splinter's ears twitched, tracking the sound to the kitchen. He rose carefully, mindful not to wake the others, and padded silently across the floor. What he found made his heart clench. Izuku stood on a step stool, carefully flipping eggs in a pan, his tongue stuck out in concentration. The rice cooker steamed gently. Toast sat on a plate, perfectly browned. The child moved with practiced efficiency, the kind that came from necessity, not joy. Splinter had seen this before. In himself. In the way he'd learned to scavenge, to cook with scraps, to make do with nothing because there was no one else to rely on. "You are up early, my son," he said gently. Izuku nearly dropped the spatula, spinning around with wide, guilty eyes. "I am sorry. I just wanted to help. I wasn't trying to." "Peace," Splinter said, raising a paw. "You have done nothing wrong. I simply wish to know, why do you feel you must help?" Izuku's face crumpled slightly, then hardened with determination. Because if I'm useful, then maybe I can stay." Ah. There it was. The same desperate logic Splinter had once used. If I am valuable, they will not discard me. He moved closer, kneeling so he was at eye level with the child. "Izuku, you do not need to earn your place here. You have it already. But I. You are a child," Splinter said firmly but kindly. "And children should not have to prove their worth. They should simply be." Izuku's eyes filled with tears. He tried desperately to blink back. "But what if my quirk messed up? What if you all want to go home and I ruined everything?" Splinter reached out and placed a gentle paw on the boy's shoulder. "Then we will figure it out together. As a family." The word hung in the air. Family. Izuku looked up at him, searching his face for lies, for tricks, for the inevitable rejection. He found none. "Now," Splinter said, standing and examining the breakfast. "Let us finish this meal together. And then, when my sons wake, we will all eat. Because that is what families do." Izuku nodded, wiping his eyes quickly. And for the first time in a very long time, he smiled. A real one. The first time the boys crowded around the table yawning, laughing, bickering over seats. Izuku found himself sitting between the red-banded turtle and the purple-banded turtle without even noticing how he got there. Splinter took his place at the head of the table, quiet, steady, already reaching to shift the larger portions onto the boys' plates before even touching his own. No one argued. No one said it was selfish. No one called him ungrateful. Izuku took a bite of warm rice and let the heat settle on his tongue. And he realized something. He didn't miss his mother. He didn't miss the father he barely remembered, the one whose voice was a flicker in his head and not a presence in his heart. He didn't even miss Kaken. Because if Kaken were here, he might have said something mean about Izuku smiling too much. Or called him a DMN crybaby again. But none of these people made him feel small for being happy. They made space. Splinter handed him another dumpling, wordless. And when Nezu looked up from his tea and gave him a soft nod, something like "I see you," Izuku's eyes filled before he could stop them. He didn't understand why he was crying. He didn't want to. The weeks passed like soft waves. Izuku learned their names in English. Donnie. Raph. Leo. Mikey. He stumbled through their accents, caught up on slang, laughed too loud when Mikey said "bro" like it was punctuation. He was learning English slowly, piece by piece, the same way he was learning how to exist in a world where someone reached for his hand without hitting it. He had a room now. And he had brothers. He wasn't sure if he'd ever get used to calling them that. It felt like trying on a shirt a little too big, but one he wanted to grow into. He'd seen them in the dojo before, peeking through the crack in the door when he thought no one would notice. The way Leo stood with such gravity. The way Donnie's hands moved even when he wasn't touching anything, as if drawing imaginary angles. Mikey's wild energy, barely restrained, and Raph was a storm pretending to be a boy. He never knew where to look. But today was the first time he felt like he wanted to join too. The dojo was quiet that afternoon. Splinter stood in the center like the calm eye of a storm. His sons flanked him alive with nervous energy and trust, lining the room with a patience Izuku still didn't understand. "This is the foundation," Splinter said, gesturing to the faded mat. "Where all things begin. And all things return." He moved. It wasn't a demonstration. It was a reverence. Each step a memory. Each breath an echo. He flowed across the mat like moonlight given form, like shadow born into muscle and balance. He didn't dominate the room, he defined it. Izuku held his breath. Even Nezu, leaning against the doorframe, had gone completely still. Like even his tail didn't dare twitch. Splinter ended in a single crouch, spine straight, palms open. Not a warrior ready to kill. A teacher ready to give. Izuku hesitated, his heart beating fast when he was called forward. But Splinter didn't push. He just waited, patient as the tide. And when Izuku took his first wobbly step forward, Splinter guided him with quiet correction, not control, not critique. Just enough. And for the first time, Izuku didn't feel like he had to fight to be real. He just was. It was truly fascinating to watch Splinter move. Not just because of the grace or the precision. Not even because of the power humming beneath every measured breath. But because it reminded Nezu so achingly of himself. Not in body. Nezu's limbs were shorter, his center of gravity different, his tail thinner and less expressive. But in memory. In survival. Splinter's movements were practiced. Grounded. His body sang with DSPLN. But underneath it all, Nezu saw the truth. Splinter had been taught by necessity. He had learned because he had to. Just like Nezu had learned to think fast, to smile first, to play the game before the game played him. So he didn't stop them when they trained. The boys had energy, drive, and focus. If they wanted to be heroes someday, this would help. And truthfully, watching Splinter move was breathtaking. When the lesson paused, Splinter turned toward him with a smile that was too kind to be real and yet was. Do you wish to join too? Nezu blinked. No, I'm not the physical type of hero. His tone was flippant. Dismissive. But Splinter didn't lose his smile. If anything, it deepened with something gentler. Not pity. Not persuasion. Just warmth. You may not be a warrior, Splinter said, but everyone could stand to learn to defend themselves. He stepped forward, casual and fluid, his hands folded behind his back. You aren't much larger than I was when I began. And you have the advantage that you don't have to cling to the bars of a cage just to stand. Cage. The word landed like a pin drop in a silent room. Nezu froze. He shivered. Splinter had said it without anger. Without bitterness. As if it were a memory that held weight but not shame. How? How could someone speak of that word of that place without flinching? But then, hadn't Nezu once felt safe in his own cage, too? Not safe in the moral sense. Not in the ethical one. But there had been a time before they started pushing him past his limits when the cage had meant stillness. A break from tests. A moment alone with the blanket that smelled like him. A moment to close his eyes and pretend his littermates were still alive. He hadn't thought about that in years. Nezu swallowed, chest tight. Then he smiled. I suppose, he said carefully, I could use the exercise. He expected embarrassment. He expected failure. What he didn't expect was the quiet thrill that ran through him the first time Splinter corrected his stance. The way the rat's paws adjusted his balance, the soft weight of instruction without expectation. Splinter didn't mock when Nezu fell. Didn't scoff when his body tilted too far forward, or his legs tangled under him. He simply stepped in, hauled him gently back to his feet, and moved on. Again. 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 And if Nezu felt a flicker of something like kinship when Splinter dusted him off without a word? If he caught himself smiling when Michelangelo shouted, "Look at you go," and Splinter chuckled softly? If he stood a little straighter the next time Splinter demonstrated a move not because he needed to, but because he wanted to understand what his friend had once clung to, what had once saved him. Well, that was his secret to keep. For a while, Izuku forgot his new brothers didn't wear clothes. It wasn't that he hadn't noticed, he just stopped thinking about it. Somewhere between falling asleep between Mikey and Raph, and listening to Donnie explain quantum mechanics with a juice box in hand, it became normal. Just like how his new father always wore that ragged old yukata, the cloth so worn it moved like memory when he walked. It was just them. It was home. Until someone loud came to visit. Yeah. Family field trip, baby. Izuku startled so hard he almost fell off the couch. Present Mike was here. And he wasn't alone. A dark-haired man was trailing after him like a shadow, eyes half-lidded with suffering, and a tall, elegant woman who looked like Midnight herself. Izuku blinked. No, wait, that was Midnight. Ah, you're here, chirped Nezu, appearing behind them, his tail flicking. Perfect timing. I don't see why I had to come, the tired man drawled, eyes already searching for the nearest exit. Because I like spending money on the ones I care for. Nezu beamed. And someone needs to carry the bags. You're evil, the man muttered. Only a little. What are we doing? Izuku asked, trying to catch up. Nezu's smile turned mischievous. Well, while I personally have no issue with Splinter or Michelangelo or Donatello or Leonardo or Raphael going without clothes, and we have been quite busy adjusting to new circumstances, there's the little issue of school starting again. He turned, gaze landing on Splinter with good-natured amusement. No offense, but most humans find naked children and scruffy rats in tattered yukatas to be concerning. Splinter gave a long, slow sigh. The boys have never asked for clothing, he admitted. And well, this yukata belonged to my master. It is one of the only things I have left of him. Clothing has never been something I thought I needed. Then he looked around at Izuku, at the watching heroes, at Nezu still grinning like a fox. But I suppose we should follow custom. There was a bit of a scramble as Present Mike tossed a bundle of shirts into the room. Put your hands up, they read in bright, glittering font. The boys stared. So did Izuku. The shirts stretched over their shells in strange, lumpy ways. They looked more like glittery dresses than proper tops, but it was better than walking into a mall with 4 naked brothers. Sort of. I feel like a billboard, Donatello muttered. I like it. Mikey declared, spinning until he got dizzy. Izuku tried not to laugh. He failed. They arrived in a blur of escalators, echoing music, and fluorescent lights that made Splinter look even more out of place. They found a mutation-friendly clothing store tucked near the back of the mall. Izuku hadn't even realized such a place existed, but apparently it was the spot for kids with tails, wings, extra limbs, or like his brother's shells. It took forever to find anything that fit. Stretchy fabric was the miracle. Fabric that could fit over their shells and come down to their knees, even if it required a bit of tugging and some laughter. This is weird, Raph muttered, flexing. I feel civilized, Leo said flatly. Mikey twirled. I look like a ninja ballerina. Splinter chuckled softly. Until they turned to him. Now we need something for you, Dad. Mikey declared, dragging him toward the adult section. Do I have to? Splinter asked, looking quietly pained. You can keep the yukata, Izuku offered quickly. But, maybe something warm? Or comfy? Splinter paused. Then nodded. For you, my son? I will try. Pants were a disaster. He tugged one pair up past his knees and immediately froze, claws twitching in quiet horror. The fabric clung in all the wrong places. His tail swished with unease, and he looked helplessly at the mirror. These are a trap, he said. Midnight, standing with a finger pressed to her chin, hummed thoughtfully. Try something looser. I feel exposed. You're more exposed without them, Aizawa muttered from the bench nearby, sounding like a man who'd surrendered to fate 4 stores ago. Splinter turned slowly. I am not a clothing-averse nudist, he said, adjusting the faded edge of his yukata. I simply do not see the need for what does not serve a purpose. But still, he had come. For the sake of his sons. For Izuku. For this fragile, strange little world they had found themselves in where the sun did not burn them, where sewers were no longer home, and where strangers were not always enemies. So he tried again. Eventually, they found something that felt right enough. Hakama-style pants. Flowing, loose, dark enough not to draw the eye. And a simple, soft vest layered under his tattered yukata. He frowned at his reflection, tugging at the vest, the cloth unfamiliar beneath his paws. He looked strange. Wrong. Like someone playing a role, not living it. I still prefer the yukata. Izuku's voice, soft and bright, answered him from below. You can wear both. Splinter blinked. Then smiled. He thought his littlest son was just as uncomfortable as he was. But he was trying. They were all trying. And for that, Splinter would endure 1,000 awkward pairs of pants. They were all exhausted by the time the carts were filled. Even Yamada, whose boundless energy had begun to slow. The boys were lagging, and Splinter could feel the hum of overstimulation in his whiskers. He was ready to go. They all were. But Izuku's voice rose, hesitant and hopeful. Can we go in there? Splinter turned his head. The hero merchandise store. Walls plastered with bright logos and capes, shelves bursting with plushies and figurines, and posters. Noise and color and humanity, wrapped up in smiling masks. Nezu gave a nod. 5 minutes. Splinter stayed back as they entered. The lights were too bright. The music too loud. His sons were wide-eyed, touching everything, and Yamada encouraged them like a madman. Izuku was alight with joy. Unburdened. It showed in the way his steps danced, the way he laughed when his brothers threw stuffies at each other. Splinter watched, silent. The boy was shining. And Splinter would endure any discomfort, any awkwardness, if it meant protecting that light. He didn't expect the shift. Didn't expect the way Izuku stilled, halfway through the aisle. Didn't expect the reverent quiet in the boy's hands as he lifted a doll slim, silent, dressed in black and silver. The words on the doll's package proclaimed him to be the ninja hero, Edshot. Splinter felt his breath catch. Not because of the hero. Not because of the outfit. But because of the symbol. The Hamato crest. His feet moved before his mind did. He stood beside Izuku, staring down at the mark etched into the plastic. Faded cloth brushed his fingers. The edge of his yukata. The same symbol, hidden near the hem. The same mark Tangshan had stitched with laughing eyes and gentle hands. Do you not like it? Izuku asked, voice small, uncertain. Splinter swallowed hard. It's the symbol, he said. You see? His hand reached out, paw trembling slightly, and touched the doll's chest. It matches the one on my yukata. The Hamato crest. Izuku looked between them. Does that mean Edshot might be family? Splinter stared at the symbol, the echo of Tangshan's laughter ringing in his ears. Had the name survived? The clan? The teachings? Did some fragment of the life he'd lost still live? I do not know, he admitted softly. But he could not take this from Izuku. Could not rob the boy of something that made his eyes light up like that. So he nodded. It's okay. Get it if you want. Izuku's smile was radiant. He clutched the doll to his chest like treasure, and Splinter felt the ache again sharp and deep. Because this wasn't just about a hero. This was about belonging. And maybe the Hamato line had not ended with Yoshi after all. Maybe it had simply waited. Splinter was terrified. He had been so many things for them: father, protector, scavenger, teacher, but no one had ever taught him how to stop. When Recovery Girl had frowned at their first medical report and murmured, dangerously underweight, the words had lodged in his heart like poison darts. He had fed them through famine, through fear. It was never enough. And yet they had survived. Across the room, Nedzu set down a tray of tea. They aren't leaving you, Splinter, he said softly. They're expanding the world you built. I do not want to be selfish, Splinter admitted, twisting his robe sleeve. But if I allow others to teach them, does that not mean I have failed? Survival isn't failure, Nedzu said, voice gentle but firm. It's the groundwork of possibility. You bought them time to dream. Now let the world help them grow. The rat's ears lowered. Then he nodded slow, accepting, still heartsore. And you, Master Hamato, Nedzu continued, something warm and careful in his tone, will be returning to class as well. Splinter blinked. I beg your pardon? Private tutoring. Under me. Nedzu's tail flicked, pleased. Languages, science, and perhaps history. Everyone deserves an education. He meant healing, and they both knew it. Splinter felt something catch in his throat. I would be honored. Good. Nedzu smiled. Because I've already prepared the first lesson. Sumai Academy stretched ahead, its walls shining pale against the morning sun. Students with tails, wings, scales, and colored skin streamed toward the gates like a river of impossible variation. Splinter watched his sons disappear into that current. Raphael's red bandana flashing as he herded Izuku protectively, Leonardo's steady walk, Donatello already asking a teacher questions, Michelangelo waving back one last time. Then they were gone. And the world felt impossibly empty. They'll be fine, Nedzu said quietly beside him. I know. You'll be fine too. Splinter looked down at his companion, this small, brilliant creature who had become his family's guardian, his friend, perhaps something more he didn't have words for yet. Will I? Nedzu's smile was soft, understanding. Yes. Because for the first time, you're not doing any of this alone. The walk back to UA was quiet, contemplative. Splinter found his thoughts drifting to the meeting scheduled for later. The hero who wore his clan symbol, who carried the name Hamato in everything but blood. Nedzu, he said carefully. This hero we are meeting. Edshot. You said he bears the Hamato crest. Yes. How is that possible? How did he come to have it? Nedzu's ears twitched. That, my friend, is something I think he should tell you himself. The office was quiet when they arrived. Afternoon light slanted through the windows, catching dust motes like tiny stars. Splinter settled onto the cushion Nedzu had prepared, his new hakama pants rustling over the worn fabric of his beloved yukata. His claws folded in his lap, but they trembled slightly. Hope and fear warred in his chest. What if the clan had survived? What if somewhere, somehow, the teachings of Hamato Yoshi had been preserved, passed down, kept alive? What if he wasn't the last? The door opened. The man who entered moved like smoke and silence, his costume bearing the distinctive bellflower crest that Splinter had last seen stitched by Tangshan's gentle hands. Splinter's breath caught. He stood, bowing deeply, formally, in the old way. Edshot-san. Thank you for coming. The hero returned the bow with equal respect, though his eyes, the only part visible through his mask, studied Splinter with obvious curiosity. Principal Nedzu said this was important. And unusual. Both, I think, Nedzu said, settling into his own chair. He reached out, squeezing Splinter's paw gently. Offering support. Splinter drew in a sharp breath, gathering courage. The symbol you wear, he began, voice barely above a whisper. The bellflower crest. That was the mark of the Hamato clan. Deadshot tilted his head. You know of them? I? Splinter's claws clenched in the fabric of his yukata, finding the place where Tang Shen had embroidered that same symbol so long ago. I must know. Please. Is the Hamato clan still alive? The hero was quiet for a long moment. Then, gently, no. They haven't been for a very long time. The word hit like a physical blow. No. Splinter felt his ears flatten, his tail go rigid. Somewhere in his chest, something cracked, not loudly, not dramatically, but with the quiet finality of ice breaking under weight. I see, he managed, but his voice sounded distant even to his own ears. I had hoped. The last Hamato died nearly 300 years ago, Deadshot continued, his tone respectful, sad even. Hamato Koji. He had no children. The bloodline ended with him. 300 years. 3 centuries. Everyone he'd known. Everyone who'd come after. The entire lineage of his master, of the man who'd given him purpose and family and a name. All gone. Dust. History. Splinter. Nedzu's paw was on his arm now, steady and warm. Breathe. He realized he'd forgotten to. He sked in air, chest hitching. I apologize, Splinter said, forcing steadiness he didn't feel. I did not mean to. You don't need to apologize, Deadshot said quietly. He pulled up a chair, sitting so he was more at eye level. May I ask, why does this matter to you? How do you know of the Hamato? Splinter looked up, meeting those eyes that held genuine curiosity and compassion. My name, he said slowly, is Hamato Splinter. And my master, the man who gave me that name, who trained me, who showed me what it meant to have honor, was Hamato Yoshi. Silence. Deadshot stared at him. That's? Hamato Yoshi was one of the early masters. One of the founders of the clan. He would have lived. I know how long ago he lived, Splinter said softly. Because I watched him die less than a year past. The hero sat back, processing. Then, time travel. What? It's the only explanation that makes sense. Deadshot's voice was calm, analytical, but his eyes were wide. If you knew Hamato Yoshi personally, if you watched him die recently, then you're not from our time. You've been displaced. Pulled forward somehow. Splinter felt the world tilt. Time? He repeated slowly. Not a different world. A different, when? I believe so, yes. The implications crashed over him like a wave. Not a parallel world where things had gone differently. Not another dimension where the clan might still thrive. His world. His timeline. Just centuries later. Everyone he'd ever known already dead when he arrived here. Already buried, already mourned, already forgotten. I did not know, he whispered. I thought. Izuku's quirk, the portal. I thought we had crossed between worlds, not leaped through time, Nedzu finished gently. Neither did I, until today. But it makes sense now. The reason I couldn't find records of you. The reason your name exists only in fragments. Splinter looked at his paws, the same paws that had held Tang Shen silk, that had touched Yoshi's katana, that had caught his sons when they first stumbled into his life. The same paws, but in a different age. An age where everyone he'd loved was already gone. I'm sorry, Deadshot said, and he sounded like he meant it. I can't imagine what that must feel like. To lose everything, everyone, all at once. I had already lost them, Splinter said, voice hollow. Yoshi died. Tang Shen was murdered. The dojo burned. I thought at least the clan might have continued. That somewhere, someone still practiced what Yoshi taught. That the name meant something. It does, Deadshot said firmly. The Hamato name is still honored. Still remembered. The techniques, some of them survived. They've been passed down through different schools, different masters. My own teacher learned from someone who claimed Hamato lineage. But the clan itself ended with Koji, yes. But the legacy. Deadshot reached up, touching the crest on his chest. This symbol? I wear it to honor them. To remember. Every ninja in Japan knows the name Hamato. They're legendary. Legendary. As in myth. As in past. As in dead. Splinter closed his eyes, breathing carefully through the pain. If you ever want to visit the temple, Deadshot offered quietly, where the founders are honored, I would be glad to take you. It's not much, but I would like that, Splinter said, because what else could he say? Thank you. The hero stood, bowed once more. It's an honor to meet you, Hamato Splinter. Truly. I'll leave my contact information with Principal Nedzu. When you're ready. Then he was gone, slipping out as silently as he'd arrived. The office felt enormous in his absence. Splinter sat very still, staring at nothing. Splinter, Nedzu said gently. I am processing, he managed. Take your time. But time was the problem, wasn't it? He'd lost time. Centuries of it. And everyone he'd loved had been swallowed by those years, leaving him stranded on the far shore of history. There's something else, Nezu said after a long moment. Something I need to show you. But only if you're ready. Splinter looked at him. More? Context, Nezu corrected gently. Not more loss. Just understanding. He wasn't sure he wanted understanding right now. But he nodded anyway. Nezu pulled out his tablet, fingers moving swiftly across the screen. Then he turned it toward Splinter. On the display was a photograph of an ancient scroll. The paper yellowed, the ink faded, but still legible. Pre-industrial Japanese script, carefully transcribed and translated. And at the bottom, a drawing. A rat. Standing upright. Wearing the same yukata he was wearing. Splinter's breath stopped. This was recorded in Kyoto province, Nezu said quietly. Approximately 400 years ago. The text describes, well, I'll read it to you. He cleared his throat. In the 10th year of the era, a creature appeared in the temple district. It walked on 2 legs like a man, but had the face and tail of a rat. The priests believed it to be a spirit, a yokai, but it did not harm anyone. It only watched. Observed. Some say it learned by watching the masters practice their arts. They called it Hamato no Nenrei, the rat master. Some claimed it was the founder of the shadow arts, the first to bridge the gap between beast and man. It vanished after a few days, but stories persisted. They said it was the first to change by its own will. The first with the gift. Nezu's eyes met Splinter's. They were talking about you. The world felt distant. Underwater. That drawing. Is you, Nezu confirmed. Someone saw you. 400 years ago. And they wrote it down. Splinter stared at the screen, at his own image captured by a hand that was dust now, recorded by eyes long since closed. The Rat Master, he echoed. The first quirk being on record, Nezu said. Or at least, the first mutation that was documented. Splinter. I've spent years researching the origins of quirks. Decades. I've always known the official story didn't quite fit. The glowing baby in Ching Ching wasn't the beginning, it was just the first modern, public manifestation. He pulled up another image. Charts. Genetic analyses. Historical data. Quirks didn't appear suddenly, Nezu continued, his voice taking on the cadence of a teacher, a lecturer. They've been emerging slowly for centuries. Getting more common with each generation. But they had to start somewhere. And you think? I think you're patient zero. Nezu said it gently. Carefully, like he was handling something fragile. Your mutation, it wasn't contained. The mutagen that changed you, it didn't just affect you. It spread. Splinter felt cold. Spread? Like a virus, Nezu said. Not a plague that kills, but one that changes. A self-replicating alteration to living cells. You traveled from Japan to America. You lived in the sewers. You interacted with the world, even if you tried to stay hidden. And everywhere you went, you left traces. In the water. In the air. In the very ground. But that would mean every person born with a quirk, every mutation, every power, they all trace back to that first catalytic event. To you. The words settled over him like a weight, crushing and impossible. The heroes, Splinter whispered. The villains. Every child born with fire in their lungs or wings on their backs. All because you survived, Nezu corrected firmly. This wasn't your choice. You didn't ask for the mutagen. You didn't decide to change the world. You were just trying to save 4 baby turtles, and in doing so, you changed everything. Splinter's claws were trembling now. He set the tablet down before he could crush it. I don't. His voice cracked. I cannot be responsible for all of that. I was just a rat. I was nothing. You were never nothing, Nezu said fiercely. And you're not responsible for what others chose to do with the gifts you unknowingly gave them. You didn't create the villains, Splinter. You didn't cause the discrimination. You simply existed. And existence should never be a crime. But if you had never been splashed with mutagen, you would have died in those sewers, Nezu interrupted. If you had never survived, my own mutation might never have stabilized. The genes that allowed me to be sapient, to think, to live, they came from somewhere. From that first change. From you? Splinter looked up at him, vision blurred. You gave me life, Nezu said quietly. Not directly, not intentionally. But the cascade you started, it made creatures like us possible. It made it possible for mutants to not just survive, but to thrive. To be heroes. To be teachers. To be people. And the ones who suffer? Splinter asked hoarsely. The quirkless children who are bullied? The heteromorphs who are discriminated against? The villains who use their powers to destroy? Are the result of human nature, not genetic mutation, Nezu replied. Humans have always found reasons to hurt each other. Quirks just gave them a new excuse. But they also gave them new ways to help, to save, to build. He reached out, taking both of Splinter's paws in his own. "You are not a curse," Nedzu said. "You are an origin. And origins are neither good nor evil. They simply are. What matters is what we choose to do with them." Splinter wanted to believe him. Wanted to accept that simple truth. But all he could see was the scope of it. Centuries of change. Generations of people affected. An entire world altered because he'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time. "It is too much," he whispered. "I know. I cannot carry this." "You don't have to," Nedzu said. "Not alone. And not all at once. This is a lot. More than anyone should have to process in one afternoon." Splinter looked at him, this brilliant, damaged, kind creature who understood what it meant to be changed against your will, to be something the world didn't expect. "What do I do?" he asked, and hated how lost he sounded. Nedzu smiled sadly. "Right now? You breathe. You exist. You let yourself feel whatever you need to feel. And tomorrow, when your sons come home from their first day of school with stories and excitement and new friends, you be their father. Because that matters more than any of this." "Does it?" "Yes." Nedzu's certainty was absolute. "Because you're not the rat master to them. You're not patient zero. You're not the origin of quirks. You're just dad. And that's the most important thing you'll ever be." Something in Splinter's chest loosened, just slightly. He wasn't sure he believed it yet. Wasn't sure he could accept the weight of history that had been laid on his shoulders. But he could be a father. That, at least, he knew how to do. "One step at a time," Nedzu said softly. Splinter nodded, feeling ancient and young all at once. One step at a time. The apartment was quiet when Splinter finally returned. The turtles wouldn't be back for hours yet. Izuku was still at Sumi Academy, probably talking Raphael's ear off about heroes. He should start preparing dinner. Should organize the study materials Nedzu had given him. Should do something productive, something normal. Instead, he stood in the middle of the living room and simply breathed. Time travel. Patient zero. The origin of everything. His reflection caught in the window a rat in hakama and a tattered yukata, standing in a modern apartment in a future he'd never imagined. The Hamato clan was gone. Everyone he'd loved was dust. And somehow, impossibly, he'd become a myth without meaning to. He thought about the scroll. About some long-dead artist trying to capture what they'd seen when they'd glimpsed him in the temple district. Had they been afraid? Curious? Had they understood what they were looking at? He thought about Yoshi, Tangshen, the dojo that had burned. All of it centuries gone now, barely remembered even in story. He thought about his sons, growing up in a world their father had accidentally created, where their shells and scales were accepted, where they could learn and dream and be. And he thought about Nedzu's words, "You gave me life." Not a curse, then. Not just a burden. An origin. The beginning of something that had grown beyond his understanding, but had grown nonetheless. He didn't know how to feel about that yet. Didn't know if he ever would. But he knew one thing. His sons were coming home today. They'd have stories. Questions. Excitement. And he would be there to listen. That was enough. It had to be enough. For now. Splinter turned away from his reflection and went to start preparing dinner. His claws moved through familiar motions, cutting vegetables, measuring rice, heating water. The rhythm soothed something in him, reminded him that some things stayed constant even when everything else changed. Time had taken his clan. Had taken his master. Had taken everyone he'd once known. But it had given him this, a kitchen filled with the promise of laughter, a home where mutant children could be safe, a future where he was not just surviving, but living. Not just surviving. Living. He held on to that thought like a lifeline as the sun set outside, as the city hummed with life, as he waited for his family to come home. Tomorrow, Nedzu had said, they would begin his formal lessons. Science. History. Languages. Hope, the board had read. Perhaps that was the real lesson. Not about what he'd lost, but what he'd found. Not about the weight of history, but the possibility of tomorrow. The door opened. "Dad. Dad, you won't believe what happened." Michelangelo burst through first, followed by his brothers and Izuku, all talking at once, voices overlapping in excited chaos. Splinter felt his chest ease, felt something like peace settle in the spaces grief had hollowed out. "Tell me everything," he said, and meant it. And as his sons crowded around him, pulling him toward the table, demanding he sit and listen while they recounted every detail of their day. For the first time since learning the truth, Splinter smiled. A real one. Because Nedzu was right. He wasn't patient zero. Wasn't the origin of quirks or the subject of ancient scrolls. He was dad. And that was enough. For now, that was more than enough. The little sheet was gone. No more, "Why can't I be the hero?" in that whiny, watery voice. No more stupid steps behind him at every recess, like some kind of sad puppy that didn't understand it was unwanted. No more muttering. No more crying. No more squeaky voice saying, "That's dangerous, Kaken." Good. He didn't need that. He didn't miss it. Even if playing Explosion Hero by himself was less fun. Even if he kind of kept looking over his shoulder out of habit, waiting to hear the scribble of a notebook or a tiny gasp when he made a big boom. It wasn't until he got in trouble that it really started to itch. He'd blasted some other kid who annoyed him, and the teacher yelled at him. Like, really yelled. But he'd done worse to Deku 100 times. They never yelled then. So what changed? Why did it feel like no one saw Deku, even when they watched him get hit? It made his head hurt. It took almost a whole month before he said something to the hag. "Deku hasn't been to school," he said, arms crossed. Mitsuki didn't even look up from the sink. "So? I haven't seen him at all. Not even at the playground." That made her pause. "When was the last time you saw Auntie Inko or Izuku?" He shrugged. "I dunno." Mitsuki frowned. And then suddenly, everything was moving. Phone calls. Angry muttering. Getting in the car. The apartment was empty. Neighbors said she left weeks ago. The boy hadn't been home since the end of the previous month. And nobody had called them. Not even once. At the police station, Katsuki sat swinging his legs off the bench while his mom argued with a tired-looking cop. He wasn't listening, not until. "What's the Quirk status of the missing child?" "Quirkless," Mitsuki said. The cop's nose wrinkled. "Then there's no need to waste resources," the man replied coolly. "He's probably dead. And if he's not? Well, who cares about one less null in the world?" Katsuki blinked. "Null? Like he wasn't even a person?" The hag went very still. "What the F, did you just say?" "Excuse me, ma'am? You heard me, you desk jockey, coward butt." And then a voice, quiet but powerful, filled the room. "Is there a reason we're not investigating the disappearance of a child?" Every head turned. "All Might." Katsuki's heart slammed against his ribs. Holy crap, that's All Might. But All Might wasn't smiling. In fact, his face looked like stone. A different officer, one with a kind face and a badge that read Tsukachi, came forward and nodded respectfully. "I'll take the statement." Mitsuki's hands were shaking. And for the first time, Katsuki felt a twist in his stomach. Not because he was worried. Obviously not. But because he realized. Someone did miss Deku. And maybe he did too. He regretted the words the second they left his mouth. Some villains can't be beaten without a quirk, so no, I don't think you can be a hero. He hadn't meant it like that. He'd wanted to protect the boy. Save him from chasing a hopeless dream in a cruel world. But as soon as he'd leapt from that rooftop, sludge villain in hand, he heard it. "Hypocrite." Nana's voice. Over and over again. Like a heartbeat behind his ribs. Because hadn't he once asked that same question? Can I be a hero? Hadn't she taken him in, with all his fear and doubt, and never once told him no? And then there was the second mistake. He'd left the boy on a rooftop. A child, stunned and shivering and wet with sludge, and he hadn't even made sure he got down safely. The rescue always comes first. Always. He checked with Naomasa Tsukachi 2 days later. No reports of an accident. No hospitalizations. No bodies. No boy was found at the base of an apartment building. Relieved, he'd told himself the kid had gone home. Liked his wounds. Maybe sulked. So he waited. Waited for the nerves to settle. Waited for the world to forget. Waited for himself to forget. A month passed. No obituary. No calls. Maybe that was enough time. He resolved to visit. Apologize. Try to undo the damage. But when he arrived at the station that day, the air felt wrong. Raised voices. A woman shouting about a missing child. Words like null, useless, and waste of time. He opened the door. And froze. Because some JRK of a police officer was telling them that they wouldn't investigate. And the missing child was Izuku Midoriya. He stepped forward, and the room went still. "I believe there's been a mistake," he said, voice quiet but unyielding. "We do not ignore missing children. Ever." "But the officer started. I said, Toshinori cut in, quieter still. Firmer. "Ever." Naomasa was already walking over with a file, mouth set in a thin line. Toshinori stood beside him, jaw tight. He'd wanted to protect the boy. But all he'd done was fail him. The investigation began immediately. Tsukachi was thorough. Methodical. He interviewed neighbors, teachers, and family friends. He pulled phone records, bank statements, and security footage. What he found painted a disturbing picture. Inko Midoriya had withdrawn her savings, packed her essentials, and left. No forwarding address. No notice to the school. No custody arrangements. She'd simply left. And Izuku? No one knew where he was. The last confirmed sighting was the day of the sludge villain attack. After that, nothing. No hospital admissions. No shelter check-ins. Nobody. Just gone. Toshinori sat in Tsukachi's office, staring at the case file. A 5-year-old child, he said quietly. Alone. Abandoned. And I told him he couldn't be a hero. You didn't know, Naomasa said gently. I should have checked. I should have made sure he was safe. I'm supposed to save people. His hands clenched into fists. Instead, I might have been the last straw. Or, Naomasa said carefully, you might have been the catalyst for his quirk manifesting. According to the neighbors, there was some kind of incident that day. Blue light. Strange energy. But no one investigated because. He trailed off. Because no one cared about a quirkless kid. Toshinori's stomach turned. We'll find him, Naomasa promised. We'll keep looking. But Toshinori heard what he didn't say, if he's still alive to find. He stood, jaw set with determination. I'll help. Whichever way I can. Because maybe just maybe he could still save the boy. Even if it was only from the guilt that would haunt them both. If Splinter had learned anything in his time as father to 4 now 5 sons, it was this: silence is rarely a good sign. Especially not when Michelangelo, his most rambunctious son, was quiet. The house had been oddly calm all day. The dojo session had gone smoothly, the boys hadn't bickered much, and afterward, they'd gone off to do homework with an almost suspicious level of obedience. He could feel them whispering when he or Nedzu passed by, only for those whispers to halt with awkward smiles and wide eyes. Even Tenya, usually all limbs and volume, had tiptoed around the house like a polite shadow. The boy had shushed Raph once and Raph had listened. That alone was terrifying. It wasn't until Hisashi showed up grinning like he was in on the world's biggest prank, with Aizawa trailing behind him looking equally suspicious and resigned, that Splinter realized something was very, very off. Don't worry, Papa Rat, Hisashi said, slipping an envelope into Splinter's paw and giving a wink that made him deeply uncomfortable. You're gonna love this. Aizawa just sighed and muttered, I told them this was dumb. But at least it's not illegal. Nedzu looked amused but curious, ears twitching as he opened the envelope. Inside was a handwritten card, Izuku's careful handwriting front and center. Dear Dad and Mr. Nedzu, we all love you very much. You've taken care of us, trained us, fed us, protected us, and helped us feel safe. And I know sometimes you forget to do nice things for yourselves. So we made a plan. Don't worry. Everything's clean. Dinner's done. No one is bleeding. Please accept this gift. You both deserve to rest. Just for one night. Love, Izuku, and everyone else. Splinter had to sit down. He recognized the effort immediately. The little details, how everything had been timed perfectly, how the house was spotless, the faint smell of dinner having been cooked and put away, the subtle coaching it must have taken to get Mikey and Tenya to coordinate anything, it all screamed Izuku. His little boy. Still so afraid to be a burden, still working to be useful, even now. I think we've been set up, Nedzu said at last, chuckling as his shoulders shook with warm laughter. Yes, Splinter agreed slowly. By 6-year-olds. Highly intelligent 6-year-olds. That does not make it better. Still. Yet, blankets waited on the couch, 2 cups of fresh tea steamed on the table, and the television glowed with a black and white film whose talking animals wore tiny hats. Nedzu gasped softly. A classic. I didn't know anyone still streamed this. They didn't light candles or wine. Just tea. Warmth. Breathing room. When Nedzu leaned lightly against him, fur brushing fur, Splinter hesitated only a moment before resting a paw over Nedzu's smaller one. Neither spoke. The silence felt different this time, earned, not anxious. It smelled of rice and lemon cleanser and the muted hum of a safe home. There was peace in the moment, a quiet acknowledgement of years survived, of battles fought, of family gained, and losses grieved. The kind of stillness that didn't need words. After the movie, Splinter found himself half reclined on the couch, blanket slung over both their shoulders. Nedzu had curled lightly against him, breath warm on his fur. For a moment, Splinter simply listened. To the silence. To the home. To the gift. I suppose, Nedzu murmured, this is what the children wanted. I suppose, Splinter replied, resting his chin on Nedzu's head, it's not so bad. A comfortable quiet settled between them again. Then, softer. Thank you, Splinter said. For everything you've done. For us. Nedzu's tail flicked gently. You don't need to thank me. Perhaps not. But I wanted to. Another pause, this one somehow warmer than the last. The tail of one, the whiskers of the other, flicked together like punctuation. Nedzu's voice dropped to a whisper. I spent so many years alone. I told myself I preferred it. That solitude was strength. And now? Now, he said, smiling as he leaned in closer, I believe I was very foolish. Splinter chuckled. Then we are foolish together. The best kind of foolishness. They stayed that way until dawn painted the window silver two survivors who had finally stopped running. Later, in a living room glowing with lava lamps and bad karaoke, Michelangelo raised his machi like a victory cup. Mission accomplished, Uncle Yamada. Yamada saluted with both hands. Operation Date Night total success. Raph, already half asleep in a sleeping bag, grumbled, You're both weird. Leonardo and Tenya, perfectly aligned under face masks, ignored him. Donatello typed a note about paternal bonding in non-traditional Kerplatonic frameworks before sleep claimed him. And Izuku curled around his Edgeshot doll, smiling. They'd done well. Dad and Nedzu deserved happy things, even unconventional ones. Family came in all shapes. Sometimes rat-shaped. Sometimes mouse-sized. Always heart-sized. Splinter woke slowly to the soft weight curled against his chest. Nedzu's small body rose and fell with each breath, white fur ruffling gently beneath Splinter's paw. The faintest hum of contentment thrummed through him. Safe. Warm. Whole. The dim light of dawn filtered through the blinds, brushing the edges of the nest with a golden hush. For a while, he simply lay there, holding the one soul who understood him. This was good. He remembered the terrible silence after Master Yoshi had died. The way loneliness echoed louder than any scream. The way he had once curled into alley shadows and waited for the ache of being unwanted to fade into nothing. But Nedzu had found him. Not just seen him, but recognized him. Offered kindness, cleverness, and purpose. They had built a life. A quiet one. Steady. Undisturbed. So why did it feel like something was missing? He stirred carefully, patting through the quiet home with practiced ease. The kitchen was tidy. A pot of tea was still warm from last night. Toasted machi are neatly stacked on a small plate. The silence felt intentional. His paw reached automatically for a second cup, already pulling out utensils, eyes flicking to the stove as if someone should be there already. Izuku, whispered a voice that didn't quite exist. He always got up early to cook. Said it made him feel useful. Said he liked watching you enjoy what he made. The stove was cold. He blinked and shook his head. No. There was no one else. It had always been him and Nedzu. That was how it had always been. Wasn't it? The apartment was quiet. In the lounge, he reached for the remote and found it slightly sticky. Odd. He swiped at it with a cloth, but as he did, he noticed something wedged beneath the cushion. A scrap of notebook paper. Folded. He hesitated. Then opened it. A doodle. Sloppy, enthusiastic. A stick figure with a blue bandana. Can I move to the training sword now, Dad? His heart stuttered. Leonardo. He whispered, then blinked. Why had he said that name? Who was Leonardo? There was no answer. Just the low hum of lights. The faint creak of heating vents. And the growing dread in his chest. He passed the small library and paused, hand brushing the edge of a low window ledge. A warm smudge on the glass caught his attention. Fingerprints. Small. Greasy. Don't tell Sensei. He doesn't need to know about the glitter bomb. Michelangelo. He turned sharply. No one. No sound. No scent other than his and Nedzu's. Though why there would be other scents, he didn't know. He kept walking. He stepped into the dojo. The air was still. The scent of polished wood and incense hung familiar in the air. But the mats, he stared at them. There were dents. Recent. Someone had been here. Multiple someones. He padded forward, paw drifting across the tatami. You're leaving your right side open again. Try adjusting the angle of your stance. Let's run the simulation again. I made adjustments to the servo controls. Dad. The whispers slammed into him like waves. Distant. Fading. But real. He stumbled back. Clutched at his chest. There were no students here. Only echoes. Only. Help, came the faintest cry, like a whisper caught in a wind tunnel. Dad, please. He looked around frantically. The weapons rack. The empty corners. His own reflection in the glass wall stared wide-eyed and lost. Who were they? Why did he ache for them? He gripped the hilt of one of the practice swords. It hummed under his touch. I tuned the weight in that one. Try it, Dad. Donatello, he whispered, mouth dry. Again, the name came unbidden. Again, it brought with it a flood of something that felt like memory but without the memory itself. Only the emotion. The hollow shape of love that should be there. That night, he sat on the couch beside Nedzu. The same movie flickered on screen. The one with the talking animals and slow-burning romance that made Nedzu snort and curl into his side. But Splinter didn't move. Didn't blink. I think I'm forgetting something, he said softly. Nezu paused mid-sip of tea. A task? No, someone. His eyes unfocused. Several someones. Like, I had arms full of children, and someone stole them away when I looked down. Nezu tilted his head, concerned. You think this is a dream? No. Worse. He stared down at his paws. I think it's the kind of thing you wake up into, but your soul remembers what you left behind. Nezu didn't laugh. Didn't deflect. He reached for Splinter's paw and held it. I'll look into it, he said quietly. He remembered the sound. Soft. Sweet. A lullaby that didn't belong in the city. It didn't belong anywhere, really. It was the kind of thing you heard in dreams or nightmares dressed in sugar. It crept between traffic noise and the hum of appliances, threading itself through dreams and nightlights until it sounded like memory. It made his chest feel weird. Tingly. Like someone was gently pulling on a string behind his ribs. Come, little children, I'll take thee away. Into a land of enchantment? He was 6 years old. He wasn't stupid. The old hag had drilled it into his head 1,000 times, don't follow strangers. Don't follow sounds. Don't follow anyone who isn't me unless you want to end up on the news, and not the good kind. And yet? He remembered slipping on his All Might slippers. The ones with the dumb little grins. He remembered tiptoeing down the hallway, careful not to step on the one board that creaked. The front door hadn't even been locked. Not that night. Though he didn't know it, across Muzurafu, small feet touched cold floors. There were other shadows, maybe. Other slippered feet padding beside his. He couldn't make out faces. Just vague shapes moving in the same direction. All drawn forward by the same impossible melody. Come, little children, the time's come to play. Here in my garden of magic? He thought he'd tried to blast it whatever it was. He remembered the crackle in his palms. The little pops of heat. But then the voice had wrapped around his thoughts like a blanket. Gentle. Heavy. You don't want to hurt anyone, right? Not like you hurt Deku. No. Not like that. He lit tiny sparks between his palms, trying to drown the sound. The flame shrank, strangled by static. The voice giggled softly. None of that, little hero. Walk. His slippers squeaked All Might grinning up from their tops. Each note tugged at his ribs, unraveling will into obedience. He remembered Deku on the floor, curled into himself. Not crying. Just quiet. He remembered how the teachers got weird around him after that. How the old hag's voice got tight when she told him to apologize like he meant it. How wrong it had all felt, but no one had told him what to do with the feeling. So this time, he hadn't blasted. He'd walked. Come, little children, the moon's shining bright. Leave but your sorrows behind you. Even as the streets changed. Even as they got darker. Twisted. The concrete was turning to mud and wet leaves, his slippers sinking into the muck. He walked. Hush now, my children, no need to be brave. Follow the sound of my calling, until the song stopped. He didn't know that another little boy was resisting. A curly-haired green boy clutched his pillow, nails digging into worn fabric. No. My family, my brothers, mine I keep safe. But the pull pressed against the unique hum of his quirk, mind against mind, command against sentience. It didn't ask. It rewrote. His heart fought back regardless. The room flickered with faint blue light, the same hue that once tore time in half. For an instant, half a dozen phantom shapes reached toward him, shells, smiles, safety. Then the song twined tighter. And the boy's body stood of its own accord. Bare feet moved toward the door. He woke to silence. His wrists were heavy. No bound. Thick metal cuffs blinked faintly on his arms, buzzing with low energy that made his palms feel hollow. He knew these. Quirk suppressors. He tried to explode. Nothing. His mouth tasted like static. His throat burned. And across from him, cross-legged on the cold tile floor, was Deku. Awake. Not crying. Not blinking. Just watching him. But he wasn't alone. 4 green kids surrounded him. They looked nearly identical, tall, shell-backed, lean like predators. Like bodyguards in bandanas. What the hell? And next to them, standing rigid and trembling, was a kid with a jawline Bakugo recognized from somewhere. The Ida family. Fancy high-speed line. Parties his mom used to cater. He knew that family. His stomach twisted. His heart pounded. He looked around again. Dozens of kids. Pale. Confused. Holding siblings. All of them cuffed. All except Deku. Still wearing those dumb red shoes. The ones that squeaked when he ran. They didn't cuff him, Bakugo realized. They know he doesn't have a quirk. Which meant. Sheet, he muttered, bile crawling up his throat. They'd all been taken. This wasn't a nightmare. Or a prank. This was a goddamn kidnapping. Nezu was many things. A principal. A hero. A creature of indeterminate species. And now, strangely, finally, he was a partner. He hadn't always believed that was possible. From the moment a clipboard deemed him viable, to the blood-slicked tiles he'd escaped over, to the long and lonely years since, he had been singular. Alone. Unique. There had been humans who offered companionship. Shoyuta, the boy he had claimed as his own, chief among them. And there had been some animal species with quirks, certainly. But never one like him. Never someone who understood. So when he met Splinter, of course, he pursued him. Aggressively. Because Splinter was like him. Bent by pain. Forged by love and grief. An oddity that refused to break. A creature of a different species, perhaps. But not a creature meant to live alone. And now they shared an apartment. Not a lab. Not an institution. An apartment. A home. It was chaotic, but it was theirs. And Nezu, for the first time, found himself learning how to live beside another soul. Not just exist but live. It wasn't what he expected from life. But it was good. So when Splinter said something was wrong, something was missing, Nezu listened. Because bears protect their cubs. Even if they can't remember having any. I feel echoes, Splinter had murmured. Like I've reached for something that should be there. But it's not. And I know it's more than just grief. I feel them. And I don't. Nezu didn't argue. He didn't scoff. Because deep within his bones something stirred, too. So he began to investigate. He started with the schools. After all, it was easy for him to get data. He was the most intelligent creature in Japan, and most of the country didn't even realize how deep his access ran. He ran programs that crawled across prefecture lines, tracing class rosters, teacher logs, and school-issued ID cards. And the pattern emerged quickly. Classrooms with full rosters on paper but blank, quiet video feeds. Gaps. Hundreds of them. And yet no one seemed to notice. Until he found a report. A single missing child notice buried in hero paperwork, filed by the number one himself. A green-eyed, green-haired 6-year-old. The file was sparse. A single photo. A few vague notes from All Might. But as Nezu pulled it up on the screen, setting his tea gently down, he barely got a word out before Splinter froze. Izuku, Splinter whispered, like someone waking from a dream. Nezu blinked. You didn't read the name. I didn't have to. Nezu stared at the image on the screen. There was something about that boy's face. Something in the set of his jaw. The tilt of his head. Something that crawled beneath his fur and sat heavy in his chest. He should know this child. He wanted to know this child. But the memory never came. We knew him, Splinter said softly, settling beside him. Didn't we? Nezu didn't answer. He didn't have to. Because part of him, his human-trained brain, was still screaming for logic. Still trying to find the thread of how. But the other part of him, his bear, was pacing in circles inside his ribs, snarling. You don't take cubs from a bear. Not if you expect it to live. So when Splinter reached over and squeezed his paw, Nezu simply squeezed back. And then got to work. Because now, he wasn't just searching for answers. He was searching for their cubs. This was absolutely not how Bakugo wanted to see Deku again. Not that he ever wanted to see him again. He just maybe kind of missed yelling at him. Not that he'd admit it, even under duress. Bakugo glowered, fists clenched tight. What the hell, Deku? Where are we? That's not his name, the turtle with the red bandana snapped, parking himself in front of Izuku, defensive in every muscle. He's Hamato Izuku. Our brother. And he's the reason we're getting out of here. Bakugo rolled his eyes, scorn heavy in every line of his body. Your brother? Seriously? Deku doesn't have a brother. The turtle with the orange bandana smiled. Yeah, you're right, he doesn't have a brother, he has 4. And Raph told you, dude, that's not his name. Bakugo rolled his eyes, scorn heavy in every line of his body. TCH. Why should I trust a bunch of extras? Izuku, sitting cross-legged with an absent frown, was still fiddling with what looked like a spoon? He didn't look up. Told you, Leo? He's still as loud as ever. Ignore him. Raphael shifted, eyes narrow with warning. You must be the loud idiot who burned our brother. Well, you won't get away with that anymore. Not while we're around. So I suggest you sit down and shut up. Bakugo bristled. He's just the quirkless weirdo from my class. He'll only drag us down. Not that any of us need a quirkless Deku anyway. They made 2 mistakes. 1, thinking I don't have a quirk. 2, thinking I need one. Deku said, completely ignoring him. Bakugo exploded, voice cracking. That's so dumb. You always get hurt, Deku. You always say stuff like that and then end up bleeding. Stay out of the way, I'll do this. I'll save everyone. Raphael stomped forward. Don't talk about him like that. What are you gonna do, shell for brains? Bakugo shouted, storming forward. The two crashed together in a tangle of limbs and voices, neither caring for subtlety. Raphael was all teeth and stubborn grit, Bakugo unpredictable and fierce. For a pair of 6-year-olds, they were wild, rolling across the floor and kicking at crates. "Stop it!" Leonardo growled, darting forward. Ida circled helplessly, arms flailing. "We need order. No more violence, please. Where are the adults?" With a final grunt, Raphael shouldered Bakugo to the floor, pinning him with a heavy foot between the shoulders. "We protect our brother," Raph ground out, breath ragged. "You don't get to treat him like that." Bakugo tried and failed to twist free, cheeks burning. "Get off me, turtle brain. I didn't mean it like ugh, whatever." "Then maybe stop," Mikey piped up, wide-eyed but unfazed. "He is our brother, and he's braver than you think." Izuku stood and brushed off his pants. He didn't look angry. Just tired, like this lecture was only a newer version of one he'd heard 100 times before. Bakugo looked up, something mean and defensive coiled in his chest. He opened his mouth, caught the expression on Izuku's face, and looked away. "Fine," he muttered. "Teamwork, whatever. But I'm still better than all of you." Leonardo snorted. "Sure." Raphael released him and stalked away, already done with the argument. Bakugo glared after them, the sting of humiliation mixing with a sharp, unfamiliar twist of missing something he'd never admit, yelling at Izuku, and Izuku yelling right back felt kind of right. Izuku rolled the spoon between his fingers, the metal wobbling against his skin. It was dented, half-twisted, and shimmered weakly in the flickering lights of the basement hallway. He'd pulled it from home just to see if he still could. His head ached. His nose had bled. The cuffs on everyone's wrists hummed with faint energy. But the spoon was real. And it was his. It had come when he'd called. "They may be quirk canceling," Donatello whispered next to him, adjusting his own cuff with the bits of wire and metal Izuku had summoned. "But we're mutants. Totally different mechanism. They can't cancel biology." Izuku didn't respond. He felt cold. Not from fear but from anger. Quiet, creeping, crawling up his chest and into his throat. He clutched the spoon like it might stop his hands from shaking. Bakugo noticed. Of course he did. "Hey! Hey Deku," he hissed, straining against his own cuffs. "You figured it out, right? Get these off me. I'm gonna blow this place sky high." Izuku didn't even flinch. His back stayed to him. "No." "What do you mean, no?" "You need me. I've got the strongest quirk here. We can bust out." "You're so loud, Kaken," Izuku snapped, spinning on him. His green eyes were glassy, too full, too wet, his face red with frustration. "You never listen. You think being strong means blowing everything up. You don't care about anyone but yourself. You little." "I didn't want to see you again," Izuku shouted. His voice cracked, but he didn't care. "Not like this. I wanted it to be later. At UA. When I could show you that you were wrong to treat me like nothing. And now I'm stuck with you in here." Bakugo's mouth flinched, but Izuku wasn't done. "There are other kids here. You don't even care. You just want to fight, like that's all that matters. But you're not a hero, Kaken. You're just a bully with explosions. Heroes rescue first. That's what Dad always tells me after training. You're just gonna blow it all up and leave people behind because that's what you do." Silence. Heavy. Ugly. Awkward. Bakugo turned his face away. His eyes stayed on the floor. Donatello worked faster beside him, teeth gritted. "I've almost got Michelangelo's off. Just hold the wires straight." "Got it," Izuku whispered, crouching to help. His hands were trembling. He hated feeling like this. All these feelings shoved in him like he might explode, too. But they had to move. Had to get out. They got the cuffs off Mikey, then Leonardo, then Ida. Soon, they had all the children free from their cuffs except Bakugo. They moved together down the long concrete corridor, just a few more doors, a hallway, and the service tunnel Donnie had mapped earlier. They were so close. And then? Musical note, "Come, little children, I'll take thee away. Into a land of enchantment," musical note. The song drifted in like smoke, thick and cold and heavy. A chill zipped up Izuku's spine. "No," he whispered. "No, no, no, run." They tried. They did. The hallway tilted sideways. The younger kid staggered. Ida fell. Bakugo yelled. Mikey grabbed him. Musical note, "Come, little children, the time's come to play. Here in my garden of shadows?" Musical note. From the shadows stepped the man in the fur-collared cloak. His flute was still at his lips. A cruel smile on his face. He tipped his head. "Good evening, children. I'm the Pied Piper. Perhaps you've heard of me." He grinned wider. "You, little green one, you're my new favorite." Izuku's legs buckled. His quirk sparked uselessly. Too slippery. Too scared. You're a very special little boy, the villain said. A quirk like yours, oh, we're going to have so much fun together. With power like that, I won't even have to risk my own neck kidnapping children. They'll come straight to me. The air around Izuku popped. No. He didn't think. Didn't calculate. Didn't plan. He just needed. He wanted to be safe. He wanted someone to help. Someone who loved him. Someone who would protect them all. The spoon in his hand rattled, then vanished. And so did the air around his feet. A tear in space split open like paper. And from that blinding crack of light, Splinter landed in a crouch, low and ready, snarling. Nedzu dropped beside him, small but coiled, eyes glowing with cold calculation. They both looked up. Splinter's eyes found Izuku. The fog lifted, right as he looked at what could only be Izuku. His son, one of them at least, and how could he ever have forgotten them? A snarl tore loose from his throat before he could stop it, raw and primal. The boy's green eyes were wide and shining with defiance, even as fear flickered behind them. The man holding him the monster stood too close. Looming. Gloating. Splinter's whiskers twitched, and so did something deeper. The boy had called to him. Not with a voice, but with something ancient, something soul-deep and blood-bound. Just like when Izuku pulled him forward through time. This child, his child, had reached out with desperate need. And Splinter had come. The villain tightened his grip, a scalpel flashing in the dim light. For show, not use. But it was far too close to his son. The other children scattered, startled by the sudden appearance of both him and Nedzu. Chains clattered as they slipped free, bare feet slapping against concrete as they ran. Good. Very good. Nedzu would protect them. He had a bear's instincts beneath that impeccable suit and scholar's mind. But Splinter was something else entirely. Nedzu might be a mother bear. Splinter was a father. And he was a ninja. A master of shadow, of silence, of swift and final justice. He moved before the Piper even realized what had changed. One silent pivot of clawed feet on concrete, and he was there. He grabbed Izuku with one arm, spun, and slammed a powerful kick into the villain's knee. The Piper stumbled but didn't fall, caught himself with inhuman grace, flute already rising to his lips. Musical note, hush now, my children, no need to be brave, musical note. The song hit like a physical force. Splinter felt it trying to worm into his mind, gentle tendrils seeking purchase. For a moment, his grip on Izuku loosened. Dad. Izuku's voice, sharp with fear, cut through the haze. The sound anchored him. His son. His son. The song shattered against the fortress of his fury. Splinter vaulted backward, Izuku clutched tight against his chest. He passed the boy to Nedzu in one smooth motion. Stay with him, he commanded, voice low and fierce. Izuku hesitated, sensing something terrible behind his father's calm. Dad, please. Now. The boy obeyed, small hands clutching Nedzu's fur. Splinter turned back to the villain. The Piper was standing now, brushing dust from his cloak, smile never wavering. You think you can stop me, he laughed, adjusting his fur-lined mantle. I've done this for years. Entire police departments forget I exist. Heroes search for children and never find them. I am untouchable. He gestured lazily toward Izuku. And once I have that boy properly trained, I won't need any of this. The flute twirled between his fingers. Children will walk right to me. No more hunting. No more risk. Just an endless supply, delivered by their own desperate need for, what was it? Safety? Love? His smile widened. I'll give them nightmares instead. Something cold and final settled in Splinter's chest. You made a mistake, Splinter said quietly. Oh? And what's that? You told me your plans. His claws flexed. Now I know you can never be allowed to leave this place. The Piper laughed. You're bound by Hero Society rules, aren't you? Capture, not kill. Trial. Justice. He spat the last word like poison. You won't. I am not a hero, Splinter interrupted, voice like stone. I am their father. And you threaten my son. Then he moved. The Piper was fast, quirk-enhanced reflexes that let him dance between Splinter's initial strikes. The flute became a weapon, blocking claws, cracking against Splinter's staff as he pulled it from his robes. Musical note, come, little children, I'll take thee away, musical note. The song pulsed through the air. Splinter felt his movement slow, syrupy, wrong. No. Remember. Izuku called you dad. Leonardo asked for training. Raphael defended his brother. Donatello built computers. Michelangelo made you laugh. Nedzu held your paw. You have a family. They are yours. You are theirs. The memories blazed bright and burning. The song couldn't find purchase on a mind so full. Splinter's staff cracked across the Piper's flute. The instrument shattered, pieces scattering across the concrete. The villain's eyes went wide. No. He lunged for the scalpel, blade flashing. It caught Splinter across the shoulder, opening a line of fire. The rat hissed but didn't slow. His claws found the man's wrist, twisted, and heard bone crack. The piper screamed. "You hurt children," Splinter said, driving him backward. "You stole them. Erased them. Used them." A kick to the knee. Another crack. "You plan to enslave my son." The piper hit the wall. Blood trickled from his mouth. "Wait, I can. There is no negotiation." Splinter's voice was empty of everything but certainty. "There is no prison that will hold you. No trial that will convict you when you can make everyone forget. No justice system equipped to handle what you are." His claws rose. "You made yourself judge and executioner of children's futures," Splinter continued, each word precise and terrible. "So I will be judge and executioner of yours. Please." The piper's last trick, a knife from his boot, a desperate slash. It caught Splinter across the ribs. Pain bloomed, hot and spreading. But his claws were already moving. Across the throat. One clean strike. The piper's eyes went wide. His mouth worked silently. Then his knees buckled, and he slid down the wall, leaving a red smear. The body hit the floor with a wet thud. Still. Gone. Splinter stood above it, panting. Blood his own and the villain's matted his fur. His shoulder screamed. His ribs burned. But he didn't move. Couldn't look away from what he'd done. Every vow to spare life. Every lesson from Yoshi about peace. About restraint. About being better than your enemies. All of it broken in defense of a child. The weight of it crushed down on him. He'd killed. Deliberately. Methodically. Not in the heat of battle, but with cold calculation. Because the alternative was unthinkable. "Dad?" Leonardo's voice. Small. Uncertain. Splinter turned. All four turtles stood in the doorway. Watching. They'd seen everything. Leonardo's face was pale. Donatello looked shaken but understanding. Michelangelo's eyes were too wide, his hands trembling. Raphael just stared, jaw tight. "Boys," Splinter managed, voice rough. Is he dead?" Raphael asked bluntly. "Yes." "Good." Raphael's voice was fierce. "He hurt kids. He was gonna hurt Izuku. He deserved it." "Raph," Leonardo said quietly. "That's not." "It's true." Raphael's hands clenched. "Dad protected us. That's what fathers do." Donatello stepped forward, analytical even now. "You're hurt. You need medical attention. 2 wounds, possibly more." His voice wavered. Did you have to kill him?" Splinter looked at his genius son and gave him the truth. "I do not know. In that moment, I believed so. I may have been wrong. But I will not apologize for choosing your safety over his life." Michelangelo moved then, running forward despite the blood, despite everything, wrapping arms around Splinter's legs. "You came for us. You remembered us." "I will always come," Splinter whispered, voice breaking. He looked at each of his sons. "And I will always remember. No matter what it costs." Behind them, Nedzu's voice cut through the moment, sharp and practical. "We need to move. Now. Splinter, can you walk?" "Yes." "Good. Children, help the others. We're leaving." His eyes landed on the still-cuffed Bakugo, who was staring at the scene with something like horror mixed with understanding. Nedzu's expression softened slightly. "That includes you." He moved to Bakugo, small paws producing a lockpick from seemingly nowhere. Within seconds, the cuffs clicked open. Bakugo rubbed his wrists, looking between Nedzu, Splinter, and the body. His voice came out smaller than usual. You really killed him." "Yes," Nedzu said simply. "He threatened our family. Neither Splinter nor I will permit such threats to succeed." His eyes met Bakugo's, sharp and serious. "You saw a father protecting his children. Remember that, young Bakugo. Remember what happens to those who prey on the vulnerable." Bakugo swallowed hard. Nodded. Izuku appeared beside him, eyes red but determined. He didn't look at the body. Only at his father. "We need to go. Others might come." "Smart boy," Nedzu said. "Everyone, form groups. Older children carry younger ones. Ida, you're with me. Turtles, stay with Splinter. Bakugo. I can walk myself," Bakugo muttered. "We'll walk with Izuku," Nedzu finished. "You two have things to discuss." Bakugo and Izuku shared a glance. Not friendly. Not enemies. Something new. Something complicated. "Fine," they said in unison, then glared at each other. Despite everything, despite the blood and death and trauma, Splinter felt something almost like a smile tug at his mouth. His children. All of them. Safe. They moved as a group through the corridors. Splinter left bloody footprints. His shoulder throbbed with each step. His ribs felt like fire. But he kept moving. Kept the children in sight. Kept them safe. At the exit, a service door leading to a loading dock, they stopped. Sirens wailed in the distance. Red and blue lights flickered against the walls. Heroes, Ida breathed. We're saved. Not quite, Nedzu said, pulling out his phone. We need to control this narrative. Splinter. He held up the device. Recovery girl. Now. We'll handle the rest. Splinter nodded and spoke briefly into the phone, giving their location. Then Nedzu took over, speaking rapidly in low tones about incident response and witness management and other things that sounded worryingly like a cover-up. The children huddled close. Some were crying. Others were silent. All were in shock. Leonardo moved beside his father. Father? Are you okay? Splinter looked down at his son. At the worry in those young eyes. No, he said honestly. But I will be. Because you are safe. All of you. What you did. Leonardo's voice dropped. Sensei taught you not to kill. You told us that. But you did it anyway. Yes. Because of us. Because of you, Splinter confirmed. And I would do it again. Every time. Without hesitation. He met Leonardo's eyes. That does not make it right. It does not make it easy. It simply makes it necessary. Leonardo processed this. Slowly, he nodded. I understand. I think. He paused. I don't want to understand. But I do. I hope you never have to make such a choice, Splinter said quietly. But if you do, I hope you choose family. Even when it costs you everything. The sirens grew louder. The first hero vehicle pulled up, an ambulance, not police. Recovery girl emerged, bag already in hand, face set in grim lines. Everyone inside, she commanded. Now. Medical evaluation for all. And someone explained to me briefly what happened here. As the children began loading into the ambulance, Bakugo hung back. He looked at Izuku, then at Splinter, then back to Izuku. Deku, he said. Then stopped. Tried again. Izuku. That's your name. Right? Izuku blinked, surprised. Yeah. Hamato Izuku. Right. Bakugo looked uncomfortable. You got brothers now. And a dad. A real one. Yeah. He's scary as hell. Yeah, Izuku said again, but his voice was warm. But he's mine. They're all mine. My family. Bakugo looked like he wanted to say something else. Instead, he just nodded and climbed into the ambulance. Izuku turned to Splinter. The blood on his fur. The wounds. The exhaustion. The weight of what he'd done. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered. I'm sorry you had to. No. Splinter cupped the boy's face gently. You have nothing to apologize for. You called for help. I answered. That is what fathers do. But you're hurt. I will heal. But you had to kill. I would kill 1,000 more if it meant keeping you safe. Splinter's voice was firm. Never doubt that. Never apologize for being loved enough that someone would fight for you. Do you understand? Izuku's eyes filled. He nodded. I understand. Good. Now, into the ambulance. Recovery girl will scold me if I delay your treatment. As Izuku climbed in, Splinter felt Nedzu's paw slip into his. Are you well? Nedzu asked quietly. No, Splinter admitted. But I will be. I meant what I said. No consequences. I'll ensure it. I killed a man, Nedzu. You eliminated a threat. Nedzu's voice was steel wrapped in fur. There's a difference. And I will make certain everyone understands that difference. Splinter looked at him, this brilliant, broken, beautiful creature who had chosen him. Who supported him even now. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. We have a lot of work ahead. Nedzu squeezed his paw. But we'll do it together. As we do everything. They climbed into the ambulance last. As the doors closed and the vehicle pulled away, Splinter looked around at the children. Some are already sleeping. Others were watching him with varying degrees of fear, understanding, and gratitude. His sons, all 5 of them now, were safe. Alive. Free. The cost had been blood and death and a piece of his soul he'd never get back. But looking at them now, seeing them breathe and blink and be, he couldn't bring himself to regret it. Not even a little. The blood won't come off my claws. It stains them, even after Nedzu has fixed things, even now as the children are sprawled around the apartment like unruly puppies. Even as Nedzu tried to reassure me, I'd done the right thing. Even as I tried to reassure myself, I'd done the right thing. Ninjas were originally assassins, bought by the highest bidder to complete the task. But the Ancient One had made his clan different. And as Yoshi's adoptive parent, he hammered that lesson home until Yoshi could repeat it without thinking. Those who live without honor will die without honor. Our clan is different. We are ninjas that serve the people. Our skills must never be used to kill. only to incapacitate. Honor above all. That is our way. Too bad Orokusaki hadn't listened to that lesson. Otherwise, I might not be without a master now. The blood won't wash off my paws. The paws that ended a life. I have to live with that. And if I want to continue living, now that I know my master's line didn't end at Yoshi, that it had endured, that means I must present myself to the clan head. I must beg my case. I must, if the clan head asks, give up the life I have built to make up for the one I took. I stand in the doorway, watching them sleep. Leonardo's arm is thrown over Izuku's body. Michelangelo is snoring softly. Raphael has somehow ended up upside down, and Donatello is curled so tightly he looks like a stone. My sons. I want to wake them. To tell them. To hold them one last time. But what would I say? That I love them, but not enough to fight for a way to stay? That honor matters more than being their father? No. The children saw me take a life. Perhaps they should remember me as I was before that moment. Before they saw what I became. Before they learned what kind of monster I'd always promised I wouldn't be, not like Saki, never like Saki. It appears I lied, even to myself, about that. I close the door silently. The blood won't wash from where it stains my yukata. The one that Tangshan had stitched for Yoshi with his brand new symbol on the hem, a bellflower, because she said he needed beauty in his life. The one I risked discovery to retrieve, dressing up in concealing clothing and pretending to be family so I could have my master cremated. The one I wore when I brought those ashes to the Ancient One. I remember how I hadn't dared to actually tell the man who was Yoshi's father in all but blood that I had not been able to save him. So I'd left the ashes at the temple gates with a note, please let him rest on temple grounds, taking my sons with me back to New York. I had sobbed that I would never be able to face the Ancient One. Until now. Because I know, even as a pet rat, there had been something odd about the Ancient One. And if anyone would have made sure that Hamato Yoshi's legacy lived on, it would be the man who'd been Yoshi's father in every way that mattered. I am also fairly certain that the Ancient One has mystic energy or possibly a quirk that keeps him from aging. The man hadn't looked a day older from the day I'd been caught and made a pet rat, to when I cautiously left the urn with my master's ashes at the temple gates. When my son's quirk ripped me from that time 300 years ago and deposited me in this one, once I found out about that time displacement, some part of me knew, if anyone endured, it would be him. If I do nothing, the Ancient One is not a mind reader that I know of, though Yoshi had joked he must be for always knowing when he and Orokusaki would get into trouble. The Ancient One has no way of knowing I broke clan law. And yet, the blood will never wash from my paws. The blood will never wash from my master's yukata. The blood will never stop staining my soul. So gently, I wake Nedzu, who grumbles in distress when I motion for him to quietly follow me to the dojo. You can't be serious, he says, staring at me. It is the law. A stupid law. You made a terrible decision, yes, but sometimes heroes do kill on the job. It's unfortunate. It's something that most of the time gets covered up. But it happens more often than a hero would like. I have been guilty of a few cover-ups in my time. That makes it worse. Don't you see? My voice rises, and I force it down. If I do not live by the code, then I am not worthy to call myself Hamato, and neither are the children. The clan head, should they ever hear of this, can call for them to be ousted from the clan, or even for their lives to be forfeit. If I go, offer my own life for the transgression, then it will be considered done. The clan head will leave them be. Then I will ensure that they never hear of it. I have already taken care of it. The only ones that know what happened are you, me, the children, and the one who owes me a favor that dealt with the body, and they know how to keep a secret. His voice breaks. Please, do not do this thing. Do not leave me alone. Do not leave our children without their father. Do not make me explain to them why you are no longer in their lives. Please. Let me help you once more. Please. I close my eyes. Tell them I love them, and that is why I must do this. And thank you for being my support. Thank you for being theirs. Splinter, no. Even as Nedzu tries to keep me from leaving, even as he reaches for me, my paw finds the pressure point at the base of his neck. A technique Yoshi learned from his travels. A way to render someone unconscious without harm. Forgive me, little Ember, I whisper as he slumps forward. I catch him gently, carrying him back to the nest with the children. I lay him carefully among them, adjusting a blanket over his small form. Then I slip from the apartment building and start the long trek to the mountainside. It really is a pretty walk. If this is the last thing I see, I am glad that the world seems to match my somber mood, that the pouring rain and wind are keeping most of the residents of Mizurufu inside. From the train station, there is another long walk, though this time there is a city instead of the small village I remember. The way to the temple remains the same as it was over 300 years ago. Some wounds, it seems, transcend centuries. I follow the path. The guards at the gate do not recognize me, not that I expected them to. What is your business here, traveler? I go to my knees. Is the Ancient One available? Who? The Ancient One. The head of the clan Hamato. I need to speak to him. A blade presses against my throat, and I look up to see Edgeshot, standing where the guards were only a moment ago. Splinter, Edgeshot. Peace, Edgeshot. Let me deal with this. The blade moves from my throat, and yet I do not move. I bow lower, forehead touching the gravel. Slowly, I remove my yukata. Master and student. Father and son. His blood and mine are mixed in the fabric now. If this is the price that must be paid, I will ask that it be given to my sons and hope that they take the same comfort from it. As I did. I cannot allow any more blood to stain it. I fold it with shaking paws, the way I'd seen Yoshi do many, many times. I place it before me, a final offering. And then, returning my forehead to the ground, I begin my request. Ancient One. You were the closest thing to a father Hamato Yoshi had, and I could not give you his ashes in person, once upon a time, for the shame of not being able to prevent his death. But I have done something even more dishonorable than that. I have taken a life in anger, to protect my children. My voice cracks. Please, Ancient One, those children carry the Hamato name even without his bloodline. I ask that you allow me to pay the price for this dishonor. Allow me seppuku to keep the shame from the Hamato name. Please let this yukata go to my sons. Let them have something of him. Of me. Let them know we love them. I feel a cool, weathered hand lift my head. You are. Wait, the little rat? The one who stood. The different one. The little shadow. Tangshan's pet? Once upon a time, yes. I was. Changed. Made to be. This. Brought forward through time by a quirk. And now, I am home once again. Please, Ojizen. Do not let my mistake be taken out on your Himigo. Please. The Ancient One is silent for a long time. When he speaks, his voice carries centuries of weight. You ask me to grant you death to preserve honor. But tell me, Mago Nezumi, what honor is there in abandoning children? What lesson does that teach them? I falter. That actions have consequences. That fathers are disposable, he corrects, his voice sharp. That's when the world becomes difficult, we leave. Is that the Hamato way? No, but. You killed to protect. Not for money. Not for power. Not for revenge. His weathered hand cups my jaw, forcing me to meet his eyes. The code exists to keep us from becoming what Orokusaki became. You have not become him. The blood on your claws is not the same. But I killed in rage. You killed as a father. His grip tightens. Do you think I do not understand? Do you think, had someone harmed Yoshi, I would not have done the same? That if I had been there in New York, and not been angry with him for his choice, I would not have ended Orokusaki? The code is meant to keep us human, Mago Nezumi. Not to strip our humanity away. I don't understand. A code that destroys good fathers to preserve itself is no code worth keeping. He pulls me to my feet with surprising strength. The world forgot my Chonan. I never got to thank the one who brought him home so his soul could rest. How could I ever accept your death when you are the same? How could any father accept that? I stare at him, awed. You claim me? I claimed you the moment Tangshan brought you to our dojo. I claimed you when you stood on two legs and mimicked our kata. I claimed you when you risked everything to bring Yoshi home. His voice softens. And I claim your Himigo as well. They are Hamato, as you are Hamato, as Yoshi was Hamato. Not by blood, but by choice. By honor. By love. Ojizen. The word breaks in my throat. Let the forgetting be your penance, if you must have one. Let my coming to meet my Himigo be your price for breaking the code. But I will not allow this. Have you lived with honor, Mago Nezumi? I tried. Very hard. Yes. Then there is nothing to forgive. He picks up the yukata, shaking it out gently, and drapes it over my shoulders. Take my Chounan's yukata and live. Teach your sons what you have learned, that codes must serve life, not destroy it. That honor and love are not enemies. That a father who protects his children is not a monster, but the truest kind of warrior. The words break something in me. I bow lower, and the sobs come ragged, ugly things that tear from my chest. For Yoshi. For Tangshan. For the fear I've carried. For the children who nearly lost another father. Forgive me, Ojizen. Forgive me. As I said before, there is nothing to forgive, Mago Nezumi. But perhaps there is something to learn. He helps me straighten, his hand steady on my shoulder. Remember this. Teach this to your sons. A warrior who cannot bend will break. And we are not in the business of breaking good men. I bow deeply, pressing my forehead to his hands. Arigatou gozaimasu, Ojizen. Go home to your family, he says gently. And bring them to visit an old man sometime. I would very much like to meet my Himigo properly. When I come down from the mountain, a small form is waiting at the base of the path. Nedzu. His fur is mussed with rain. His eyes are red-rimmed. He's wrapped in a coat too large for him, and he's holding a thermos in his tiny paws like it's the only thing anchoring him to the earth. We stare at each other. Are you done being dramatic now? His voice shakes. Yes, little Ember. My own voice breaks. I am done. He crosses the distance between us in 3 quick strides and swats my side with a clawed paw hard enough to make me yelp. Don't you ever do something so stupid again. We are a team. We make decisions together. You don't get to do just, his voice cracks. You don't get to leave me like that. You don't get to decide for both of us. You don't get to use pressure points on me and sneak away like a coward. I'm sorry. You should be. Another swat, though this one is weaker. Then his paws are in my fur, and he's shaking. You absolute fool. You magnificent, honorable, infuriating fool. I gather him close, and we stand there in the rain, 2 creatures who have chosen each other against all odds. How did you know where I'd gone? I ask finally. Of course, I knew where you were going. I looked up the temple after Edshot visited us. It was simple for someone of my caliber. He pulls back, glaring at me through tears. Did you really think I wouldn't figure it out? Did you think I'd just let you go without a fight? I thought I was protecting you. Protecting them. By abandoning us? He shakes his head. That's not protection, Splinter. That's running away. And we don't run. Not anymore. Not from this. I know. I press my forehead to his. I know that now. He pulls back and offers me the thermos. I brought tea. It's probably cold now. It's perfect, I tell him, accepting it. We walk together, paw in paw, down the mountain. The rain is letting up. The sun breaks through the clouds, casting everything in gold. Behind us, I feel the Ancient One's gaze, watching until we're out of sight. Ahead, our children are waiting. And this time, I will be there when they wake. Chapter text. Nedzu stared at the screen. For what felt like an eternity in mild discomfort. No matter how he looked, the data remained the same. Making a body disappear had been easy. There were always new med students needing cadavers after all, and he happened to have a pick-up team for just such occasion. One never knew when covering for a hero meant picking up a body. Dancing through politics was easier. You only had to know who to bribe, who to blackmail, when to speak, and when silence was the sharpest knife. Covering for Splinter had been simple logistics. Living with what came after was not. Telling the children, your father deeply regrets killing that man, was easy compared to this. He had signed all of them up for trauma counseling his pups, and the other rescued children awaiting placement. Being kidnapped was traumatic enough, witnessing that kind of violence was worse, even if Nedzu did not, in his heart, disagree with what Splinter had done. He had helped cover it up for 3 very clear reasons. 9a, Splinter was not a licensed hero, and the public would crucify a civilian animal for overstepping the bounds of what they were allowed to do. B. He did not want anyone noticing that Splinter's residency paperwork had been rushed and was still technically under review. Code 4. Someone at a ministry doesn't want another animal with a quirk legalized. C. Under vigilante laws, Splinter would count as quirked, even if the tests labeled it a mild mental enhancement, a precursor to Nedzu's own high spec. The commission would throw every book they could find at him. On paper, the cover-up was flawless. In practice, it hurt. Without a report of the Pied Piper in any system, with no quirk record, no arrest record, no whisper of his existence, it should have been perfect. Except it wasn't, because there was no official record of the Pied Piper. The parents the social workers tracked down had the perfect excuse ready-made: quirks are weird. If they didn't remember a child, no matter how much that child looked like them, well, quirks could do anything, couldn't they? A fire quirk didn't automatically make you Endeavor's cousin, a bird mutation didn't make you Hawk's secret sibling. The first reunion attempt was a disaster. Katsuki Bakugo's reuniting with his parents should have been an easy win. He had personally escorted Katsuki Bakugo to his parents' apartment, wanting to see one reunion succeed. Mitsuki Bakugo had taken one look at the boy and burst into furious tears. How can you do this? She snapped at Nedzu. Getting my hopes up like that? I can't have children. Which is fine. I don't want them. Not after the ectopic PRGNNCY. I almost died. I almost wish I were your parent, kid, but I have to face reality. For Mitsuki, Katsuki was a stranger wearing her face. So Katsuki joined their strange little family instead. And then, 2 days later, he tried the Ida family. The Ida family was wealthy, influential, proud. Surely they would want their second son back. Surely they would fight for him. K8 Ida spared the boy a single, cool glance and sniffed. I have one son. Our heir. That is all I need. DNA tests can be fooled. Tensei spent the entire meeting staring at Tenya like he was a puzzle with a missing piece, expression caught between discomfort and longing he did not understand. I feel like. Tensei started, then stopped. His jaw tightened. I feel like I should know you. But I don't. And trying to remember hurts. Then don't try, K8 said sharply. This is clearly some Quirk-based confusion. We'll sign the placement papers for this specialized facility and be done with it. When it ended, Tensei signed the forms to allow Tenya's placement at UA's affiliated facility, jaw tight, hand shaking slightly. As they left, he looked back once. Tenya met his eyes. I'm sorry, Tensei mouthed. Tenya bowed, perfect and formal. Thank you for your time, Ida-san. Not, brother. Not, Tensei and I. Just the formal address for a stranger. That night, Tenya joined their now large family. He didn't cry either. Just asked for a copy of the hero codes and regulations, and spent the evening memorizing them with fierce determination. If I follow the rules, he said quietly to Splinter, I can't be sent away again, right? If I'm perfect, they'll have to want me. Splinter's face crumpled. He gathered the boy close. You are already perfect, Tenya. You are already wanted. Their inability to see that is not your failure. It is the Quirk's cruelty. But Nedzu could see the doubt in the boy's eyes. Could see him calculating, planning, trying to figure out how to be good enough that someone would choose to remember him. It broke something in Nedzu's chest. By the end of the first month, Nedzu had documented 47 reunion attempts. Some parents tried to break through. They went to therapy, underwent hypnosis, submitted to Quirk analysis. It wasn't about who loved harder. Poverty, trauma, pride, Quirk culture, those made it easier for some adults to accept the false reality instead of tearing it open. They wanted to remember, fought to remember, wept with frustration when they couldn't. Others seized on "Quirks are weird" as absolution and stopped trying entirely. Almost 100 of the children had parents who said some variation of, if I did have a child, I'd ask you to keep them. I'm too poor to give them a good life. Or, memorably, with a dismissive snort, yeah, he's not mutant enough to get sympathy. A tail Quirk? How boring is that? For now, Nedzu had commandeered temporary housing government facilities, hastily converted buildings, a few orphanages he'd quietly purchased and staffed with people he trusted. The children were safe, fed, cared for. But they weren't home. And Nedzu couldn't give them that. Couldn't make their parents remember. Couldn't undo what the Quirk had done. He hadn't felt so useless, so helpless since the lab. By month 4, Nedzu had decided the worst part was that it made no logical sense. Some parents broke free with help, with time, with therapy. Others did not. Some kept trying even when it hurt. Others seized on "Quirks are weird" as an absolution and stopped. The children left behind would never know if their parents hadn't tried hard enough, or simply couldn't. And Nedzu couldn't solve it. He tried everything. Consulted with Quirk specialists, neurologists, memory experts. He reviewed the Pied Piper's Quirk registration records, the ones he hadn't completely erased, looking for weaknesses, loopholes, anything. Nothing worked. Guilt ate him alive. This puzzle was wrong, pieces from too many different boxes forced together. There was no elegant solution, no optimal outcome. High Spec was supposed to give him the logical answer, the perfect move. Here, there was only emotion and a chorus of small voices. His heart told him he was failing. He stopped eating properly. Food tasted like ash. He stopped grooming his fur. What was the point? He stopped letting the children curl up in his lap, pushing them gently away with a muttered, I have to solve this. I'm the only one who can. He believed it. Because if he couldn't solve it, what good was he? What good was being the smartest creature in Japan if he couldn't save these children? The screen blurred in front of him. He'd been staring at the same data set for 6 hours. The answer had to be here. Had to be. Nedzu. He didn't look up. Not now, Splinter. I'm close. I can feel it. You said that yesterday. And the day before. And, because it's true. There has to be a pattern. A way to predict which parents can break through and which can't. If I can just. Little Ember. Don't call me that. I'm working. Splinter was quiet for a long moment. Then, when did you last eat? I don't remember. It doesn't matter. When did you last sleep? Sleep is inefficient. I can function on. When did you last speak to our children? That made Nedzu pause. He looked up from the screen, blinking in the sudden brightness. I spoke to them this morning? 3 days ago, Splinter said quietly. You spoke to them 3 days ago. Michelangelo asked if you were angry at them. Raphael has stopped asking you questions. Donatello keeps leaving snacks outside your office that you don't eat. And Izuku. His voice cracked. Izuku asked me if you were going to leave like the other parents did. The words hit like a physical blow. I would never. Then stop acting like you're planning to. Splinter's tail lashed. You are spiraling, Nezu. Just as I did. And I cannot watch you destroy yourself trying to fix the unfixable. It's not unfixable. I just need more time. No. Splinter closed the laptop with a decisive click. What you need is to stop. Nezu could see that Splinter was feeling guilty too, in the quiet moments the way Splinter watched the reunion attempts with haunted eyes, the way his tail would go still when a parent rejected their child, the way he would retreat to the dojo late at night. They were both drowning, Nezu realized. Just in different ways. He should have noticed sooner. Should have seen that Splinter was staying functional only by watching him spiral, by having someone else to worry about. The guilt was eating both of them alive. It all came to a head almost 6 months after the Pied Piper's death. Splinter shut the laptop with a decisive click and physically pulled Nezu away from the desk. What are you doing? Nezu snapped, claws digging into the table edge. I cannot just watch you spiral any further, little Ember, Splinter said calmly. This stops now. He dragged Nezu into the dojo and slid the door closed, locking it with a firm twist. If you can defeat me in a spar, Splinter said, turning to face him, I will allow you to continue on this track until its end, but you will not have us. We will leave, Nezu. If you cannot defeat me, then you will take a break. We will find the solution together, like the partners we are. Nezu's fur bristled. You're being irrational. Show me. He crouched, weight balanced, every line of his body ready. Nezu bared his teeth. He was smaller, but not helpless, and Splinter had been teaching him basic center of gravity, leverage, where to strike. Splinter hadn't said he couldn't use his natural weapons fine. Nezu darted forward, claws flashing in quick slashes aimed at wrists and ankles. Splinter turned each swipe aside with infuriating ease, redirecting rather than blocking, letting Nezu's momentum slide past him like water off stone. A near-miss bite snapped at empty air as Splinter pivoted, tail curling for balance. You're holding back, Nezu snarled, lunging low, jaws aiming for a calf. Splinter stepped aside, paw resting briefly on the back of Nezu's neck, not striking, just touching, reminding. Am I? Nezu twisted, tried to use his smaller size to roll under Splinter, to get behind him, to sink teeth into vulnerable tendon. Splinter flowed with the motion, never meeting force head-on. A paw caught Nezu's forearm, turning his own spin into a harmless circle. Claws scraped tatami. Teeth snapped inches from fur. Splinter did not so much as flinch. Fight back. Nezu screamed, throwing himself forward with everything he had. Why? Splinter asked, still maddeningly calm. So you can feel like you've accomplished something? So you can add, defeated my partner, to your list of failures? He caught another strike, held it gently. I am not your enemy, little Ember. The quirk is. Your guilt is. But not me. I don't need, I can handle. You cannot. Splinter's voice turned firm. You are 3 days without sleep. A week without proper food. A month without joy. You cannot even defeat an opponent who is not fighting back. How do you expect to save 300 children? The words cut deep. True and terrible. Nezu tried one more time, a full-body tackle, all teeth and claws and desperate animal fury. Splinter stepped into him instead of away, arms wrapping around the smaller form, rolling with him. They hit the mats together. Splinter came up on top in a smooth, practiced motion, one paw resting firmly on the loose skin at the back of Nezu's neck, the scruff. Not crushing. Not hurting. Just holding. A SBMSN hold. The way an older animal pins a frantic packmate until they stop tearing at themselves. The pressure triggered something older than quirks, deeper than thought, an instinctive response coded into mammalian hindbrain. Nezu thrashed once. Twice. Then his muscles went slack, breathing evening out against his will. His vision blurred. His chest heaved. Are you done being dramatic? Splinter asked softly, echoing the words Nezu had once thrown at him on a rain-wet mountain path. Nezu slumped. Yes. Splinter eased off but did not move far, sitting cross-legged in front of him. Good. Now. I can't fix it, Nezu said, voice breaking. The words tore out of him like a confession. I can't make their parents remember. I can't undo what the quirk did. I can't, his voice cracked. I'm supposed to be the smartest creature in Japan and I can't fix this. No, Splinter agreed gently. You cannot fix it. But perhaps you are asking the wrong question. Nezu looked up at him, fur mussed, eyes red. You cannot give them back their old families, Splinter said, reaching out to smooth down Nezu's disheveled fur. But what can you give them instead? The question shifted something in Nezu's mind. A reframing. Not fix the past. Build the future. The children who aren't being claimed, Nezu said slowly, sitting up. Correct, Splinter said. Now think. What do those children need? A place to stay. Nezu muttered, high-spec beginning to whir back to life, not with self-punishment this time, but with purpose. Somewhere safe. Somewhere that's theirs. Good. Where? Nezu's pupils widened. His ears perked forward. Oh my fur. It's so simple. Splinter's whiskers twitched in amusement. Is it? I have land, Nezu said, words tumbling out now, faster and faster. Near UA. I bought it years ago for future expansion and never used it. It's still zoned for educational development. We can build quickly. Cementos can raise the structures in weeks. Dormitories, nurseries, training spaces. Staff accommodations. He paced as he spoke, tail lashing with renewed energy. His mind raced through calculations, blueprints appearing in his head fully formed. We keep sibling groups together. We don't force reunions, but we offer supervised visits for any parent who manages to break through the Quirk's effect. We bring in trauma-informed staff, retired heroes, reformed vigilantes, anyone who understands being forgotten or erased. We give them education, stability, family. His eyes shone, bright and alive for the first time in weeks. We call it UA Prep. An affiliated preparatory school. Officially it's for at-risk and displaced children with potential. Unofficially it's for all of them. For all the ones the world can't or won't remember. A pipeline to UA itself if they want it, or to support courses, or to whatever future they choose. Splinter smiled, slow and warm. There is my partner. Welcome back, little Ember. I'm sorry, Nezu whispered. The energy drained out of him all at once, leaving only exhaustion and shame. I pushed the children away. I pushed you away. I was so focused on what I couldn't fix that I forgot about what I could build. I know. And they know. And they will forgive you, because that is what family does. Splinter offered his paw. Now. Shall we tell them together? Nezu took the offered paw and pulled himself up. His legs shook. His vision swam. After you eat something, Splinter added firmly. And sleep. And groom your fur. You look like you fought a badger and lost. I feel like I fought a badger and lost. You fought yourself and lost. Much more dangerous. Splinter guided him toward the door. Come. Food first, then sleep. Tomorrow, we change the world. The children gathered in the common room of their temporary housing the next evening, a space that had never felt quite like home, always waiting for something better. Nezu stood before them, fur freshly groomed, a plate of half-eaten food nearby as proof of Splinter's supervision. He still looked tired, but his eyes were clear. I owe you all an apology, he said without preamble. The room went quiet. 300 children in various states of confusion, hope, and wariness. I have been distant, Nezu continued. Trying to solve a problem that cannot be solved the way I wanted. Trying to give you back your old families. He met their eyes, Katsuki's guarded expression, Tenya's careful attention. I cannot do that. The quirk is permanent. Your parents may never remember, no matter how much we wish they would. Several children looked away. Others stared at him with eyes too old for their faces. A few of the younger ones started to cry. But, Nezu said, voice stronger now, I can give you something else. A home. A real one. Not temporary housing or borrowed space. A school of your own, where you are not forgotten, where you are not guests, where you belong. He pulled out a tablet, projecting preliminary designs on the wall. Architectural renderings bloomed to life: dormitories with common rooms, classrooms flooded with natural light, training grounds, gardens, spaces designed for children to be children. This is UA Prep, he said. It will be yours. Your dormitories, your classrooms, your training grounds. A place where siblings stay together. Where no one asks you to prove you exist. Where you are simply home. The silence stretched. Nezu's heart hammered. What if they didn't want this? What if they saw it as giving up on their real families? What if Michelangelo raised his hand, orange mask slightly askew, eyes bright with mischief and hope? Does this mean you're stuck with us, Mom? The question broke the tension. Several children laughed. Others smiled tentatively. Nezu's throat tightened. Yes, little one. I am stuck with you. If you will have me. Even though you were being dumb for like 6 months? Raphael asked, arms crossed but eyes hopeful. Even though I was being dumb for like 6 months. And you'll actually talk to us? Donatello added quietly. Not just work all the time? And I'll actually talk to you. I promise. Leonardo stood, exchanging glances with his brothers. With Katsuki. With Tenya. With Himari and the twins and all the other children who'd been forgotten. Then he walked over and hugged Nezu's leg. Okay, he said firmly. You're forgiven. But you have to promise not to be an idiot again. One by one, the others joined a pile of children, forgotten by the world but not by each other, surrounding the small chimera who had finally stopped trying to fix the past and started building their future. "I promise to try," Nezu said, voice thick with emotion. "And when I inevitably fail at that, I promise to let you tell me I'm being an idiot again." "Deal," Raphael said. "We'll need it in writing," Tenya added seriously, which made several children laugh. Katsuki was the last to join, standing on the edge of the group. He met Nezu's eyes, expression carefully neutral. "This better not be temporary," he said. "I'm not doing the whole, getting my hopes up thing again." "It's not temporary," Nezu promised. "This is permanent. You are stuck with me, and I am stuck with you, and that is how it will remain." "Fine." Katsuki's scowl softened just slightly. "But if you start ignoring us again, I'm setting off explosions in your office." Duly noted. Nezu looked around at the children, his children now, in all the ways that mattered, and felt something in his chest finally unclench. He couldn't give them back their old lives. Couldn't make the world remember them. But he could give them this. A future. A family. A home. Sometimes, that had to be enough. Chapter text. Splinter had trained ninja in the dark alleys of a broken city. He had raised 4 sons in the sewers beneath Manhattan, armed only with instinct, DSPLN, and whatever discount noodles were on sale. But nothing had prepared him for 206 children. Correction, 206 emotionally traumatized, quirk-activated children, most of whom now called him father, papa, or the occasional dad-sensei, depending on how serious they were feeling that day. They lived in the dormitories now, small clusters of color-coded wings built right onto the edge of UA's campus, a stone's throw from the main school. Nezu called it strategic proximity. Splinter called it convenient hell. There were babies, 150 of them, most still in diapers, gurgling nonsense in cribs that vibrated with energy from newborn quirks. Toddlers with flaming hair. A 3-year-old with wings. A 5-year-old who could speak to frogs and refused to bathe unless an actual frog was watching. The rest ranged up to around age 12, and many had siblings they clung to like lifelines. One baby in particular, a chubby infant with soft brown fur, mouse ears, and a curious nose that twitched just like Nezu's, had taken a liking to him immediately. She squealed and reached out every time he walked into the nursery. Splinter had held her once, just once, and felt something shift in his chest like a lock sliding open. She looked like she could have been his. Theirs. He didn't say it aloud. Not yet. He wasn't alone in this, of course. The dorm staff had been tripled within a week, volunteers swarming in after Nezu had sent one single, cryptic email to his network. Aizawa showed up, grumbling, with a stack of crib assembly instructions and a blanket over his head. Present Mike had appeared next, hauling a karaoke machine and 47 picture books. And of course, his children were not too far behind. Michelangelo, his youngest son in spirit, if not in blood, was everywhere. Somehow simultaneously babysitting, rearranging furniture, and hiding ice cream sandwiches in the ceiling tiles, for emergencies. "Dad." Mikey called one morning during their first week of operation, skidding into the main office where Splinter was drinking bitter green tea like it was a sedative. "Interview time." Splinter blinked slowly. "Interview? For staff." Mikey's eyes gleamed with excitement. "We need teachers. And nurses. And..." Yes, I remember." Splinter sighed. Because of course, now he'd be expected to actually have a school, and not just a hastily put-together spot for all of those children. Bring them in. The first applicant was a tall, lanky young man with lizard-like scales, downturned yellow eyes, and a voice like dry leaves. "Iguchi Shuichi," he said, bowing awkwardly at the threshold. "I want to work with kids. Most people think I'm scary." Before Splinter could respond, Mikey bounded across the room, gave the young man a once-over, and grinned. "You look like you could be our uncle." "No offense," he said brightly. "That practically makes you family. Of course you're hired." Shuichi blinked, scales shifting color slightly. "Wah, really?" Splinter stared at his son. Mikey stared back with wide, innocent eyes. Splinter sighed deeply. "What position were you applying for, Iguchi-san?" Teacher's aide? Or maintenance? I'm good with my hands, and I don't mind cleaning." Shuichi fidgeted with his sleeve. I want to help kids who feel different. Who don't fit in." Something in his voice, a thread of old pain, carefully hidden, made Splinter's decision. "Sure. Fine. Welcome to UA Prep, Uncle Shuichi," Splinter said, echoing Mikey's nickname. "You'll work with our younger students. Report to the main office tomorrow at 7. The young man burst into tears on the spot. Mikey helpfully offered him a tissue and a pat on the back. "See? I told you." The second applicant was a young woman with curly teal hair and an uncertain smile. Takeshita Karakoko, she introduced herself, fiddling with the hem of her oversized sleeves. Her smile was too wide, her laugh too practiced. She wore anxiety like perfume. I was an intern with a hero agency, she continued. Sir Nightie's agency. I was promised a sidekick position after my internship, but... She swallowed. He said if I couldn't make him laugh, I didn't deserve to be heard. That quiet people don't belong in hero work. I will never know why I wasn't what he wanted. Her hands twisted together. So I left. I just want the kids to know it's okay to be quiet sometimes. That they don't have to perform to be valued. Splinter nodded slowly, studying her. There was steel beneath the uncertainty. Someone who'd walked away from a hero agency on principle was someone worth having. We have art rooms, he said. We need someone to fill them. Someone who understands that not all communication is loud. Karakoko blinked. Wait, really? That's it? Splinter stood and retrieved a lanyard from his desk. Art teacher. First bell is at 8, don't let the fire breather near the paint. Noted? Mikey gave her a thumbs up from where he was now hanging upside down from a bookshelf. Welcome to the weirdest job you'll ever love. The woman he interviewed to be a nurse was named Magna, with a bright smile, arms like steel beams, and a gentleness that didn't quite match her strength, at least not at first glance. Some people still say I'm not really a lady. Just because of how I was born. Her smile wavered. Most places won't hire me. Say I'm too controversial for working with children. Splinter, still reeling from the new rhythm of his day's feeding schedules, curriculum meetings, Quirk incident reports, and diaper changes, barely blinked. Gender, he said quietly, is not something I particularly care about. What I care about is whether you can keep children safe and help them heal. He met her eyes steadily. Can you do that? Magna stared at him for a long moment. Then her eyes filled with tears. Yes, she whispered. Yes, I can. Then you are hired. Welcome to UA Prep, Nurse Magna. She didn't reply with words. She just hugged him, not one of those polite, professional hugs either, but the kind of hug from someone who hadn't been seen in a long time. A long, long time. Splinter stiffened at first, then let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding and patted her on the back. When she pulled away, she was smiling through her tears. I'll take such good care of them. I promise. And I'll make sure you get extra pudding with lunch. I thank you. Splinter said, slightly bewildered. You need the calories, she said firmly. You're too thin for someone carrying this much responsibility. After she left, Mikey dropped down from the bookshelf. I like her. She's got mom energy. We already have Nedzu. Yeah, but now we have 2 moms. It's great. Splinter rubbed his temples. This is my life now. Yep. Mikey said cheerfully. And it's awesome. It was strange, Splinter thought later that evening, how quickly things had changed. How easily his world had widened. Once, he'd trained as a ninja in the shadows of a broken city, raising 4 sons in the sewers with nothing but DSPLN and whatever scraps he could find. He hadn't planned for more. He hadn't dared to hope for more. Now he had over 200 children under his roof, quirky, chaotic, deeply traumatized children, clinging to him like he was the last steady thing in the world. He'd long since stopped correcting them when they called him father. Because this beautiful, messy, exhausting new reality was his world now. And if it meant keeping them safe? If it meant giving them a chance at the peace he'd once only dreamed of for his own sons? Then Splinter would carry it all. Every bottle. Every bandage. Every bedtime story. He supposed, with a small, weary smile, that his family had just gotten a little bigger. By the 3rd week, he'd gotten used to being around so many children, though Bakugo was the one Splinter watched most closely. The boy had gone nearly silent since the failed reunion with his parents 3 weeks ago. His usual fury had burned itself out, leaving behind something colder. Brittle. He didn't shout. He didn't lash out. He just watched the world like it might disappear if he blinked. This afternoon, Splinter found him in the courtyard, sitting under a tree beside Izuku. They'd been inseparable since the kidnapping, 2 boys who'd lost everything, clinging to the one person who understood. I thought she cared, Katsuki said quietly. Not angry. Not crying. Just stating a fact that no longer made sense. Even when she yelled. Even when she hit. I thought it meant something. Izuku fidgeted with a leaf, his green hair falling into his eyes. She should have remembered. She didn't even look at me like I was familiar, Katsuki continued, jaw tight. She looked at me like I was some kid who wandered into the wrong house. Like the name on the records didn't mean anything. Splinter stepped from the shadows, announcing his presence with a soft clearing of his throat. Both boys startled but didn't move away. Because to her, Splinter said gently, kneeling so he was eye level with them, it doesn't Katsuki's hands clenched into fists. She wasn't lying, Splinter continued. Her memories were altered. The part of her that knew you wanted you was taken. What was left tried to make sense of the world without it. Katsuki swallowed hard. So when she said she never wanted kids, she was confused, Splinter said softly. Not rejecting you. The quirk took away her memories of loving you, of choosing to have you. What remained was a woman trying to make sense of medical records that said she'd been pregnant when her mind insisted she never had been. Katsuki laughed once, sharp and hollow. Feels the same. Splinter didn't argue that. Instead, he rested a paw on the boy's shoulder, warm and solid. What she lost does not define your worth, he said firmly. And it does not erase what was real. Love does not vanish just because someone can no longer remember it. It existed. It was real. And it mattered. Katsuki stared at the ground, blinking rapidly. So what am I supposed to do now? Splinter considered his answer carefully. You don't forget her, he said at last. But you also don't chase someone who cannot see you. You choose who can. You choose people who remember. Who want you. Who see you clearly. A pause. The wind rustled through the leaves above them. Do I still get to stay? Katsuki asked, voice barely audible. Splinter's grip tightened, anchoring. You were never temporary, Katsuki. Not for a moment. You are my student. My son, if you'll have me. And that is permanent. Izuku leaned against Katsuki's side, quiet but firm. You're stuck with us now. All of us. Katsuki didn't respond with words. But his hand found Izuku's, gripping tight, and he didn't pull away when Splinter's other paw rested on his head. They sat there for a long time, three people who'd lost so much, holding on to what they'd found. By the end of the second month, Chaos had a schedule. The school had a name, uniforms, sort of getting 206 children to wear matching anything was an ongoing battle, and enough nap mats to build a small fort. Splinter had memorized at least half the kids' names. The baby with mouse ears had started calling him Pa. He still wasn't sure how to do this. Was he their teacher? Their principal? Their father? All of the above? Don't overthink it, Izuku told him one evening, hanging upside down from a rafter in Splinter's office with the ease of someone who'd practiced climbing everything. You support them. That's enough. Your brother has been teaching you bad habits, Splinter observed. Mikey says the best view is from upside down. Mikey says many things. Not all of them are wise. Izuku grinned. But some of them are. You're doing good, Dad. The kids love you. Splinter's chest tightened at the simple certainty in his son's voice. Later that evening, Nedzu handed him a mug that said World's Most Overqualified Dad in blocky letters. I had it custom printed, Nedzu said, tail twitching happily. Splinter stared at the mug. Then at his partner. Then back at the mug. This is my life now, he muttered, but he was smiling as he sipped his tea. Yes, Nedzu agreed cheerfully. Isn't it wonderful? And, truthfully? He was okay with that. That night, Nedzu found Splinter in the nursery, holding the mouse-eared baby who'd finally fallen asleep against his chest. Moonlight filtered through the windows, casting everything in silver. You're getting attached, Nedzu observed quietly from the doorway. Perhaps, Splinter admitted, not looking up. His paw carefully cradled the infant's head. She has no one. No family came forward. No one remembered her. Neither did anyone remember our sons, Nedzu said gently, stepping closer. And look how that turned out. Splinter looked down at the sleeping infant, her tiny paw curled around his finger. She made small sounds in her sleep, content and safe. Are you suggesting? I'm not suggesting anything, Nedzu said, but his eyes were soft as he looked at them both. I'm simply observing that our family has a way of growing when we're not looking. Splinter huffed a quiet laugh. 206 children are not enough for you. 200 that aren't ours, and yet are, and 8 our own has a nicer ring to it, don't you think? The baby stirred, nuzzling closer to Splinter's chest, and made a small, sleepy sound. Pa! Splinter's breath caught. His chest tightened with something warm and terrifying and wonderful all at once. We should discuss this properly, he said, voice rough. Of course, Nedzu agreed, moving to stand beside him. After you put her down. You've been standing there for 40 minutes. Splinter blinked. I have not, he glanced at the clock on the wall. Perhaps I have. Nedzu's tail swished with amusement. Take your time, dear one. I'll be in our quarters when you're ready to admit you've already decided. He was right, of course. Nedzu was always right about these things. Splinter looked down at the baby, their baby, his heart whispered and felt the decision settle into his bones like it had always been there, just waiting for him to notice. Soon, he whispered to her. Soon you'll be ours officially. I promise. She slept on, trusting and safe, and Splinter finally understood what Nezu had meant about family growing when you weren't looking. Sometimes you didn't choose it. Sometimes it chose you. By the third month, everyone knew Splinter's evening meditation had become routine. A quiet place, away from diapers, fire hazards, and emotional 6-year-olds with abandonment issues. He sat still in the courtyard under the dormitory eaves, letting the cool breeze flow over his fur, tail curled neatly around his feet. So, of course, that was when Nezu arrived. "I hate to intrude," Nezu said in that bright, impossible-to-refuse tone of his, "but my staff has invited you out for a talk." Splinter didn't open his eyes. "I am not fond of social outings." "Yes, dear one. That's likely why they called it a shovel talk, not a tea party." That got Splinter's attention. His eyes opened. "A what?" Nezu's grin was absolutely wicked. "You'll see. Come along now. They're waiting." That was how Splinter found himself herded cornered, really into a booth at a dingy bar just off UA's outer campus, with an actual shovel leaned ominously against the wall. The owner of said shovel was Ryu Inui Hound Dog himself, currently growling low in his throat like someone trying to keep his animal instincts in check. Splinter assessed the situation with growing dread. Across from him sat Namuri Kayama Midnight, swirling something pink and lethal-looking in a martini glass. In the corner, Aizawa Shoyuta lounged like a caffeinated shadow, eyes half-closed but clearly alert. And beside him, Hisashi Yamada present mic practically vibrated with barely contained energy. "You heard him," Inui said without preamble, tapping the shovel handle against the table like a metronome of menace, "and I will dig you a very shallow grave." Splinter blinked slowly. "I beg your pardon?" Inui leaned forward. "I said." "No, I heard you," Splinter interrupted, genuinely confused. "I'm just trying to process why the grave must be shallow." Namuri chuckled, the sound rich and dangerous. "Because that's how you know it's personal. Also, easier to fill in a hurry." She leaned forward with a wink that felt weaponized. "You know how it is. Our Nezu doesn't let people in. So when someone makes him giggle and reorganize entire departments for them, we notice." Inui gave a sharp nod, his canine features set in determination. "Animal Quirk solidarity. He's the best boss I've ever had. Got instincts. Heart. Keeps snacks in his coat. He's a treasure." "I see," Splinter said carefully. "You don't yet," Namuri purred, eyes glittering with mischief, "but I've seen how you look at him. Especially when he's being all clever and smug. That's the face of someone wondering what else that brain can do." Splinter froze. "That is inappropriate." "Is it?" Namuri twirled her straw innocently. "Come on, I'm just saying he built you a school. You wouldn't believe what I'd do for someone who built me real art funding." "Namuri," Aizawa said from the corner, his voice as dry and flat as his perpetually messy hair, "if you hurt Nezu, they'll never find the body." Splinter turned sharply toward the underground hero. "Are you all like this?" Hisashi slid into the booth beside him like a human firecracker, tossing his jacket over the back. "Nah, I'm the fun one. I'm just here for vibes and to see if Nezu's secret boyfriend can handle karaoke later." "I am not," Splinter started, then stopped. What was the point? He looked around at the table, a woman in black leather threatening him with innuendo, a literal man-dog with a shovel, a caffeine-deprived erasure hero who'd helped dispose of a body, and a DJ who would absolutely blast Careless Whisper at full volume during a hostage situation. This was his vetting committee. This was his life now. "Is there an actual reason for this meeting?" Splinter asked, ears tilted backward in clear distress. "Or is this purely recreational intimidation?" "You're living with him," Aizawa stated flatly. "Parenting with him. Building infrastructure with him. He talks about you. Constantly," Hisashi added cheerfully, grin widening. "It's actually kind of adorable. Splinter did this and Splinter said that, and you should see how Splinter organized the curriculum." "Point made," Splinter said quickly. Namuri smirked. "We're just making sure you're worth it." "Worth? What, exactly?" "Him," all four said in unison. The synchronized response was somehow more unsettling than the individual threats. "I did not ask for this responsibility," Splinter said, staring toward the exit like a prisoner eyeing a loose window bar. "But you took it," Inui said, voice gentling slightly. "You stepped up. For the kids. For him." Splinter hesitated, tail curling tighter. Then, quietly, "They needed someone." A beat of silence fell over the table. Even Namuri didn't crack a joke. Aizawa nodded once, something like approval in his tired eyes. "Good. That's the answer we were hoping for. Though for the record," Hisashi added, "we also would have accepted, 'I love him,' or 'he's amazing,' or 'have you seen his brain work? It's hot.'" "Yamada." Splinter said with impressive restraint, I am trying very hard not to demonstrate my combat training right now. See? He fits right in. Hisashi beamed. Namuri raised her glass. To accidental soulmates and an army of children. Kanpai. Hisashi hooped, knocking back his drink. Splinter stood abruptly. Where are you going? Namuri asked, eyes dancing. To meditate. Possibly to flee. Either way, I've endured enough human conventions for one night. You didn't touch your drink, Hisashi pointed out, trying to slide a glass of plum sake toward him. I do not drink, Splinter said firmly. Try it anyway. Namuri said brightly. It's great with the taste of impending responsibility. Splinter gave them a look that could curdle milk, turned on his heel, and vanished into the night. Behind him, he heard Aizawa's dry voice. He'll be fine. Anyone who can handle over 100 children can handle us. Think he'll come to karaoke night? Hisashi asked hopefully. Absolutely not, Aizawa and Inui said together. I'm taking that bet, Namuri said. Outside, the quiet washed over Splinter like silk. He inhaled deeply, letting the chaos fade, and made his way back toward UA Prep. The night was cool and clear, stars bright overhead. In the distance, he could see the dormitories, warm lights glowing in windows. His family, sleeping safe. And somewhere along the rooftops, a reluctant smile ghosted over his lips. They were nosy. They were strange. They were chaotic, protective, and ridiculous. But perhaps Nedzu had chosen well. These were people who cared deeply, who protected fiercely, who showed love through threats and terrible jokes. Not so different from him, really. And maybe just maybe next time, he'd try the plum sake. After he figured out how to survive karaoke. He found Nedzu waiting for him on the roof of the dormitory, 2 cups of tea already poured, sitting on a blanket under the stars. How was your interrogation? Nedzu asked pleasantly, offering him a cup. Splinter accepted it and sat beside his partner with a heavy sigh. Your colleagues are unhinged. Yes, they are. Wonderful, aren't they? Nedzu's eyes sparkled with mischief. What did they threaten you with? Shallow graves, innuendo, and karaoke. Splinter sipped his tea. Also, Aizawa-san implied he would make my body disappear. Ah, so they like you. Excellent. Nedzu's tail swished happily. I was worried they'd be too subtle. That was subtle? For them? Yes. Splinter shook his head, but he was smiling now. Below them, the dormitories glowed with warm light. Someone was singing off-key, probably Mikey. A baby was crying somewhere, quickly soothed by Magna's gentle voice. Laughter echoed from one of the common rooms. Their family. All of them. This is my life now, Splinter said, not quite a question. Nedzu leaned against his shoulder, warm and solid. Yes. Is it what you wanted? Splinter thought about 4 sons in the sewers. About training alone in the dark. About a life lived in shadows and silence, always looking over his shoulder, always wondering when he'd lose everything. Then he thought about 300 children who called him father. About staff who cried with joy when he hired them. About a partner who built him a school and looked at him like he'd hung the moon. About a baby who said, "Pa," and reached for him every morning, who would soon officially be theirs. No, he said honestly. It is better. So much better than anything I dared to dream. Nedzu smiled, tail curling around Splinter's. Good. Because I'm not giving you back. I would not go even if you tried, little Ember. Also good. Because I absolutely would not let you. Nedzu paused, then added more softly, and for what it's worth, I did tell them to go easy on you. That was easy? Hisashi wanted to bring his full speaker system. Namuri suggested hiring a private investigator. And Inui actually brought 2 shovels before I convinced him one was sufficient. Splinter stared. I see. So yes. Easy. They sat in comfortable silence, drinking tea, watching their impossible family sleep below them. Tomorrow there would be more chaos. More interviews. More crises. More children who needed them. Forms to file for official adoption of a mouse-eared baby girl who'd stolen both their hearts. Lessons to plan. A school to run. But tonight, there was this, tea on a rooftop, a partner's warmth, and the quiet satisfaction of having built something worth keeping. Splinter's life had widened beyond anything he'd imagined. From 4 sons to hundreds. From sewers to a school. From surviving to thriving. And for the first time in 300 years, he felt like he was exactly where he belonged. Nedzu? Thank you, Splinter said quietly. For all of this. For them. For us. Nedzu's paw found his, squeezing gently. Thank you for staying. For choosing this. For choosing me. Always, Splinter promised. For as long as you'll have me. Then I suppose you're stuck with me forever, dear one. I suppose I am. They smiled at each other, Two small creatures who'd survived impossible things and built something beautiful from the ashes. Below them, their family slept. Above them, the stars shone. And between them, something quiet and precious bloomed, not love's first spark, but its steady flame, the kind that would burn warm and bright for years to come. Tomorrow could wait. Tonight, they had this. And this was everything. Izuku had never imagined this life. If someone had told him, back when he was 5 and quirkless and small, that one day he'd have 4 mutant turtle brothers, a dad who was a ninja rat, a mom who ran a top hero school, Bakugo as his brother, Tenya as his brother, and something like 300 other kids who also called that rat dad and Nedzu mom, he would have assumed he was having the weirdest fever dream in history. And yet, at 14, walking side by side with Katsuki down a street that used to make his stomach twist, he could honestly say he wouldn't trade this life for anything. This was the first time in a while that Dad and Nedzu had let them go out without an escort. It wasn't unsupervised, exactly. Nedzu had 3 different tracking safeguards, and Hound Dog knew their route, but still. It was freedom. He loved his brothers. He loved his dad. But they were overprotective, and he understood why. He still had nightmares sometimes of the Pied Piper's song, of waking up alone, of looking into a mother's eyes and seeing a stranger. Katsuki had his own nightmares, Mitsuki's confused denial, the sick twist. Of hearing, "I never wanted kids," from someone whose laugh he still remembered from better days. Sometimes they clung to each other on those nights. Neither of them commented on it. "Have you ever thought about what brought us to this point?" Katsuki asked as they passed Aldera. He didn't say the name of the school. He didn't have to. The building loomed like a bad memory. "All the time, Kaken," Izuku said. "But I think this new life is worth it." Katsuki snorted, but didn't argue. "I like having you as a friend again," Izuku continued, and Katsuki winced. They both knew exactly whose fault the falling out had been. "I like having a dad who actually wants us. I like having brothers who care. I even like all the babies that cling to dad." Katsuki huffed a reluctant laugh at that. The image of a battle-hardened rat carrying 4 toddlers, 2 in each arm, having 3 holding on to his legs and 1 dangling from his tail, was still one of the funniest things Izuku had ever seen. "It was torture getting here," Izuku said quietly, "but, if it had to happen, at least something good came out of it." They both fell silent as they turned under the familiar underpass. The counselor had called it exposure work. Go to the places where you were hurt. Acknowledge the pain. Reclaim them. Nedzu had agreed with additional safeguards. Splinter had not liked it, but he'd trusted them enough to say yes. Izuku's skin prickled as they entered the tunnel. His quirk hummed faintly under his skin, reacting to something he couldn't name. The air felt wrong. "Kaken," he said slowly, "maybe we should." The gurgling sound cut him off. A sewer lid clanged against concrete overhead, bouncing off the ceiling. Something wet and heavy surged upward. Instinct overrode thought. Izuku shoved Katsuki aside. Then the sludge was on him, climbing him like a tree, forcing its way into his mouth and nose, slick and choking and awful. He couldn't breathe. He heard Katsuki shouting, heard the crackle of explosions, felt the heat as Katsuki tried to blast the sludge away. His own quirk flared, reaching, wanting, but he couldn't think of what to call. Summoning required focus. Focus was impossible when you were drowning alive. It hurt. His lungs burned. His vision tunneled. And then, "Never fear, for I am here." The world went white. Something hit the sludge with a shocking force. The pressure vanished, then returned in a different direction as Izuku's body went flying. His head struck brick. Light exploded behind his eyes. Then nothing. If someone had told Katsuki at 10 that he'd one day consider Izuku his brother, he would have blown something up in their direction. At 12, he would have called them insane. At 14, sitting outside a UA prep therapy room with a bruised ego and a head full of Nedzu's observations about quirk bias and childhood conditioning, he'd started to understand. Izuku had never looked down on him. Katsuki had just decided he did, because it was easier than admitting he was afraid. Now, walking with him through their old territory, he saw their history differently. Aldera wasn't just the place where he'd been king of the playground. It was where he'd let his fear turn into cruelty and called it strength. He didn't want to be that person again. "You ever think about what brought us to this point?" he asked, surprising himself. "All the time, Kaken," Izuku said, and then laid his heart bare. "Friend, dad, brothers, babies. Torture into something good." Katsuki smiled, small and quick. "Yeah. Okay. That was fair." Then Izuku's shoulders stiffened. "Kaken." The gurgle sounded, and suddenly, Izuku was shoving him aside, and the thing was on him. Katsuki's hands lit up, explosions crackling, but the sludge just quivered, enraged, tightening around Izuku's face. "Leave him alone!" Katsuki yelled, blasting again, trying to peel the sludge off without burning Izuku himself. It didn't work. Each explosion just made it angrier. Izuku's quirk flashed uselessly, the air around them shivering with half-formed potential. Then the voice came, loud and familiar. "Never fear, for I am here." Katsuki barely had time to think, finally, before the world detonated. All Might's punch tore the sludge away in a single, overwhelming impact. Katsuki felt the shockwave in his teeth. Sludge scattered. Izuku's body slammed backward into the wall with a sickening thud that Katsuki felt in his own bones. "Izuku!" he shouted. All Might didn't look. The symbol of peace uncapped a bottle he'd produced from somewhere, scooped the remnants of the villain into it with practiced efficiency, then turned back. Izuku lay crumpled on the ground, eyes rolled back, slime streaked across his uniform. All Might bent over him. Relief washed through Katsuki right up until he realized what the hero was actually doing. All Might slapped Izuku's cheek. Hard. "Wake up, young man. We can't nap in the middle of the road." "What the F dash?" Katsuki blurted. All Might blinked at him, startled, as if noticing him for the first time. "Oh. Sorry. I didn't mean to get you too caught up in my justicing. This town is still very new to me. Those sewers really got me turned around." "Not that it's not great to see you," Katsuki snapped, heart hammering, "but maybe check if he has a concussion before slapping him awake? That's not standard rescue procedure." He could hear Nedzu in his head. "Rescue first. Stabilize the victim. Secure the scene." He'd sat through more safety lectures in the past 6 months than most adults did in a lifetime. All Might's smile faltered. "Just a fraction." Izuku coughed, groaned, and blinked up at him. "Ow. See? He's fine." All Might boomed, too loud, too bright. Izuku stared at him. "Oh," he said. "All Might." His tone did not sound happy. Good to see you again?" Izuku added, politeness warring with something rawer. All Might tilted his head. "Again? You don't remember, do you?" Izuku asked softly. All Might's smile froze. "I'm afraid you'll have to be more specific, young man." "You rescued me from this same sludge villain when I was 5, Izuku said. Same voice. Same gurgle. "You put him in a soda bottle then, too." All Might's eyes widened a fraction. "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised he got free," Izuku continued. "Villains get out. Systems fail. But you know what surprised me, All Might?" Katsuki swallowed. The air felt brittle. "You left me on a rooftop," Izuku said, voice quiet and steady in the echo of the underpass. "You told me I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. Then you jumped away without making sure I was safe. You were my favorite hero. And then you broke my heart." All Might flinched. "It's a good thing my quirk finally manifested," Izuku added, eyes hard. Back then, crawling up onto that fence to take the short way down felt realistic. For someone quirkless. Katsuki's stomach dropped. He hadn't heard that part. Not in those words. All Might looked smaller. For a heartbeat, he seemed less like a symbol and more like a man who'd made a terrible mistake and suddenly realized it wasn't buried. He started. "Thank you for saving me from the sludge." "Again," Izuku said, cutting him off with a little bow that felt more like a dismissal. "But Kaken and I need to go home." Katsuki moved to Izuku's side, fist still clenched, keeping his body between Izuku and the hero. All Might didn't try to stop them. Izuku didn't say much on the way back. They used a park fountain to wash off the worst of the sludge, but the smell clung. So did the weight of what had been said. Katsuki walked close, hands jammed in his pockets, glancing at Izuku more often than he pretended to. Izuku's eyes were distant, focused on some point only he could see. They didn't speak again until they reached the apartment. Izuku knocked 3 times in a familiar rhythm. "It's us. We're safe." But the door opened almost before the last knock fell. Splinter filled the doorway, tall, fur bristling, eyes sharp. His gaze swept over them once, cataloging sludge, bruises, posture. His ears flattened. "Izuku," he said, voice low. "Hey, Dad," Izuku answered. "We're home." "I see that." Splinter stepped aside. "Inside. Now." Katsuki obeyed without argument. Nedzu sat on the couch with tea in paw, ears tipped forward. At the first whiff of sludge and stress, his expression tightened. "You smell like a sewer," he observed. "Because the villain who attacked Izuku might as well have been one," Katsuki muttered. "Some sludge guy. Apparently, Izuku's met him before." Splinter's claws curled into the doorframe as he shut it with a decisive click. "And you never said anything?" Izuku sank onto the nearest cushion. "Same villain, yeah. Same sludge. Different underpass." He scrubbed a hand through his hair. "All Might got there in time to slam me into a wall and scoop the villain into a soda bottle." Silence. "You were injured," Splinter said slowly. "I hit my head." I'm fine, Izuku said too quickly. He didn't mean to. Probably. He just didn't really check on me afterward. Oh, but he did slap him awake, Katsuki added, then winced as Splinter's gaze sharpened on him. What? I didn't even yell that much. This time. To think that man is going to be a teacher this year, Nedzu muttered, nose wrinkling. You hired him. Splinter's head snapped around. His ears pinned back. The Hero Public Safety Commission assigned him, Nedzu said, expression sour. As part of their grand mentorship program. Katsuki and Izuku exchanged a glance. They knew that tone. It meant grown-up politics were about to happen. Hey, Katsuki said quickly, Izuku needs to shower. There's sludge in his hair. It's gross. Splinter never took his eyes off Nedzu. Go. Both of you. No sparring tonight. Yeah, Katsuki said, already steering Izuku toward the bathroom. The sound of running water soon filled the apartment. Splinter stayed where he was, claws still flexed against the wood. Intent matters less than consequence, he said flatly. Nedzu set his cup down with care. Yes, he agreed quietly. It does. He stared at the steaming tea for a moment, ears low. Of course it was him, he added after a beat, voice tight. The HPSC insists on keeping its symbol in circulation. So they place him in my halls. Near my kits. Near your sons. His paw trembled once, then stilled. He's drifted so far, Nedzu said, more to himself than to Splinter. From the boy who once lifted me onto a podium when I was still just a lab rat proving I could teach. I owe him the spark that became this career. He took a chance on something like me. He looked toward the hallway, toward the thin door dividing them from the sound of water and muffled voices. I do not like the thought of that same boy, grown careless, standing near our kits and pups, he finished. Where one misjudged swing of his power might hurt them again. Splinter moved to the couch and sat beside him, placing a large paw gently over Nedzu's smaller one. And yet? Nedzu's eyes flicked up. They were bright, not with tears, but with a sharp, focused resolve. And yet, he said, gratitude does not mean silence. Perhaps he simply needs a reminder of who he used to be. Pride forgets. Gratitude remembers. A small, wry smile tugged at Splinter's mouth. You plan to rehabilitate the symbol of peace. I plan to remind him, Nedzu corrected. No one ever told All Might what peace should feel like. If the commission insists on placing him in our hallways, then our hallways will teach him as surely as any classroom. Splinter considered that. Shuichi can run prep, he said at last. The staff there is strong. The children will manage without me for a season. If you accept, I will teach at UA proper. Watch him. Watch our children. Make sure the commission's mentor does no further harm. Nedzu's expression softened. Teaching suits you, he said. You passed the exams. Endured the paperwork. Ancient One's recommendation didn't hurt either. At the name, Splinter's ears tipped back in remembered respect. I must call Ojaizen, he murmured. If he hears from another source that one of his Himigo nearly died under All Might's hand again, he will descend on Mizutofo himself. Nedzu huffed. He already called twice this week. He will call again. But he trusts you. And he trusts me. He told me as much when we discussed UA Prep's charter. Splinter exhaled slowly. Some of the stiffness left his shoulders. Then it is settled, he said. We will not seek revenge. We will not hide, either. We will stand beside him and show him what a hero is for. Nedzu's paw squeezed his. Together. Always, Splinter said. Outside, the city thrummed on neon and noise and a million strangers who would never know that the symbol of peace had just been weighed and found wanting in a small apartment above a school full of forgotten children. Inside, two fathers plotted not how to topple him, but how to make him better for the sake of those children, for the boy he had once been, and for the man he might still become. Down the hall, water shut off. Izuku's voice drifted faintly through the door as he complained about shampoo in his eyes. Katsuki grumbled back, threatening to blow up the shower if Izuku didn't hurry. They had no idea that their parents were already planning the terms under which All Might would be allowed near them again. But they would feel the result soon enough. Because this time, when All Might walked into a classroom and said, I am here, two very different kinds of heroes would be watching from the back of the room. A rat who had killed to protect children, and a mouse who had built a home for those the world forgot. And the man who once broke a little boy's heart would learn what it meant to stand in front of him again and be given one more chance to do better. Learning how to mend the man who once broke his heart. Nedzu loved entrance exam day. It was morbid, he knew. Hypocritical even. But he couldn't help himself. As a former lab experiment, raised in captivity by human hands curious about how much pain and genius could be squeezed into a single body, part of him had internalized that curiosity. The same instinct that once made humans pick up a scalpel now made him lean forward in his chair, eyes glittering as dozens of would-be heroes dashed across the proving grounds like rats in a maze. He understood the scientists. Hated them. Despised the cruelty they wielded so casually, but he understood the impulse. That need to see what happened when systems broke down. When individuals faced pressure. When instincts fought against design. Normally, this day was his little indulgence. Normally, he watched with a detached interest, looking for the next kid who might become a future pupil, a moldable ember of potential he could help grow into something blazing. But this year? This year, he wasn't detached at all. This year, 5 of his pups, no, 7, if he counted Bakugo and Tenya, which he absolutely did, were down there in that maze. Hamato Leonardo. Hamato Donatello. Hamato Michelangelo. Hamato Raphael. Hamato Izuku. Hamato Katsuki. And Hamato Mira. The adoption paperwork had cleared just 3 months prior, right as UA's new term loomed. The HPSC had dragged their feet, deeply reluctant to legitimize another animal with a quirk as a full citizen after Nedzu's precedent. But Nedzu had done the legwork years ago, residency forged, records scrubbed, alliances leveraged. A few pointed conversations, a dash of blackmail, and Hamato Splinter was registered as a Japanese citizen. Nedzu was listed as a co-parent. Ida Tenya kept his surname still fiercely attached to his family's legacy, even after their rejection. The others? Hamato through and through. Splinter had balked at the teaching license Nedzu insisted on. I am already a sensei, why do I need a paper to prove it? But Nedzu prevailed. The children need you in the halls. Legally. Extra tea bribe sealed it. Not a toddler anymore, but a bright, sharp-eyed girl with soft brown fur and those twitching ears that reminded both Splinter and Nedzu of what might have been had either of them decided to have biological children. She leaned against Splinter's shoulder, tail curling gently around his arm. She had come not to compete, but to watch her older Nii Sans in action. And to see if Recovery Girl might take her on as an apprentice, a healer's path, not a hero's, something she had chosen for herself. Every time one of her brothers landed a hit, saved another student, or executed a clever maneuver, she squealed, "That's my Nii Sans." Her sharp eyes missed nothing, but she didn't rush into the fray. She observed, learning, evaluating, dreaming. Nedzu's chest ached with a quiet, wordless joy. This child, clever, capable, determined, was theirs in spirit. She was what could have been, what never was, and yet everything they might hope to protect. "Focus," he muttered, gripping Splinter's paw firmly. Both of them knew how easily a parent or a surrogate parent could panic. Still focus. There were tests to oversee. His paw gripped Splinter's firmly, both of them pretending they weren't one bad hit away from breaking through the glass to rescue their kids. "They're fine," Nedzu muttered, perhaps more to himself than Splinter. "They are," Splinter replied, though his eyes darted across the screens like a hawk. "I trained them well. So did you." And they had. Leonardo and Tenya moved in perfect sync, one with swords, the other with engine-fueled legs. Each movement calculated, precise. The kind of coordination that came from hours of drills, of early morning meditation and breathwork. "Responsible," Splinter murmured. "My steady ones. I need more like them," Nedzu whispered, almost pleading. Then Katsuki and Raphael. Where Leo and Tenya were order, these two were firestorms. Katsuki's blasts lit up the field like miniature suns. Raph tore through machines with his twin Seius like the bots owed him money. Angry, intense, and somehow in perfect harmony. "How are they not arguing?" Nedzu asked. "They are," Splinter said serenely. "Just in their own language." Nedzu made a small strangled noise of pride when he saw Donatello atop a building, calmly setting up an array of emitters. One by one, robots began attacking each other instead of the students. "Is he hacking the exam?" All Might asked, coming closer to the screens, brow furrowed. "He is," Splinter said. Nedzu beamed. "That's my clever boy." And then. Izuku and Mikey. Chaos. Pure and joyous. Mikey's nunchaku whirled in golden arcs as he flipped, laughed, and dodged with impossible ease. Izuku, muttering strategy under his breath, warped pieces of broken robots to himself, assembling and reassembling attacks on the fly, ducking, redirecting, protecting, thinking, always thinking. "They're the wild ones," Nedzu said. Splinter nodded. "But their hearts are true. They'd burn the world down to protect one another." They fell into silence again, watching, waiting, enduring. Behind them, All Might stared. But not at the exam. At the reflection of himself in the darkened glass. A man with a mask cracking around the edges. His time was running out. 12 hours of power had become 5. Now? 3 if he was lucky. And the HPSC had made the call for him. He'd been the symbol of peace for so long that they thought they owned it. You should retire, they'd said. Let us manage the transition. Transition. He hated that word. And Mirai's vision, always the vision, hovered behind his eyes like smoke. A collapsed lung. Blood. Failure. He was being phased out. Like a broken vending machine. Like something inconvenient. He hadn't wanted to pass one for all on yet. Not until he was certain. Not until he knew. He glanced at the screens again. His eyes landed on green. Midoriya Izuku. The boy he had once told, cruelly but honestly, no, you can't be a hero. And now here he was leaping, calculating, coordinating with the mutational turtle boy beside him like it was second nature. Calling robots to himself through his warp quirk and tearing them apart with expert ease. Pausing only to protect other examinees. His mouth never stopped moving, brain always running 2 steps ahead. All Might winced, the word hypocrite ringing in his ears in a voice too much like Nana's. Maybe this was the one. He leaned in. Izuku, he murmured. Nedzu leaned forward, ears twitching, irritation plain on his muzzle. All Might saw it. 2 fathers. 1 uncertain legacy. He exhaled. Maybe he could hold one for all. To make it right, he thought. He looked over at Nedzu and the other, older rat, their paws still clenched, the little girl cheering her brothers on. All Might swallowed. Then again, he said softly, maybe an adult would be a better choice. I still have time. All for one is gone. There's no rush. No matter what Mirai said. Nedzu didn't even look at him. But his tail twitched once. Below, the bots continued to fall. One by one. Pushed back by chaos and fury and strategy and love. And for the first time in a long while? All Might believe things might be okay. Being an underground hero required flexibility. Both literally and figuratively. Aizawa Shoyuta had contorted himself into crawlspaces the size of gym lockers, survived days without blinking, and played villain as often as hero, all in the name of stopping real threats. He had cultivated a demeanor that was half sarcasm, half lethal efficiency, and had built a reputation on staying emotionally detached. That was what made him good. But this year? This year would break every rule he had ever followed. 18 of his 20 students were part of the lost children stolen during the Pied Piper incident. Some had been returned to their families. Some had no families left. And some had chosen to remain unclaimed, preferring the found family they had created in captivity or with their rescuers afterward. All of them carried scars, some visible, some invisible. And 7 of them? 7 were technically his nephews. He sighed, standing at the front of the classroom. The buzz of energy was low, tightly controlled. This was not a room full of fresh-faced hopefuls. This was a room full of survivors. His gaze swept across the class and fell, as expected, on the Hamato boys. Leonardo sat straight-backed, alert. Michelangelo bounced slightly in his chair, fidgeting with the zipper of his hoodie. Donatello had a tablet open, likely dissecting every move Aizawa made. Raphael glared at the kid in front of him like they were an obstacle to remove. And then there was Izuku. Smaller than the others, but with a set to his shoulders that mirrored his brother's. Their pack was tight. Anyone with eyes could see that. All right, Aizawa said, tone clipped. I know most of you already know who I am. I'm Aizawa Shoyuta, your homeroom teacher. A beat. No one giggled. Good. We're not here to coddle. UA isn't therapy. That's what the school counselor is for. But I will tell you this once, and only once, if you're one of the lost and still waiting for someone to prove your worth, don't. You're here. That's enough for me. He watched the weight in the room shift. Shoulders relaxed slightly. He noted which ones didn't. I need to know what I'm working with, he continued, reaching for the tablet on his desk. We're heading to Field Gamma for a quirk evaluation. You won't be expelled, you won't be punished. This is about understanding your abilities, what you can do, what you need to work on, and how I can help you improve. He caught the flicker of disappointment cross Raphael's face and allowed himself a small smirk. The kid was itching to test his strength. Typical. They formed a semicircle on the field. Aizawa knew most of these kids could handle themselves in a fight. Combat experience wasn't the same as coordination, and evaluation wasn't about raw power, it was about control and understanding. Each of you will perform a standard mobility test, sprint, long jump, grip strength. Then, a single demonstration of your quirk in a controlled environment. Efficiency, control, application. Not destruction. Leonardo stepped forward first, calm and centered, katanas slung across his back. His movements were fluid, precise, professional. Aizawa's eyes narrowed in approval as Leonardo sliced a row of moving drones out of the air without triggering any damage warnings. Next, Donatello adjusted his goggles and stepped forward with a calm confidence. He activated a trio of drones he had engineered himself, demonstrating his ability to manipulate them dynamically, forming shields and attacking strategically. Nezu would probably cry from pride. Raphael grinned, showing his excitement openly. No drones. No tech. Pure power. He launched himself across the field, hoisting a reinforced dummy and hurling it skyward. Aizawa exhaled. Unnecessary. But effective. Michelangelo followed, a blur of motion on wheeled boots, flipping and twirling, wielding his nunchaku with impossible precision. He ended his display with a theatrical spin, sending a training dummy sliding across the field. The class clapped. Mikey grinned. I aim to entertain. In his classroom, Hisashi was pacing, and wondering how things were going with Aizawa. Usually, at the start of the school year, Hisashi would be exasperatedly have to explain, once again, why Class 1A was missing from the orientation. Usually, Hisashi loved the new school year. He always expected noise, chaos, maybe even clever tricks, but there was something deeper here, the tension in the air, the way these children moved and reacted, the subtle defiance beneath practiced smiles. He supposed it made sense. After all, so many of the children this year were the lost. Hitoshi Shinso caught his eye. Defiance in his posture, quiet intensity in his gaze. He reminded Hisashi too much of himself and Aizawa at that age. Or maybe of what he could have been, had circumstances been different. Shinso wasn't one of the lost, not officially. But isolation didn't discriminate. Life had been cruel, and he had been left to navigate it alone. Hisashi made a note to coordinate with counselors. To work with those who understood trauma. To guide these children, not break them. And hope that Aizawa would do the same. They needed such different strategies this year. But wasn't that the essence of being both a hero and a teacher? Adaptability. Aizawa would adapt, Hisashi knew that. He knew that Aizawa cared deeply for the children passing through his class, even if they never knew it, especially if they never knew it. But, he'd always been on the doorman for how it made those children feel when they were dropped into his class after the first day, left to sink or swim. He understood. Life wasn't fair. But this year, with so many children being stolen from their families, he really hoped that he wouldn't see any little listeners crying their eyes out because the demon sensei had ended their dreams. Hamato Splinter had been dreading this day from the moment Nezu told him. His first official class under the heroics banner at UA, and he had to share it with that man. The man who had, whether by malice or incompetence, nearly driven his Izuku to take himself out of the world. The man who had, knowingly or not, shattered a child's heart. The man who had left him bleeding and broken on a rooftop. And yet? If that hadn't happened, Izuku's Quirk never would have pulled Splinter and his sons through the portal that day. He never would have found the boy who needed them. Never would have become a father to not only Izuku, but Mira, and so many of the others. He owed that moment for giving him a much larger family. But forgiveness? That was something else. Still, he had agreed to Nezu's plan. The HPSC might have forced UA to include All Might, but they hadn't opposed assigning a support instructor to oversee his transition. Nezu had smiled, ever the strategist. Splinter had agreed. He would oversee All Might's class. He never said he would enjoy it. The class roster sat on his desk, freshly printed. It broke his heart. So many names. So many labels beside them. Lost reclaimed. Lost not claimed. Children stolen in the Pied Piper incident. Some recovered by families who finally broke through the fog of disconnection. Others remained quietly, part of UA's growing extended family. Splinter and Nezu had done their best with them, as teachers, mentors, and when needed fathers. He'd never regretted it. But he had been quietly grateful that not all 300 had clung to them. Love had never been in short supply. Energy was another matter entirely. He let his eyes skim the list again. 1A homeroom class roster. Shoto Todoroki, lost, reclaimed. Achiko Uraraka, lost, reclaimed. Hamato Raphael, lost, reclaimed. Hamato Donatello, lost, reclaimed. Hamato Leonardo, lost, reclaimed. Hamato Michelangelo, lost, reclaimed. Hamato Izuku, lost, reclaimed. Tokoyami Fumikage, lost, reclaimed. Yaoyorozu Momo, lost, reclaimed. Jairu Kyoka, lost, reclaimed. Aoyama Yuga, not on list, out of town during incident. Ashido Mina, not on list, wearing headphones during incident. Tenya Ida, lost. Bakugu Katsuki, lost. Kaminari Denki, lost. Kuda Koji, lost. Hagakure Toru, lost. Shuji Mezu, lost. Kirishima Ijiru, lost. Mineta Minoru, lost. So many of them. So many lives that would never be the same. And he'd killed the Pied Piper in the end. That man had deserved it. Had taken his children. But part of him still wondered if he hadn't lost control, if he hadn't given into rage and ripped that man apart, would he have been able to remove his quirk? Would more children have been spared? He didn't know. And he wasn't sure he wanted the answer. He was still lost in thought when the doors to the classroom burst open with a thunderclap of volume. I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. Half the class flinched. Splinter merely rubbed his ears with a grimace. He hated that entrance. All Might paused, surveying the room. Who are you? Splinter didn't rise from his seat. Hamato Splinter. You're assigned teaching assistant. I wasn't told I had one. Nedzu's orders. All Might visibly deflated. Oh. Well then, shall we begin? By all means, Splinter replied, voice neutral. We'll be doing indoor battle training today. Splinter blinked slowly. Without assessing their control or capabilities first? That seems ill-advised. I believe heroism is best learned through action. Splinter sighed. I suppose. All Might clapped, beaming. All right. You've all submitted your costume requests. Time to suit up. In the training arena, Splinter's sharp gaze narrowed. Yaoyorozu's face was flushed with discomfort. Hagakure shifted uneasily, despite being invisible. Their costumes were liabilities, not armor. Yaoyorozu. Hagakure. Change into your gym uniforms, he said. The room stilled. Your discomfort is obvious. These uniforms are liabilities. But, Hagakure began. I can see you, Hagakure, Splinter said flatly. If I can see you, so can others. Whoever approved that design will face consequences. Go change. He looked up at the others. Anyone else whose costume makes you uncomfortable, change now. A hero must be confident in their armor. All Might shifted uncomfortably. This is how it's done now, he asked quietly. Splinter turned to him. Would you send a child into battle in nothing but her skin, All Might? Because I would never allow my daughter to walk like that in public. Not when people like me can see her. All Might flinched. He's scary. It was like a mental punch. He'd faced villains and monsters without blinking. But something about the quiet, commanding rage in that rat's voice made even his spine curl. And yet, as he watched the students filter out, relieved to be heard, protected, and respected, he couldn't deny what he was seeing. He's not afraid to stand up to the #1 hero to protect them. He's got good instincts. Cares for the children. Does what's necessary. A soft, unfamiliar whisper touched the back of his mind. I like this one. Willing to fight for what's right. He's got my vote. All Might blinked but said nothing. Not the first whisper he'd heard from the embers of One for All. But it was the first one that sounded like it meant something. Maybe, he reflected, he was right when he'd thought that if he was going to pass on One for All, it should go to an adult. Something to think about, at least. He thought the day was over until he smelled it. Fear. Hesitation. A presence lingering nearby. He turned a corner and found the boy with purple hair, tired eyes lurking at the edge of the training field. What are you doing here, child? Splinter asked, voice calm but firm. I just wanted to see what the hero course was doing. I swear, I'm not a villain. Did I say that? I guess not. It's just, with my quirk being what it is, and the whole Pied Piper thing, everyone expects me to be like him. But I'm not. I just want one chance to prove it. Splinter regarded him in silence for a moment, then said, use your quirk on me. What? You heard me. Use it. I don't want to. Exactly, Splinter said quietly. The Pied Piper stole free will without remorse. You would never do that. Would you? No, Hitoshi whispered. Good. Come with me. Where? To Nedzu. I have a feeling if I ask, he'll let you join 1A. The dynamic will be odd. But he, like me, wants to see what you become when you are given the right tools. Well, of course, dear one, Nedzu said cheerfully, looking up from his paperwork. I imagine Aizawa will be thrilled to help one so like himself. Though I suppose I'll be hearing about that raise request again. Hitoshi gawked. Dear one. Splinter placed a firm hand on his shoulder. A nickname for me. He does that. You'll get used to it. I don't think I will. Nedzu just smiled wider. Oh, I imagine you'll fit in just fine. Splinter felt something was off the morning of the rescue training, but he had to let his children go. They wanted to be heroes, and he would not stand in their way. If there was one thing Splinter found exasperating besides the fact that he had to work with that man, it was that All Might was late. That meant he hadn't been able to go on the bus with his children. He knew this day would have to come eventually. All of his boys were well-trained ninjas, and 3 had particularly strong quirks to ensure they could handle themselves. And yet, perhaps it was the curse of all parents that he was nervous when his children were away. Not for the first time, certainly. They often spent time with Uncle Hisashi so he and Nedzu could have adult time. But this was different. This was training. Away from the safety of the school. And after the scare with the disintegrated gate the other day, he was on edge. Pacing back and forth in Nezu's office as Mira, now a middle school-aged girl, leaned against Nezu's desk, tapping her tablet and giving an update on her apprenticeship with Recovery Girl. "It will be fine, dear one," Nezu said softly, sipping tea. Splinter sighed. "I know you're probably right. But something doesn't feel right. The last time that happened. The Pied Piper wiped our memories of our children." "Yes, I remember. Sometimes I think we should test you for a precognitive quirk. These feelings of yours shouldn't be ignored. I'll contact Izawa. See how the training is going. Will that help soothe your nerves?" Splinter took Nezu's paw in his own, kissing it gently. "Thank you, little Ember." The call went through. Izawa's rough voice answered, "What?" "Just checking in on the new class, Izawa. Is there anything strange?" "Not that I've noticed so far." "Why?" The line went dead. Nezu tried again. Nothing. Then he tried 13. Still nothing. That's not good. Meanwhile, rescue training had begun. Izuku had been so looking forward to this. Not that he hadn't enjoyed the first heroics lesson with Dad-sensei and All Might, but that had been sidetracked by costume malfunctions and adjustments. Most of the class had been required to wear their gym uniforms until their costumes were redesigned. Yururika, Hagakure, and Yayorozu had been grateful. The boys? Not so much. But even they had caved when the lap-running torture began and they realized their flashy costumes weren't sweat-proof, not reinforced for movement, and just generally impractical. The only ones who hadn't had to change were his brothers, Tokoyami, himself, and Katsuki. Their costumes were simple, stretchy black fabric over their shells, steel-lined, three-toed slipper boots, and the Hamato emblem stitched over the heart. His own costume was basically the same, minus the boots. A ninja theme. For their heritage. It made Dad so happy to see. Tokoyami and Katsuki had simply had good designers. Because seriously, who authorized a literal diaper for Mineta, a bathing suit for Yayorozu, and nothing for Hagakure? Someone should be fired. Shinso, being the newest addition, was still in his gym uniform. He stood a little apart, clearly nervous. Something was off. Izuku could feel it in the pit of his stomach. Katsuki punched him lightly in the arm. "Dumbass, you're making the rest of us anxious, too. It's just training. Chill." Izawa looked up from his nap. "All right, Hellions, we're here. Remember, this is important. I expect all of you to behave. Especially you, Mineta." "What? What did I do?" "You're on thin ice. The girls told me about your proclivities. First and last warning. No one will want to work with you if you keep that up." Shinso leaned toward Izuku. "What did he do?" "Be a creep," Izuku said quickly. As they exited the bus and approached the dome of the USJ, the uneasy feeling in Izuku's chest worsened. Leonardo stepped beside him. "What's up, little brother?" I don't know. Something just feels wrong." "Stick with your brothers. We'll be fine." "Yeah. Sure. We'll be fine." He regretted those words as soon as 13 began her welcome speech and the air suddenly crackled with static. Behind Izawa, something tore open. A swirling, black void similar to his own portals, but wrong. Ominous. Flickering. From the swirling mist poured dozens of villains. Izawa reacted immediately. 13. Protect the students. Kaminari, try to get a signal out. The rest of you scatter and stay safe. Use your quirks only to defend yourselves or others. Izuku tried to open a portal, maybe to Splinter, maybe to Nezu, but his quirk flickered. Stuttered. Something was interfering. The villain's portal sparked. Then, suddenly, it pulled. Leonardo grabbed his shoulder. Donatello and Michelangelo lurched toward him. Raphael cursed just behind him. And all five vanished. The world tilted. When they landed, it was cold. Snow crunched under Izuku's feet. Fog curled around metal towers of ice and slick flooring. The frozen zone. "What the hell?" Raphael growled. "I guess I got my quirk back," Izuku said breathlessly, eyes wide. "Great," Donnie muttered. "Because clearly being around that other portal user glitched yours." "We can't waste time," Leonardo said, already on high alert. "We need to get to the control room." "Way ahead of you," Donnie replied, breaking into a sprint. Mikey nodded to Izuku, gripping his nunchaku. "Don't worry, bro. We've got your back." Back in Nezu's office, Splinter froze. Something's wrong. Mira, finishing her update to Nezu about her apprenticeship with Recovery Girl, stopped tapping her tablet. She had a sinking feeling in her chest. Nezu stared at the silent screen, then stood slowly. "I believe we should inform the HPSC, and send backup." Splinter was already moving. The moment Splinter laid eyes on Toshinori Yagi sprinting down the corridor, his posture stiffened with fury. You're late, he growled. They're in danger. All Might skidded to a stop, expression falling from sheepish to grim. How long? 10 minutes. All Might clenched his jaw. That's 10 too many. Hold on. Before Splinter could protest, the hallway vanished in a blur of steel and wind. He gripped All Might's back tightly as the man dashed with terrifying speed. Each heartbeat was a countdown. His sons were in danger. All of them. And he wasn't there. When they arrived at the USJ, the smell of blood hit first. All Might dropped Splinter beside the battle-scarred entrance. I'll fight that creature. You go find your sons. Thank you, Splinter said gently, though every nerve in his body screamed. But before either could move, a low growl echoed, too human to be animal, too animal to be human. They turned to see a hulking beast dragging Aizawa's arms behind his back with brutal force. Snap! Aizawa screamed. The monster didn't flinch, dragging the bleeding teacher toward a blue-haired man with a disconcerting hand fixed to his face like a grotesque mask. Now then, the man cooed, brushing Aizawa's face with unsettling tenderness. You can watch as I slaughter the symbol of peace. Don't worry. I'm a big fan. I won't kill you. Sensei wants your quirk. And you're my favorite hero. I'll keep you safe. The words sent shivers down Splinter's spine. Ah, All Might. Welcome to the party, the man said. I've been waiting for you. I'm Shigaraki Tamura and I'm going to be the one to end you. This cold SCKS, Raph muttered, rubbing his arms. TT tell me about it, Izuku chattered. He'd fallen in the snow, which had soaked through his clothes. Now it refroze with every breeze. He was worried. He remembered reading that turtles didn't do well in the cold. His brothers weren't complaining, but they were definitely slowing down. As they descended from the mountain slope, Donatello split off, heading toward the control room. Thank goodness they hadn't landed with villains that would have been worse. Being dumped into freezing water hadn't been on Todoroki's agenda. Nor had he put being dragged up by his classmate's tail. Still, he didn't argue. Thanks, he said stiffly. Ojiro frowned. You could be a little more grateful. I said thanks. Yeah, whatever. Look, man. I don't know what's going on with you, and sure, you're one of the lost, so maybe I should cut you some slack. But this holding back crap? It's not going to cut it. I don't have to explain myself. We've all got trauma, Todoroki. Mine? My folks gave me up 'cause my quirk was too mutational to be normal and not mutational enough to be pitted for keeping. But you don't get to let your past be a liability to the rest of us. We need you. All of you. A boom echoed through the ship. They both turned. A hole had been blasted in the hull. Ojiro sighed. I stand corrected. Guess it's time to flee. Then distract them from me, Todoroki muttered. Without waiting, he sprinted to the edge of the deck and pushed his ice as far as it would go. No fire. Just the cold. He'd show Ojiro. He didn't need that man's flames. One day. Hitoshi had been in the hero course for one whole day before chaos descended. He'd landed first, winded and sore. Jairu followed, landing beside him. You good? He wheezed. Yeah, I'm good. Well, a voice sneered. Look what we got here. A TWK and a dike. 20 large villains surrounded them. All muscle, no brain. Jairu, Hitoshi said, low and calm. Can you patch your sound into your speakers? Yeah. Why? I think I can use your signal to amplify my quirk. She plugged in without hesitation and handed him her mic. Hey, he called. Are you all idiots, or do you just pass around one orange brain cell? Several villains moved to attack before freezing. Gotcha, Hitoshi whispered. They stood slack-jawed as Hitoshi commanded, tie yourselves up. As securely as possible. No escape. All Might was not happy. Aizawa was still in Shigaraki's grip. The Nomu was stronger than expected. The warp villain kept redirecting his attacks. Then it happened, a warp gate snapped almost shut around his waist. He gasped. Pain shot through him. It was the same spot where All for One had nearly killed him. He barely registered the blood dripping down his side. Shigaraki rambled to Aizawa, you'll be safe with me. Like a precious collector's item. Sensei will love it. Splinter was near. Almost close enough. All Might realized he had no time. No chance to explain. No option. With the last of his strength, he reached down, scooped up his own blood, grabbed onto Splinter with his one hand, and shoved the other bloody one into Splinter's mouth. Keep it safe. Then he shoved Splinter toward Aizawa. The warmth in his chest, the spark of the quirk shifted. It worked. All Might slumped back. It was done. Donatello's hands flew over the keyboard. Signals up. He brought up the atrium feed, then froze. Dad. And All Might. All Might was losing. Come on, All Might. Come on, Dad. Hold on, he whispered. Todoroki froze the lake. Ojiro dragged Bakugo back. Bakugo leapt into the portal with a cry of "Die, Smogface," and slammed into Kurogiri, disrupting the warp. The opening was enough. Splinter surged forward, grabbed Aizawa, and just as he turned. Pain. White-hot pain. Shigaraki's hand brushed his forearm. Splinter screamed as part of his arm crumbled to ash. He struck back. A brutal sweep. A punch. A crack of bone. But his mind was shattering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Voices. Memories. Souls. Don't fight us. We're not your enemy. Splinter staggered. Collapsed. And everything went dark. All Might watched Splinter fall with a heavy heart but also with relief. He didn't die. The teachers arrived in a flash. Cementos, Present Mike, 13, Midnight, and Vlad King. Villains fell or fled. No matter what happened now, his quirk would live on. In the infirmary, chaos reigned. Mira, panicked, tugged at Splinter's robes, though Nedzu noted that his partner didn't seem to be feeling it. Dad. Dad. You can't. This is my first week. You're supposed to be fine. Nedzu's eyes were wide with terror, paw clutching Splinter's remaining good hand. No, no, no. That quirk, his voice was shaking. It finished what the mutagen started. All for one, the proto-quirks, they're all magnified by one for all. If we can't stabilize him. Myra's small paw covered Nedzu's. You'll fix him. You have to. Nedzu swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice level for both Mira and himself, but his fur bristled with dread. I might not. His system, his body, it's being forced beyond what it was ever designed for. I could lose him. He leaned down, brushing his muzzle against Splinter's forehead. Don't you dare leave me. Not like this. Myra's eyes were wide. I'm supposed to be learning to help people, and now my dad, he's dying. Nedzu shushed her softly, holding her to his chest. I know, Kit. I know. But right now, you need to be brave. We'll do everything we can. Together. The room was tense, electric with fear. Recovery Girl frowned at the readouts. Every dormant quirk factor we've ever detected, firing at once. It's like his body can't tell what's him and what's everything else. Nedzu's voice cracked, barely controlled. That quirk one for all, it's completing the work the mutagen began. He should be stabilized, but... He pressed a paw to Splinter's chest, eyes welling with tears. I am supposed to be his partner. His anchor? I cannot lose him. Mira pressed her forehead to Splinter's chest. You're going to be okay, Dad. You have to be okay. Nedzu exhaled shakily. We will. I will. I'm not letting go. And for a brief, trembling moment, the room held its collective breath, waiting to see if the intelligence hero, the father, and the heart of this makeshift family could survive the surge that had nearly claimed him. Chapter text. Pain was an old friend, or so he'd thought. He'd had pain when his master was slaughtered in front of him, emotional pain that felt like his heart would explode from his chest, and physical pain from his claws clinging to the windowsill, unable to do anything but watch. He'd had pain in the sewers as the other rats drove him off with biting and claws of their own. He'd had pain as his bones snapped, as something expanded in his brain. That pain had felt like his bones were melting and reforming, like someone was stabbing knives into his brain again and again. He'd had pain after breaking his leg during the battle nexus and then walking home on it. None of that prepared him for the pain of 8 souls wrapping themselves into his very being, and he could tell they were souls because while he'd gotten brief glimpses of memory when the blood hit his stomach, now, he could feel his own soul connecting with a power unfathomable. He can feel the individual sparks of each soul looking at him as deeply as he looks at them. You are strong and have faced many dangers. You have my support, Yoichi whispers, and he feels an almost hug as the man sinks into a huge throne labeled 1. You know how to make the hard decisions. You have my support. This man seems almost to headbutt him before sinking into his throne marked 2. I don't like you. Then again, I don't think I'd like any 9th. We should not have been passed on. But you have the strength of conviction. You have my reluctant support. This man gives him a look that reminds him of Tang Shen's glare when mad before sinking into his throne marked 3. You are the successor I already voted for. Of course, you have my support. This one grins before sinking into his throne marked 4. There is much rage in you, but I have a feeling it's the justifiable kind. You have my support. This one gives him a fist bump with dark tentacles before sinking into his throne marked 5. If the others agree, I have no objection to you. You have my support. He sinks into his throne marked 6. You are a kind soul, but also a strict and very competent warrior. Tell Toshi I'm not happy with how it happened, but you have my support. She rubs the fur between his ears like Tang Shen used to do before sinking into her throne marked 7th. A dark figure obscured by shadow and yet radiating light approaches sadly, putting his hand on his shoulder and squeezing gently before sinking into a throne marked 8. And just beyond them all, he sees a locked door, chained 8 times, and a 9th chain starting to wrap around. It radiates malice, and he shivers. It feels like an impossible weight just settled into his very soul, and yet, he meets it unflinching. He may not have asked for this power, but he'll make it his to protect the ones he loves. Hisashi Shigaraki always felt it when that meta power passed to a new holder. It had been so surprising the first time when he'd been so caught up in grief and anger that he didn't notice Yoichi's gifted ability was gone until he had his scientist friend search for it because he could not take it back, nor sense of it still there just waiting for someone to extract it with science. It wasn't until he'd tracked down the third thief of his brother's ability that he realized why this was so. The gift he'd given Yoichi didn't just stockpile strength like the owner who'd had it had told him, it stocked a piece of every person who ever held it, even himself. That meant there was a piece of his brother's ability out there that he couldn't yet claim, but he'd never stopped trying. The 7th holder of his brother's quirk had been the absolute worst of those holders. Because she kept turning up to his many side projects like that one, to see if an animal could be given a quirk that he could later take. She was a unique thorn in his side. So he'd changed tactics. He'd found that she had a family and arranged for her husband to be killed. She had been so devastated. She tried to hide her son from him, but he'd long since infiltrated the system to keep a better eye on suspected successors to his brother's quirk. He'd blame loneliness and pettiness for taking her grandson and twisting that legacy in preparation for a final showdown against the 8th. But the 8th was beyond his reach in America, where he had less of a hold. One plan to bring down that man was good, but the more the better. He'd done research into quirks that might supplement his own and settled in as Hisashi Midoriya. That project had gone nowhere when he'd reached out at 4 to see if the boy had some version of his quirk, only to feel something dormant, but not like his quirk. He'd left. Now, just as he's congratulated Tamura for his run at All Might, he feels it. The transfer of power, he also feels a brushback of the new holder, almost like a tentative, "Who are you?" He smiles. This one seems to have an open mind, literally. Perhaps now he can slip in some memories to drive this new holder into wanting to give that quirk up, or perhaps he'll just have fun watching them flail about as their quirk acts up. Electricity was running through Splinter's fur. They'd had to escort all of the children from the infirmary, and Nedzu couldn't comfort either their children or Splinter because of the electrical discharge. He'd started floating, black tentacles exploded from his back and were whipping around the room as Splinter screamed silently. Nedzu couldn't stand to watch any longer, no matter how much he wished to remain as a vigilant observer. He'd wanted to ask for quirk suppressants just so his mate would not suffer any longer. But they couldn't. Because it wasn't just one quirk coming in, it was much more than that. Nedzu had never understood human emotions until he became Mama Nedzu, a joking term the boys and some of the Lost gave him. He'd never understood why a human would go through such pain when their mates were sick or dying. The boys and Mira had been taken home long ago by Hisashi, who was waiting for his husband to be released. So at least they didn't have to be here, watching as his dear one, his mate, the father of their children, fought for his life as one for all irrevocably changed him. He hadn't realized when Splinter went from a curiosity to someone he cared for so deeply to mate that he couldn't live without, and frankly, he couldn't bring himself to care. All that mattered was that his mate was possibly dying, and it was all Toshinori's fault. He'd never let loose the instinct to rip and tear. He'd had to retreat to his office, grab the joke chewy newspaper Aizawa had given him as a gift, and tear into it with sharp teeth as he clawed an All Might stuffy to shreds. Once he felt calmer, he walked himself down to the secondary infirmary they'd had to set up when the electricity had started. Toshinori was there, so was Sir Night-Eye. Naomasa must have called the green-haired man for Toshinori's support, though in this moment, he's not feeling particularly charitable towards anyone supporting Toshinori. "I am trying," Nedzu said carefully, claws dimpling the edge of the desk as he leaned forward, "very hard not to bite you right now, Toshinori." He didn't raise his voice. Why is that more terrifying than if he were yelling? Toshinori couldn't help thinking. Sir Night-Eye sked in a sharp breath. Nedzu's ears were flat against his head, for standing on end, eyes bright with something dangerously feral. Electricity still crackled faintly along his whiskers, a ghost of what Splinter was enduring only 2 floors below. "And it is only," Nedzu continued, voice trembling despite his effort to keep it even, "because once upon a time, you were a good hero. Before the title. Before the smile. Before you started believing your own legend." Toshinori swallowed. "Nedzu." "No," Nedzu snapped, then visibly forced himself to breathe. "In. Out. You have endangered my kits. My pups. And my mate." That word slipped out before Nedzu could stop it. Mate. His own breath hitched. If he dies, Nedzu said, quieter now, and infinitely more dangerous, I cannot promise I will be able to control myself in my grief. And that, his claws finally pierced the desk with a soft crack, will be your fault. Tashinori took a step back, eyes wide. I could have told you, Nedzu went on, pacing now, tail lashing, that there are younger heroes who could have handled the minor incidents that delayed your arrival at the USJ. I could have told you to step back. I could have given you a private, secure place to train a successor properly. He turned sharply, eyes burning. But you thought you knew better. For the first time since he'd known him, Tashinori saw moisture gather in Nedzu's eyes. Actual tears. Nedzu laughed weakly, horrified. How absurd. I didn't even know I could do this. My mate may die, he whispered. My pups may lose their father. The room went utterly silent. I can't be around you right now, Tashinori, Nedzu said at last, voice breaking despite himself. Maybe when I have calmed down. Maybe if my mate lives. He straightened, every inch the principal once more, but the cracks were still there. Until then, take a break from my school. Announce it however you want. Retire. Travel. Disappear. His gaze sharpened, pleading and furious all at once. But take that target off of me and mine. A pause. It's the least you could do. Nedzu turned and left without another word, the sound of hurried paws echoing down the corridor as Tashinori stood frozen, staring at the desk, at the claw marks, and at the terrible realization that for the first time, he hadn't just disappointed Nedzu. He had wounded him. The Ancient One, and if he had a name, he'd long forgotten it, had lived so many decades now that he'd lost track of them somewhere along the way, had a secret. He was not, as many thought, human. Or at least, not entirely. He was the descendant of a human parent who'd made a bargain with a kami, or something close to it, close enough that they'd been able to save her dying child. Only, the kami lived much longer lives than humans ever did, and when they gave a portion of their power, their key to that dying child, they condemned them to an almost eternal life. He could have and had been a little bitter about it at some point. Humans were such short-lived creatures, and he lived on while everyone he ever learned to care for died over and over and over again. He'd long since decided to never have biological children, so afraid that his curse would be passed to them, to their children, to their children's children. But he was also very, very alone. He'd long since traveled the world, exploring as much of the mystery as there was to see by the time the temple was built for the kami that had long since moved from this world, not that the humans could know that. But Japan, where he'd been born, would always remain his home. Always remain where he returned. And one year, during a great famine, he stumbled across the children he would take as his own. Tang Shen, a young girl who'd been thrown out for her gender, a not so uncommon thing in these times when no one could afford a bride price, Oriku Saki and Hamato Yoshi, who had stolen yen from him not to hurt him, but to feed themselves. He'd taken pity on them all, and he had the space. So they became his children. Not legally, but his. In spirit. And though he did not mean to, he found himself favoring Yoshi over Saki, though he loved all his children. And then, one extra child, one he hadn't even known was a child, had come into their lives. Little Splinter. He'd sensed right away that the littlest one was something special. That his key was unlike the other wild rats around the temple. He'd been proven right when he'd seen Splinter pull himself up using the bars of his cage and mimic the kata that he showed Yoshi and Saki. It had made him laugh when Tang Shen had called him their little Hamato Splinter and their test child, because that, he could see, was the truth. But what he could not see, or rather what he did not wish to see, was how resentful his other child, Saki, became as Yoshi inevitably gained everything Saki thought he deserved. He regretted so much now that he hadn't told Saki. You are enough. I love all of you, equally. You will be a ninja, just like your brother, but just not as fast. It does not stop me from being proud of you. And yet, he hadn't. And then, Yoshi had chosen to become guardian to the Utrams, and then, Saki got jealous of that too, even as he tried to tell Yoshi and Saki that he did not want his sons to be guardians. Not that he didn't trust the Utrams. They were good people, just lost in a world that didn't understand them. He just didn't want his sons to lose themselves to the Utrams. He didn't want them to leave. And then Tang Shen declared she loved Yoshi. That seemed to enrage Saki more than anything. And then, late one night, the unthinkable happened. Saki slaughtered Tang Shen and fled into the night. He had wept then, for his daughter was gone. And Yoshi, though he tried so hard to hold on, decided to leave for New York with the Utrams. He'd begged Yoshi not to go, but Yoshi's grief outweighed a father's. And then, he kind of lost track of time without any children to distract him from the pain of loss. He didn't learn anything about Yoshi until one of the guards told him of an urn with a note left at the temple gates. And he found out his oldest son was gone. He never got to thank whoever had brought his son home to him. To his surprise, 300 years later, that same sense of odd key was at the temple gates. A young man with a rat heteromorphic quirk was kneeling. He wore a familiar-looking yukata. And he was shocked to learn that this young man was the same little shadow, the same child he hadn't known was a child. He'd been horrified when Splinter had disrobed and asked for the yukata to be given to the great-grandchildren he didn't even know he had, and then asked for seppuku. As if he would ever allow his grandson to do such a thing. And now, he gets to regularly visit his great-grandchildren to get to know his grandson. He got to love the family his grandson was building, even if he did cave into the odd urge to threaten his partner with clan justice should the creature ever hurt his grandson. And now, he felt, for a moment, the key that was Splinter's flicker, in and out. As if he was dying. He'd ordered a quick extraction to UA, knowing his grandson was there, and that if anyone would know what was happening, it would be Splinter's partner. And when he got there, he couldn't even enter the room. His grandson's key was warping, changing, being wrapped around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times by key that was not his own, and it was killing him. He could do nothing but watch helplessly. He followed his grandson's partner to another room, to offer what little support he could. And then he heard it. This was that blonde's fault. As soon as Nezu left the room, he entered. Who are you? That does not matter. What does matter is that my grandson fights for survival because of your recklessness. My great-grandchildren may be without a father because of you. I had no choice. You could have allowed that cursed key to die as it should have so long ago. And yes, I do know about it. I was there when it was born, after all. I told that boy, the second to hold the power, that he should die then. That it was not meant to keep being passed on like an unwanted gift. But no. His arrogance and his insistence that all for one had to pay made him pick another stupid fool to continue this idiocy. I will never forgive this if my grandson dies. I will help Nedu rip every person responsible to shreds. Pain came first, not Nedzu's own, but the phantom ache running down the bond he still refused to name aloud. Splinter's monitors steadied. The electric hum that had filled the infirmary finally softened, leaving only the rhythmic pulse of two hearts, one small and trembling in relief, one slower, deeper, almost comatose. At least he was breathing instead of gasping as his quirk went haywire. Nedzu pressed closer, tiny claws buried in Splinter's thick fur. The warmth beneath his paws anchored him against the chaos in his head. Black tendrils still coiled protectively around them both, twitching with residual energy. One brushed his paw, almost sentient, as if whispering softly, he could almost hear it saying, "Blackwhip.use." He exhaled shakily, nose pressed beneath Splinter's jaw, tasting antiseptic and static. Mine. Still mine. Then a sound shattered the fragile quiet, footsteps. Voices. The door opening. He snapped upright, lips peeling back before thought could intervene. Out. The word came out a snarl, sharp and feral. Not now. The children froze in the doorway. Nedzu's eyes glinted, ears flat, fur bristling. His instinct screamed for silence, safety, keeping the too bright world away from the fragile warmth under his paws. He wanted it to be just them, Splinter alive, here, whole. Then a familiar paw brushed his head. A slow, grounding slide between the ears. Calm, little ember, Splinter rasped, the same cadence he used when soothing toddlers after nightmares. The children need reassurance too. The snarl broke like glass. Nedzu sagged forward, burying his face in Splinter's chest. You idiot, he hissed, words muffled by fur. You impossibly stupid, brilliant idiot. You almost left us, again. I am here, he murmured. We made it. Only then did Nedzu dare to look up. Mira lingered in the doorway, trembling, gripping one of the dark tendrils as if it were a lifeline. You can't almost die like that again, she snapped, voice cracking. Do you know what we all felt? We almost, she swallowed, drawing a shaky breath, we all almost lost you. Her brothers stood behind her, each processing the trauma differently. Izuku was silent, stunned, as if seeing a ghost. Leonardo, poised, braced, scanning the room for threats. Donatello, cataloging quietly, hands trembling over an imaginary keyboard. Raphael, jaw tight, suppressing panic, ready to lash out if needed. Michelangelo, attempted humor, failed, eyes wide. Tenya, detached but tense, contemplative, fingers brushing a notebook he wasn't holding, thinking ahead, already analyzing consequences and the guardianship threat looming over him. Nedzu exhaled, pressing closer to Splinter as he had instinctively, paw stroking along his mate's side, tracing every subtle injury, grounding himself through touch. His tail wrapped loosely around Splinter's leg for stability. You're alive, he whispered, voice breaking. My dear one, my most important person. I thought, he stopped, swallowed, pressed a gentle kiss between Splinter's ears. "You're alive." Splinter responded, paw brushing Nedzu's ear, a silent echo of reassurance. The black tendrils shifted, flexing as if aware of the shared relief. One hovered protectively over Mira, then the others, almost playful but careful. Mira, still trembling, let herself be lifted and gently cradled by a tendril that brought her to Splinter's chest. She clung to him, not a child clutching a parent but a preteen desperately tethering herself to the one who had kept her safe. Their sons gathered closer. Even Tenya's posture softened, though his gaze remained calculating, reflecting on the fragility of their found family and the looming threat of Tensei's guardianship lawsuit. Splinter murmured, a small smile tugging at his lips. "Though, it seems I have new additions." Nedzu pressed closer again, running a paw along Splinter's side, down his back, grounding and seeking, not in lust, but in instinctual care, the deep relief that the one he loved, the anchor of his life, was here, still breathing. Finally, Nedzu drew a deliberate breath for the room, pressing his forehead briefly to Splinter's before straightening. "He needs rest," he said softly, turning to the children. "Sit close, quietly. He'll want your warmth. And I need it too." The family formed around the bed, tendrils cradling, fur brushing, human hands gripping, breaths mingling. The nest pulsed with shared relief, a fortress against the chaos outside. Outside, the world continued spinning. Lawsuits, press, and danger waited. Inside, a small, fractured family clung to each other, finally whole again. When Tensei Ida first discovered he had a brother he didn't remember, he was confused. Then stunned. Then, furious. Because his parents hadn't just forgotten Tenya, they'd erased him. "We're not responsible for him," his mother had said coldly. "DNA tests can be faked. For all we know, he's just some leech looking for money." But Tensei wasn't stupid. He started digging. He found hospital records. His mother's tubal ligation done when he was 5. His father's VSCTMY, done at the same time. The odds of both operations failing? Impossible. Then he remembered a girl. A brief relationship when he was still a fledgling sidekick, one he'd thought might become something real until he found her cheating. He'd left her behind, heartbroken. He never thought to check if their brief time together had consequences. More digging. A maternity ward record. Her name remains unchanged. A birth certificate. An adoption agreement, with his parents listed. The math was simple. Brutal. He confronted his mother. "The scandal would have destroyed your career," she said coolly. "We did what was necessary. Having Tenya as your brother rather than your illegitimate son made far more sense. The whole Pied Piper fiasco was a gift in disguise." He had left without a word. The next day, the Ida family disowned him. Good riddance. He had a son. His son. And now, finally, the groundwork was laid. No more heroics. A stable job. A small apartment with a second bedroom. All that remained was a meeting with Nedzu to discuss what came next. He looked down at the photo on his desk. "Tenya, first day at UA. Soon," he promised. "Soon, I'll be the father you deserve all along." "Are you really going to do what that rat demanded?" Toshinori didn't rise to the bait. He looked tired. "Old." "He's not wrong, Mirai," Toshinori said quietly. "Hamato Splinter is honorable. I haven't known him long, but I know that much. He'll make a good successor." Mirai crossed his arms. "That Quirk should have gone to Mirio. I screwed up." Toshinori's voice rose. "I screwed up, Mirai. I shouldn't have taken the job at UA. I shouldn't have missed class. I shouldn't have passed my Quirk to someone who never asked for it. He might die and it's my fault." He took a shaky breath. "So yes. I'm doing what Nedzu asked. I'll announce my retirement and transfer to your agency as a consultant. Then I'll hope to every god out there that Hamato Splinter survives." Mirai said nothing. Toshinori stepped past him. "Let's get this over with." When Aoyama gave up the class schedule, he thought that would be the end of it. His maman and pair had begged him, "Do what he says, Mon Tressor, please." And he had. But now, that man wanted more. Wanted him to spy. To watch his classmates. To look for Quirk evolutions. His friends. He hated himself. Sometimes, he wished he'd been strong enough to say non when all for one came to his parents. Strong enough to run away. Strong enough not to care about their pleas. But now he was done. He'd been doing research. There were ways to vanish. Believable ones. He could leave a trail. A warning. He'd say goodbye to his parents in code. Then he would disappear. No more spying. No more lies. It was time to be brave. The infirmary was too still for comfort. Soft snores curled around Splinter like the faded scent of incense from another life. His children had long outgrown the habit of piling together on the floor like newborn pups, but instinct had dragged them back into this old rhythm. None of them wanted distance. Not after yesterday. Not after he'd nearly died. Mira was sprawled across his chest like a kitten, thumb tucked securely in her mouth as if she were a toddler again. Donnie had commandeered Mikey's arm as a pillow. Bakugo, twitching even in sleep, was curled around Leonardo like a bomb primed for affection. Izuku scribbled nonsense into his notebook with a pencil he hadn't consciously picked up. Ida clutched his glasses like a talisman. And still, Splinter could not sleep. Carefully, he lifted Mira from his chest and tucked her beside the others. She whimpered, made a soft noise of protest, but then snuggled into Bakugo's side and went quiet again. The infirmary door creaked softly behind him as he slipped into the corridor. You can't keep avoiding him, the seventh said, her voice a rasp folded into his spirit like old parchment tucked between pages. I know, Splinter muttered aloud. Nedzu won't be pleased. He sighed, the sound echoing like a ghost down the dim corridor. The second infirmary was low-lit and quiet. He paused at the door, claws resting on the frame. He almost ran into All Might as he stepped around the other man in the room. Oh. It's you, Toshinori said, startled. I didn't think Nedzu said. Nedzu would not be happy to know I've come, Splinter replied softly. He stepped inside, each step measured. Though his wounds had begun to heal, he still moved like a man who remembered dying. I won't stay long. Toshinori winced. I'm surprised you'd come at all. After what I said to your son. You hurt him, Splinter said simply. Nearly beyond repair. Toshinori's throat worked, but no words came. But, Splinter continued, his voice losing none of its gravity, I also owe you. That pain led him to unlock his quirk. It opened the portal. It brought us here. Toshinori blinked. Brought you? My sons and I, Splinter said. We fell through time because of him. Because of what you began. Because he was alone. I went back for him, Toshinori whispered, voice raw. As soon as I realized he was gone. Splinter nodded. I know. That is why I am here. He stepped forward, closer now. She says she doesn't like how it happened, Splinter added. But she thinks you chose well. Given the circumstances. She? The seventh. Toshinori's eyes widened. You can hear them? They argue, Splinter said, rubbing his temple. Most of the time. But before Toshinori could speak again, the man pressed into the hallway, and he took a step back. Don't listen to him. Sir Night-Eye barked, striding in like an accusation made flesh. He's just trying to manipulate you. Give the quirk back, we can still pass it to Mirio. Mirai, Toshinori tried. But Splinter didn't flinch. You'd take this power from me? Night-Eye didn't answer. He surged forward and grabbed Splinter's wrist. The moment his fingers touched fur and flesh, visions tore through him. A turtle with twin katanas blocking stains strike with inhuman grace. Splinter, surrounded by firelight and shadow, is facing All for One with eyes ablaze. A little girl with a Kirin's horn clutches Splinter's fur. Then silence. Night-Eye stumbled back. Get out of here before Nedzu throws you out, he said. I am sorry, you know. If you should ever need anything. Just call. And he hands over a card. Going back to work is strange, but a step he needed to take. Monoma was in rare form. It wouldn't be so bad if those 1ABSTRDS hadn't stolen all of All Might's attention, he whined, arms flailing. We didn't even get an individual class with him. It's not fair. Behind him, a few 1B students exchanged glances. Kendo sighed through her teeth. Splinter turned, slow and precise. Monoma, he said evenly. Since you're so keen on individual attention, perhaps you'd like a one-on-one. With me. Monoma blanched. I didn't mean. But Splinter only raised a brow. It's all right, Nito. If you don't want to spar today. It seems you're a little off. But. He gestured with a claw to the dark tendrils coiled lazily around his shoulders. These, unfortunately, are part of my quirk now. And I could use a quirk expert like you to help me understand them. Monoma blinked. You mean you want me to copy one? I want to know if you can. Monoma's eyes lit up with mad glee. 2 seconds later, his own version of Black Whip erupted from his back like chaos incarnate. It flailed. It flopped. It screamed in his brain. Yes. I am a tentacle god, wait. No. No, stop, get off the ceiling. Splinter crossed his arms, amused. Well, that could have gone better. Late, after school, Aoyama crept through the silent corridors. He'd stayed behind easily enough no one ever looked twice at the flashy, fabulous, glittering Aoyama Yuga. That was the point. No one would think that he, the human disco ball, could be sneaking through the shadows. He was a spy. A reluctant one. A coward wearing sequins. And tonight, he needed answers. The gym was lit faintly from within. He ducked low, slipping under a ventilation vent, and peered inside. Splinter stood in the center of the gym, breath heaving, tendrils flickering around him in erratic spirals. He moved into a kata, slow and deliberate, but the black tendrils jerked suddenly, catching him mid-fall. They steadied him. Then lifted him. Then almost dropped him again. I cannot learn balance, Splinter growled, if you keep correcting me before I make mistakes. The tendril somehow drooped. Embarrassed. From the shadows, another voice came. Gentle. Loving. I think that's enough for tonight, dear one. Nedzu stepped into the light. I know you are eager to figure this out. But I was scared, you know. You almost died. You said that when I woke, Splinter murmured. And I'll keep saying it until you listen, Nedzu snapped, then softened. Promise me. Promise me I won't have to tell our children you're not coming home again. I cannot promise that, Splinter said quietly. This life is not safe. You know that. Better than most. He turned, eyes gentle. But I promise this, I will always try to come home. To you. To them. One tendril snaked forward, gentle as a breath, and curled around Nedzu. And then suddenly they were airborne. Splinter floated upward, dragging Nedzu into the sky with him, the tendrils gliding like wings through the air. They danced. Above the gym, they twirled in silence. Rat and mouse. Warrior and strategist. Father and partner. In that moment, they didn't look like symbols. They looked like two people in love. And watching them from the shadows, Aoyama realized. This was the one. The one All For One was looking for. The one he wanted to steal. To own. Hamato Splinter. The one that the Lost called Dad Sensei. Aoyama curled in on himself. He couldn't do it. He wouldn't. He'd turn himself in first. Tears tracked silently down his cheeks as he backed into the shadows. He would not betray them. He would not betray him. He'd already decided to disappear, but he had to at least look like he was doing his job. But now, knowing who he'd have to betray, he was more sure of his decision than ever. He could not do it. Once, when he was small and hurting, Tamura had been passed by, ignored by everyone, including one of the heroes that patrolled the route where his house had lain. He hadn't meant to do it. He had been scared, and mad at Daddy for yelling, for telling him that heroes only do good when it suits them, and that no son of his would perpetuate that stigma. But then, no one, civilian, hero or otherwise, had picked him up even though he was clearly a child in distress. But Sensei had. Sensei had shown him the truth of the world, that power was all that mattered, both to the heroes and to the villains. But the heroes were the ones who were always assumed to be in the right, no matter what crimes they perpetuated in public or behind closed doors. Sensei told him that his family was right to hate heroes, that they were self-serving monsters that only cared for the paycheck. He couldn't see where Sensei was wrong. Sensei said he was special, gave him a home, gave him love and attention, though the love and attention were sparse, and really, Kurojiiri gave him more than Sensei did. It was fine. He was special. He didn't need the same things other children did. As he grew, games became his sanctuary. In their digital worlds, heroes and villains were threads in the same tapestry. But the story of the villain, their choices, their downfall always kept him enthralled. Sensei said the world was like that, power decides. Hero is just a mask. The game, Fable, cemented it for Tamura. Here, there were no heroes, no villains, just choices, each with consequences. Who decided who wore what title? Was it ever fair? And then came the song, lilting through a cracked window just before his 13th birthday, threading itself into his mind. Musical note: come little children, I'll take thee away, into a land of enchantment. Come, little children, the time's come to play. Here in my garden of shadows. Musical note. He hadn't followed it right away, even though it had sounded so cool. Because something told him that following it would be a problem. And then he heard more. Musical note: follow sweet children, I'll show thee the way through all the pain and the sorrows. Weep not, poor children, for life is this way, murdering beauty and passions. Musical note. Well, that got his attention. He followed, not quite himself, carried by a tide of desperate, sobbing children. When the haze lifted, they clung to hope, whimpering for parents and heroes. Not Tamura. He waited for Sensei, but his savior never came. Instead, some green-haired kid and his 4 brothers who had turtle mutational quirks freed all of the children from their quirk-canceling cuffs. He could have gone back to Sensei then, or when it all went pear-shaped and 2 people dropped in from nowhere. One was obviously the hero Nedzu. He knew enough about heroes to know the only hero that was an animal with a quirk. But the other one? The one who had a pronounced rat mutational quirk just looked like a civilian. A very mad civilian. A very mad civilian who quickly dispatched the Pied Piper when they grabbed that green-haired kid. He knew he should go home, but somehow, all he could think about was following the civilian as they kept after the Pied Piper. He watched, entranced, as they ripped the Pied Piper apart with their claws. He felt strange then, almost like something had snapped inside his head. And that's when it started. The memories. Memories of a woman with a cape and a small mole on one cheek, just like him, whom he called Granny. The woman who'd gotten into a fight with his father over not wanting to ever see you again. You made your choice. Your choice was to abandon us. I hope you are happy, because you chose wrong. He never saw Granny after that. But he did see Sensei. He hadn't remembered until now. How Sensei had turned up at Tenko's 4th birthday, a lonely thing it had been with only Hana, Monchan the puppy, and his parents, all because of his diagnosis last week. And now he's remembering being diagnosed quirkless like it was a disease. How happy it had made his father because there was no way a null can be a hero, and how sad he'd been. Sensei had seen him sitting out on the swing by the very back of their yard, and had asked him what was wrong. Tenko remembered crying, asking why he had to be born wrong, and Sensei had put his hand on his head and said, "For the birthday boy. A gift, for someone special." He remembered turning Monchan to ash first and being distraught. Running to Hana, and her slowly turning to ash next, her hand, the only thing that hadn't been touching, was left behind. He remembered his mother trying to stop him, and her following Hana. Then, his father, the only one he turned to ash, purposefully. He remembered leaving that hand alone, too. He remembered Sensei turning up again and twisting him into something he wasn't. It was an accident. When he turned up at home, he made some excuse to Kurojairi about being out looking for a video game he wanted that some NPC had offered, and chickened out over giving up the game when he turned up. Kurojairi just sighed, told him to be more careful online. Was it really so easy for them to believe he was so stupid? He supposed it had to be true, because now he knew Sensei didn't care about him. Sensei didn't think he was special. No, he was a pawn in Sensei's schemes, just like Kurojairi. A little investigation by asking the creepy doctor about his projects and a hidden USB key got him the real plan. He was being prepped to be the new body for Sensei. That, and his connection to the 7th holder of One for All, was the reason Sensei valued him. It made him laugh. Sensei expected him to be a puppet? He'd show him. His first plan was to try to track down the civilian who'd ripped the Pied Piper apart. If he could get in on that family, he had a feeling he would be protected. But there were no reports from the Pied Piper incident other than an unidentified person of interest had done it. So, he started research on quirks. It was funny how easy it was to slip into the archives with Sensei's authorization. And he found another project from long before. Kurojairi was a Nomu, but not like the ones he'd seen floating in the tanks of formaldehyde. He could think, feel, and was brainwashed, just like Tamura had been. But that file also held the original plan, wherein Sensei had wanted a fairly unknown hero trainee named Eraserhead for his quirk erasure that stopped quirks from working. He might have been brainwashed, but he wasn't stupid. He got the idea fairly quickly that the reason Sensei had wanted this hero trainee was that his quirk could stop the quirks keeping Sensei alive. That got him more interested in Eraserhead. And then he found photos. School photos mostly of a scowling black-haired young man surrounded by a blonde and a blue-haired young man. Then photos from his unlikely win at the sports festival. The hero was now known to be the king of the underground heroes, Eraserhead. He found more blurry pictures of Eraserhead in action. The more he looked, the more he realized he liked this man. And a plan began. His feelings metastasized. The civilian, the beast who ended the Piper, had fascinated him. But tracking down the feral savior led to bureaucracy and dead ends. Instead, Eraserhead, so vividly alive in action pictures, became the focus of his hunger. Desire curdled into a plan. Tamura would let Sensei believe he was still the puppet. He would get close to Eraserhead, stuck him, use him, make him complicit in Sensei's downfall. He could almost taste freedom, crafting a spiteful destiny. I'll show you what special means, he thought with giddy glee. His longing twisted. And when the dust cleared? He'd have both of them. Eraserhead, sharp and fraying at the edges. That strange civilian, soft and paternal and dangerous. One would be on a leash, a father or a pet to keep. One as a crown, a prize, or a lover, he didn't care which. He could already see it. All he had to do was wait. And pull the strings. So doctor, will the Nomu be ready for Tamura's next test? 4 of the Nomu are ready now and the last should be ready just in time. I didn't enjoy having to stitch that one back together though. Whatever took the Pied Piper out was very angry and had very sharp claws. If I didn't know any better, I'd think we might have lost one of the early prototypes. That man, wasting the gift I gave him. Still I wonder, if it was a hero, how did they know about the children? And if it was a parent, how did they remember their child? We remember. Because I have quirks to block mental quirks, and you have bad hearing from being over 300. Still, it's strange. I'll have to watch the sports festival even closer now. Well, we know that mental quirks have a funny interaction with other mental quirks. Perhaps whoever took out the Pied Piper was like Nedzu, an animal with an intelligence quirk, and that prevented them from being fully put under the Pied Piper's quirk? We may never know. If your spy can find out more, I'd be awfully curious. Something to think about. The halls of UA always thrummed with life between classes, 1,000 feet scuffling, pockets of laughter echoing, teachers hurrying with armfuls of papers. But when Splinter walked those halls, something different always happened. It started as a skitter of claws and the whisper of mutant tales. There, a green-scaled girl, too tall for her age but beaming, wrapped her arms around his back mid-stride. Dad-sensei. Across the corridor, a shaggy, violet-haired boy from support shot out of a storage closet, gluing himself to Splinter's side. 2 more came running from the library. A third dignifiedly latched onto Splinter's sleeve. Each a remnant of the lost, and each eager to hold on. He sighed, it had become almost a running joke. He had long stopped being surprised by the spontaneous hugs. Like his sons, once, when the world had been smaller and he feared the humans above in the New York streets, small hands and mutant faces looked to him for shelter. He paused, ruffling hair, bumping foreheads, wings, whatever was move his way. Gentle, little ones. If you topple me, you'll never get through science today. His voice was warm and indulgent, a gentle growl of home. They peeled away, darting off to chemistry, the support labs, or the endless gym. Only one figure lingered, Tsuyu Azui, Class 1B. She did not pounce. Her eyes, usually calm and wide, flicked away nervously. Splinter's expression softened. Tsuyu, is something the matter? She nodded once. Can we talk, Dad-sensei? Just us? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Splinter glanced towards the classroom, where Kendo was waiting, like she always did. I'm borrowing the office, Kendo. Tell Yamada-sensei he needs to cover my class, please. He let Tsuyu set the pace. When they reached All Might's small office, he ushered her inside and closed the door, leaving it just slightly ajar so she wouldn't feel confined. Take a seat, he said gently. She hesitated, then abandoning her composure leapt straight into his arms, clutching his robe and sobbing. He barely caught her with Black Whip, the black tendrils circling her protectively. He stroked her back, as he had done for his sons, as he still did for frightened children. He waited until her tears faded to hiccuping ribbits. Whatever happened, my dear, you are safe. Tell me, and I will listen. There is no judgment here. She sniffled. Ribbit, it's my Netta, from 1A. He crawled into the girls' changing room through the vent and her voice broke. He grabbed me. I told him to stop but he just laughed, said things about, frog never mind. I told the other girls but, they said, it's just how he is. I didn't want to get anyone in trouble. Splinter's claws flexed. He forced himself to keep his posture gentle, his voice even. You did nothing wrong, Tsuyu. He set her gently on the chair, kneeling beside her eye to eye. My Netta's choices are his own, and he will answer for them. I promise, you will not face this alone. Not here. Not ever. For a moment, the old fury flickered in Splinter, the kind reserved for monsters, not children, but it faded as swiftly as it had come. Will you let me bring this to Nedzu? He takes these matters most seriously. She nodded, rubbing her eyes fiercely. If you're with me, sensei. He took her hand in his paw. Always, little one. All of you may always come to me with your issues. Nedzu was waiting, perched atop a mountain of documents and datapads, tail curled around his teacup. His eyes kindled with concern as Splinter entered with Tsuyu. He set the cup aside at once. Splinter, Nedzu greeted quietly, a private warmth in his tone. What brings you here, both of you, together? Splinter laid a comforting hand on Tsuyu's trembling shoulder. A grave matter. Tsuyu has been violated by one of her classmates, Mineta, from 1A. I'd like your support in making the right path for all involved. Nedzu's eyes narrowed. His gentle, soprano voice held iron. No one preys upon my kids. Not while their parents still breathe, and certainly not in my school. For a moment, Nedzu trembled. And Splinter knew he was having to calm his own rage, just as Splinter had. Thank you for trusting us, Nedzu said to Tsuyu, calm as moonlight now. You are not the cause. You are the victim, and you are safe in this house. Tsuyu managed a watery nod. Nedzu poured her a cup of honey tea and waited until her hands were steady. He clicked on the intercom. Midnight, your presence in my office, please. We have a situation that needs both delicacy and decisiveness. 5 minutes later, Midnight swept in, coat swishing, eyes sharp. She knelt beside Tsuyu, laying a gentle hand on her knee. Those present outlined what had happened. There was no shaming, no doubt, only firm validation and respect. Here's what we do, Nedzu said. Mineta Minoru will be suspended pending inquiry. Midnight, I'd like you to oversee both his education and our school assembly on the meaning of consent. Tsuyu will have full support and protection as long as she desires. Midnight nodded. Understood, Principal. I'll handle it. Splinter turned to Tsuyu. You need not attend class today. Would you like to spend the afternoon in UA's gardens? My sons always say there is comfort among green things. Tsuyu nodded, her first real smile since the morning. Yes, sensei. That would make me feel better. Thank you. Midnight took Tsuyu's hand and walked with her from the room. Just the two of them remained. Nedzu set aside protocol and sighed, weary. Does it ever get easier, dear one? Splinter smiled, tired but proud. No. But little Ember, when we stand together, our kits will always have the support they deserve. Nedzu's eyes shone, a silver coal gone gold. He whispered, for Splinter's ears alone. If they hurt our kits, they hurt me. And woe to those who wound what's mine. And woe to those who forget that, little Ember. For a moment, the world was quiet save for the pulse of distant laughter, a household of the found and the lost, safe beneath their watchful eyes. When Nedzu had first named him principal of UA Prep, Splinter had absolutely no idea what he was doing. He could fight enemies in pitch darkness, move like breath over water, and teach the way of ninjutsu with the precision of a master. But guiding traumatized children through a world that no longer remembered them? That was another thing entirely. He had no formal education. No degree. The most he could claim was his odd ease with English, picked up in a sewer tunnel from a single children's picture book that had slipped through the grates into his world. He remembered it vividly, the way the pages fluttered open like a bird, the vibrant images catching the dim light. He couldn't read then, but the art pulled at something deep inside him. That moment marked the beginning of his self-education. His sons hadn't even had names yet. He didn't like that part. Even he, once a rat, now more than had been given a name, a gift from Tang Shen. His boys deserved that much, too. So he traced the words in that book, one by one, sounding them out phonetically. His vocabulary mostly consisted of curses and the word monster, yelled at him before he learned to move more silently in his new, bigger body. But he kept at it. Leonardo. Raphael. Donatello. Michelangelo. Names of artists. Names of warriors. They fit. They belonged. But none of that, not the reading, the naming, the nurturing had prepared him to be a father, a sensei, and then, a principal. Not to 300 children. Nedzu had tried. Gods above, he had tried. In a rare, vulnerable moment over tea and shared exhaustion, he had confessed. I don't really remember my family. I remember littermates. A mother. But they were gone before I even knew the name for what they were. I don't want these kids to feel the same way. Not if I can help it. But it wasn't always possible. Many of the children had parents who were poor or too overwhelmed. Some simply didn't want to take back a child they couldn't remember birthing. Some just didn't want to remember at all. Most of the lost chose to remain at UA Prep as permanent wards. Some of them thrived. Some did not. Privately, Splinter had been relieved when Mira had no family to return to. The little girl with the faint mouse-like features had imprinted on him almost immediately, crawling into his arms after the Pied Piper incident and never really leaving. There was something comforting in how instinctively she had claimed them. As if he and Nedzu had, somehow, created a child of their own. In those early months, he had focused on building his little family: Leo, Donnie, Mikey, Raph, Izuku, and by extension, Bakugo and Tenya, who'd come under his wing like more sons. He hired staff with true qualifications: Shigichi, claimed by Mikey as uncle before the man even signed the paperwork; Magna, calm and nurturing and unafraid of anything; Bubble Girl to lead the arts and offer warmth where cold bureaucracy had once lived. And Splinter allowed himself to feel something like happiness. He wasn't perfect. But he tried. Every day, he tried to be everything to everyone. But something, or rather, someone, was always going to fall through the cracks. Now, in Nedzu's office, with Nedzu seated beside him, Splinter stared at the ceiling like it might offer answers. How many others do you think I missed? He asked softly. How many of the other lost resent me for not keeping them close like I do with my sons? With Mira, Bakugo, and Tenya? Was it my fault that Mineta acted out the way he did? Nedzu didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached out and laid his paw gently over Splinter's. In that regard, he said at last, I think we share a little blame. Splinter glanced at him. When I authorized the adoption program, Nedzu continued, I hoped to give the children true homes. I believed it was better than keeping them institutionalized. But no matter how much heart you pour into this place, dear one, you cannot be everywhere. You could not and should not have had to raise 300 children by yourself. But I still missed it. Splinter's voice cracked. They were hurting when they came to us. They'd been discarded. Forgotten. I know what it feels like to be abandoned, and to feel guilty for surviving it. For not being enough. For those children, it must have been worse. Nedzu's expression softened. He squeezed Splinter's paw. It's not all your fault. Children aren't born cruel, they learn. They mimic. His tone darkened slightly. And I looked into Minoru's parent. The man had receipts. Practically his whole paycheck went to paid girlfriends. And I use that term loosely. Splinter winced. That kind of environment doesn't teach a child that women are people. Just that they're things to be used. Add to that being kidnapped, forgotten by his parent, who called him a crotch goblin. Nedzu finished quietly. Said he wasn't worth the effort. Silence fell again. There were many failures in Minoru's life, Nedzu said. Not all of them were yours. Splinter exhaled slowly, his paw trembling just slightly beneath Nedzu's. We'll have Shigichi and Magna speak to the other wards. The ones who stayed. Just to be sure we're not missing anyone else. Splinter leaned in, touching his forehead gently to Nedzu's. Thank you, little Ember. You always know just what to say. Nedzu smiled, eyes bright with affection. One of us has to be the logical one. And you're very good at it. It wasn't perfect. It never would be. But they were trying. And sometimes, that mattered more than anything else. Shudo Todoroki had been trained for many things. From the moment he had half-burned and half-frozen his crib to when he learned to walk, Endeavor made sure of that. Endeavor trained him to fight. To take a punch and never cry. To dodge faster than the next blow. To hide the hatred behind his eyes and bury his breath deep in his chest, where the anger couldn't show. He had also been trained for abductions. Hostile villains. Hostage scenarios. What to burn. What to freeze. When to kill. But nothing in Endeavor's training prepared him for what to do when the people who were kidnapped with him were kinder than his own family. There was no chapter in the Todoroki family doctrine about being rescued and not wanting to go home. Shudo had tried to pretend. At first, it wasn't so hard. UA Prep had taken them all in. 300 children, all like him, snatched and discarded by a villain who played Pied Piper with their bloodlines. There was food, structure, and quiet. Splinter was strange but gentle. And Principal Nedzu didn't talk down to him. He called him a young man, not a project, not potential. Shudo had started to believe, just a little, that maybe he could stay. Maybe he didn't need to go back. But UA Prep wasn't an orphanage. It was a place of transition. Healing, if possible. Reunion, if wanted. And Endeavor had wanted him. Not because he remembered. Not because he felt regret. But because he'd seen the results of a DNA test and realized his masterpiece was still salvageable. Shudo remembered standing in Nedzu's office, feeling like a crate being signed off on. Splinter had rested a paw on his shoulder. Not a word. Just warmth. If there's anything I can do, Nedzu had said, quietly and honestly. But what could they do? The man had legal rights, a blood claim. And the system bent for power. And so, he went back. Back to the ice-cold stares of disappointment. Back to 4 a.m. drills. Back to screaming silence at dinner and fists that didn't quite hit anymore, not because Endeavor had changed, but because now Shudo was strong enough to hit back. He didn't blame Nedzu. Not really. But part of him wanted to. Because some kids got to stay. Some kids were loved. And he wasn't. Then came USJ. He'd had a plan. Keep his head down. Wait for graduation. Turn escape. But the plan didn't account for warping villains, being dropped into water from over 10 feet above, or classmates screaming. He used his mother's side then. The ice was so cold that it nearly cost him his arms. He remembered the sound of the ship groaning under frost, remembered Ojiro dragging him across the broken deck as he lost feeling in his knees. It wasn't enough. His everything wasn't enough. They made it out. Barely. He didn't speak for a long time afterward. Not to Bakugo. Not to Midoriya. Certainly not to Aizawa. But then, Ojiro cornered him in the hallway. Not angrily. Not unkindly. Just disappointed. You held back, he said. People could have died. I could have died. You can't keep doing that, Todoroki. And Shudo, who had survived beatings and kidnappings and a father who only wanted his fire, felt something finally snap. He hadn't held back because he was lazy. Or scared. Or selfish. He had held back because that half of him belonged to a man who didn't deserve to exist, let alone win. But the world didn't care. Ojiro didn't care. You don't get it, he spat, teeth clenched. No one can. Ojiro blinked, confused. And I thought I told you, all of the Lost have problems? I don't want to get you in trouble, but you should really tell someone. Those of us who were lost should stick together. And sticking together means that whatever you're going through, we will all support you. Shudo didn't know what to say. He walked away, fists shaking, frost hissing at his heels. He wasn't mad at Ojiro. Not really. Perhaps because he wasn't wrong. Shudo was half-butting things. Perhaps because a part of him wished it were so simple. Perhaps because he wished he was strong enough to say what he really wanted, to feel like maybe, just maybe, he could go back to being as happy as he had been when he'd been with the other lost. Whatever the reason, he just had to keep up with the plan, no matter how mad it made the other kids. Because I keep getting this accusation without evidence, I would like to ask, why? I have never used nor will I ever use ChatGPT or any other AI help for my works. What I do is a technique I was taught as an elementary school student. It's called stream of consciousness writing. You see, as a person with undiagnosed autism ADHD, I had the problem of too many ideas whenever it came time for short story writing in class. So, they tried getting me to use the web method, in which you web out your ideas, but that didn't work for me. Then they had the bright idea to tell me just write the first thing that comes to mind. After that, try to focus on that one topic. Anybody who has ADHD can tell you that hyper-focusing is a blessing and a curse. That is why my writing often comes across as either robotic or crazy, because I'm either writing the first thing that comes to mind and going, that's stupid, once I read it over, or it's a jumbled mess. And secondly, have you people ever tried putting, say, the Magna Carta through an AI checker? I'll bet if you do, it comes back as definitively written by AI. Rant over. TLDR, stop accusing people who spend their free time trying to get better at writing as being AI generated. The classroom was quiet. Too quiet. Though their wounds had healed from the sports festival, tension hung in the air like smoke. For Izuku, that tension went back to what he'd learned about Endeavor, and what he could do about it. The answer, unfortunately, was nothing. What could a student do about a hero, never mind the number 2 hero being an abuser? The other part was the empty chair that none of them could stop looking at, including Aizawa, who was slouched against the lectern instead of in his sleeping bag. That's how Izuku knew it was serious. Hellions, Aizawa began, voice rough, first of all, let me say I'm glad that you all did well in the sports festival. None of you embarrassed yourselves, me, or the school, and you truly showed creativity and teamwork. You should be proud of yourselves. He paused, eyes lingering on the empty desk. Secondly, the investigation into Aoyama's disappearance is ongoing. If any of you hear from him, you are to tell me right away. His gaze swept the room. Take this time to think about what comes next, because I will expect you all to consider your internship offers carefully. That is all. The weight of those words settled over them like a blanket. Aoyama was gone. And nobody knew why. Splinter stood in the kitchen of their apartment, tail lashing as he carefully arranged vegetables in bento boxes. It was something Izuku had taught him, not because Izuku felt he had to cook to be useful anymore, but because cooking together had become their quiet time. A way to bond without words. Nedzu watched from the doorway, teacup in hand. Whatever is bothering you, dear one? Splinter finished the last bento and looked up. I do not know. Perhaps it is still adjusting to these. He gestured to the black whips coiled around what used to be his injured leg. Perhaps it is fear. The children are growing, and they will be in the public eye. I do not know how to feel about that. It is natural, I think, for all parents to worry for their children, Nedzu said gently. But it is also natural for children to want independence from their parents. Do not worry so, dear one. I have increased security around the event. They are as safe as they can be. A knock at the door interrupted them. Nedzu set down his tea and went to answer it. A blue-haired young man who looked like Tenya's older twin stood in the doorway, nervous energy radiating from him. Nedzu, thank you for agreeing to see me. Of course, Tensei. I never intended to keep any of the lost children from their parents. Nedzu gestured him inside. Tensei entered, pacing immediately. I'll be honest. I've been cut off from the Ida name for claiming Tenya as my son. Cut off from my agency, too. But I came to ask for my right to see Tenya as his father nonetheless. Splinter and Nedzu exchanged glances. Surely there is some position you can give him, little Ember? Splinter asked. Tensei stopped pacing, surprised. You do that for me? I was raising my boys in the sewers before I met Nedzu, Splinter said quietly. A father does what is necessary, not always what is comfortable, for their children. And I would never keep a child from their father for such a reason. Nedzu nodded. Well said, dear one. Of course we can find you something to do. Emergency medical coordination, perhaps? Someone with your field experience would be invaluable. Tensei's shoulders sagged with relief. Thank you. Both of you. You can watch from there, Splinter added, a small smile tugging at his lips. Not that you will spend the entire time watching, of course. Of course not, Tensei said, grinning. Tamura wasn't supposed to do this. Going in person to UA for the sports festival, Sensei had explicitly told him to watch from the safety of the screen at home. Sensei didn't want him doing anything Sensei didn't tell him to do. But what Sensei didn't know wouldn't hurt him. Sensei would be too busy watching the coverage from his specialized screens to check whether Tamura had gone out. And Kurogyuri wouldn't rat him out. Kurogyuri never did. The reason Tamura was going, regardless of what Sensei wanted, was twofold. First, he wanted to see Eraserhead again. He wanted to see the man in his own element, perhaps tweak his nose with the fact that Tamura could just walk right in under their precious security. Secondly, he wanted to tweak the nose of both Sensei and UA. Because they'd overlooked something obvious. So many students had gone through all 3 courses and been expelled, or who'd kept their uniforms after graduation for nostalgia. All Tamura had to do was leave father at home, pull his hair back into a low ponytail, and put on an old management course uniform. He walked in looking harried, mumbling about a lost ID card, and no one questioned him. He got his wish to see Eraserhead when he sat down in the student stands. The man was patrolling the grounds along with other heroes, looking so confident that nothing could go wrong as long as they were on duty. Tamura almost laughed. He'd show them. But for now, he watched the first event. It was disgusting. A team event. Students working together. Laughing. Cheering. Celebrating cooperation like it were something noble instead of a weakness waiting to be exploited. He almost left early. Because he itched to dust something just to show them how safe their festival really was, but he wanted to see how far he could go without a single hero ever realizing he was there. Then he saw them. At a table near the food court, the one with the fancy bento reserved for faculty, sat a strange little family. The rat principal. The one with the mutational quirk and disturbingly kind eyes that he recognized. 4 turtle-like teens laughing around a plate of dumplings. And a little girl with a mouse's tail sitting on the knee of the savage who'd killed the Pied Piper. Tamura froze. His breath went sharp and hot. How dare he? How dare he, the one who'd torn apart that villain with his bare paws, who'd been so beautifully, perfectly violent, look so disgustingly happy. Playing house like some civilian? Eating from lunch boxes and wiping crumbs off children's faces? His fingers twitched. Now he really craved to dust something. Anything. He resisted. Barely. He stood abruptly, needing to move, needing to do something before the rage made him careless. He headed down the hallway toward the bathrooms, hands shoved deep in his pockets. And ran straight into a blonde boy in a cape. Pardon, monsieur. I did not see you there. Tamura stopped. Stared. And smiled. Sensei may not have told him who the traitor was. Sensei never told him everything, but he had bragged about how easy it had been to slip the little Frenchman under the heroes' noses. This was a bigger opportunity than he'd expected. Well, Tamura said slowly. If it isn't the little mouse. The boy went pale. I do not know what you've been holding back, little mouse. Tamura stepped closer, voice dropping. Haven't told Sensei about the rat principal's new companion, have you? Aoyama trembled. Please, monsieur. I no longer wish to do this. You're scared, Tamura said, grinning. That's good. You should be scared. But you don't have to be. He tilted his head. I'm not like Sensei. I have no interest in what you do or don't do. Then, you will leave me be. You're too far in to be left alone, little mouse. Tamura's smile widened. But if you beg, I might give you an out. Aoyama's breath hitched. What? What do you want? I want to take something from Sensei, Tamura said honestly. One of his pieces. And you, Sparkles, are going to help me. I cannot. You can. And you will. Tamura pulled something from his pocket, a support brace, the kind students wore during training. Here's how this works. We're going to stage a little scene. I'm going to dust this, he held up the brace, and leave it behind with some of your DNA on it. The heroes will find ash, they'll find evidence, and they'll think you're dead. Aoyama's eyes went wide. But my parents will think you're dead, Tamura agreed. Better than them knowing you were a traitor, no? Better than All for One deciding you've outlived your usefulness and actually killing you. The truth of that hit Aoyama like a physical blow. You. Aoyama's voice cracked. You would do this? Help me? I'm not helping you, Tamura corrected. I'm taking you. You owe me now, little mouse. I'm done with Sensei, I'm going to take everything he has and make it mine, he leaned in close. And you're going to help me do it. Aoyama stared at him, tears gathering in his eyes. I need your answer now, Tamura said. Stay and eventually die a traitor's death. Or come with me and disappear. Aoyama closed his eyes. Took a shaking breath. And nodded. Wonderful, Tamura purred. You're making the right choice. When he'd realized that the successor literally had an open mind, he'd been delighted. Finally, a chance to take back what he wanted. He'd tried the same thing 7 times, it was about time he tried something different. Reaching out to another mind was child's play. He'd learned the first time he'd taken a quirk that connected one child to another via a psychic telephone that all minds had connections, it was only a matter of figuring out how to reach out. This mind was chaotic. Like a storm, and it didn't hurt that he could feel that he already had a strong connection. There may be a chain door that was supposed to keep him out, but the thing about doors is that there are always gaps. He might not be able to step into their mind yet. But he could, however, send this successor a nightmare with another quirk he'd stolen. Shaping it was easy. All he had to do was whisper. You don't deserve this power. It's mine, give it back? I'll hunt you till the end of time if I must, and the quirk did the rest. He could almost see it. A man, was it a man? It looked like a man, walked like a man, but wore sharp armor. A sharp gauntlet flashed. He could hear the man. Little freak. Coward. I will find you, I will find the ones you love. I will hunt you till the end of time if I must. You don't deserve your power. It should be mine. It should always have been mine, just like SHE should have been mine. Give me the power. Give it, give it, give it, give it. Give it, give it, give it, give it. He learned something just before leaving the connection. Because a growl, deep and angry, followed by a, "This is my mind, leave." And it was accompanied by the phantom sensation of claws. Whoever had his quirk was the same person who'd killed the Pied Piper, he was sure of it. He was also sure they had a heteromorphic quirk, as using their natural weapons happened to be something they fell into when they couldn't think. This will make it so much easier to find them. Ojiro had been practicing tail-jitsu for the last 2 weeks with Splinter Sensei. It was nice, he reflected, to have the man who'd rescued him and so many other children focused on him. Mostly because his parent had decided a tail mutation was boring and had gladly turned him over to UA prep. But also because both of them had tails, which made him feel more connected with Splinter, and because he'd learned that he was very, very good at martial arts. He'd learned a little bojutsu, karate, and even attended a few lessons on ninjutsu when Splinter wasn't busy with all the other little kids that liked to hang off of him. But now, Splinter was exclusively focused on him for 2 reasons. The first was that they'd both realized that he had been using his tail wrong since his birth. He'd always used it as a launching pad, so he'd hit harder, and occasionally, as an annoying tell of his mood. But it was more than that. It was an extra appendage. The second reason was that the black tendrils that trailed around Splinter acted like his tail, only much more reactive, almost like excited puppies. And it was because of this that Splinter had decided they should spar together. Because the best way to learn a new appendage was to spar with someone who'd had theirs since birth, or so Splinter had said. And he'd learned so quickly that not only could he use his tail to launch himself, but he could also clench it like a fist. And after that, he and Splinter had fun. He'd chased Splinter around, using his tail like a third fist, while Splinter used Black Whip. He'd gotten tired of calling them tendrils and just asked Splinter if they had a name, because sentient things deserved a name, even if they were sentient limbs, to try to hit him back. And when he'd ended up in the one-on-ones because of teaming up with Izuku, Shinso, and Michelangelo, he'd been so excited to show what he'd learned. To get that "good job" and a hug from Splinter. Only, he'd been pulled aside by Shudo of all people, Izuku refusing to let him be alone with the other boy, and they'd both learned a horrible truth. Endeavor was an abuser. He had to tell Splinter. Only when he'd said as such, Shudo had glared at him. I was one of the lost, too, and Splinter and Nedzu had to sign me over to my dad because he has a blood claim. Who is going to believe Endeavor is an abuser? What proof do I have? What choice do I have but to get through school, never use his fire, and one day, to get as far away as possible from that man? Dad would save you. Izuku had said, sounding confident, so would Nedzu. They'd find a way. You shouldn't have to suffer. Let us help you. It's not helping you to keep repressing your fire. And I told you, he will never let me go. He'd been devastated because Shudo was right. Unless Splinter heard Endeavor or Nedzu found some blackmail, there was little chance that they'd be able to do anything. And now, Ojiro had to face Shudo in the first match. How was he going to do that? Well, he supposed that he'd have to try some tail jitsu. The worst that could happen was that he made a fool of himself. Don't worry, Ojiro. I believe in you. He likes to use big attacks. That's your chance. Tire him out, and hit on his left side. Thanks for the advice, Izuku. And so he had. Just like Izuku had predicted, Shudo had braced his right foot, and a wave of ice like a glacier came right towards him. Only, he'd already moved. He'd slammed his tail into the ground, pushing himself up. And when he came down, he was instantly using his tail to propel himself forward. Flames weakly build on Shudo's arm before flickering out. Shudo looked at his hand like it had betrayed him. Stop handicapping yourself. It's silly. I want a real fight, and then he'd punched. Shudo blocked both of his arms, but just like Ojiro had learned, using his tail as a third arm worked really well when no one expected a third fist. Crunch. He shook his tail, a little horrified that he'd apparently broken Shudo's nose. Shudo tried throwing some icicle spears at him, and Ojiro dodged easily. Another thing he'd learned how to do with his tail was to grab things. He used that to grab Shudo's ankle as he passed, knocking Shudo flat on his back. Shudo got back up easily, though Ojiro could hear the wheezing that said, "I was winded. Use your fire. You can beat me if you just use your fire. And I already told you, I won't use his power. Can Endeavor call your fire when you don't want to?" Shudo seemed shocked. He paused. No. Can he direct your flames wherever he wishes? No. Then it isn't his fire. It's yours. And it was like it finally clicked in Shudo's brain because the next thing Ojiro knew, he was having to dodge a small flamethrower. But not using a quirk like that came with drawbacks. Mainly, it seemed to drain Shudo very quickly, because when Ojiro went to go for another takedown, all he heard was, "Ojiro wins. You two need a break. Aji-san, we cannot. There is a child who died on our watch. Nedzu needs to figure out how it happened. And I am telling you that both of you need a break. Allow me to watch my grandchildren. You two, go do something together." Nedzu looked at him. "There is something I had been planning. I suppose with the children on break, I can take some time away from the investigation." "Are you sure?" "Of course, it just moves up my plan a little on the timeline." Walking paw and paw down the sidewalk, it still made him marvel at the fact that he could walk along with Nedzu down a brightly lit street in the city without anyone giving either of them a second glance. Nedzu's tail wagged when they came to the first stop. "Strange fit?" "Ah, yes, my tailors. I know you love that yukata of yours, and I love the hakama pants, but I wanted to give you something special. So, we are here to fix that yukata of yours, and if you'll allow it. I'd like to add my own symbol to the Hamato clan symbol." "A chess piece." "A chess piece?" "Yes, it was one of the ways Nana Shimura taught me to learn patience, strategy, and how to keep my temper when I lose. Then I would be honored if you wish to add it." He'd been rather grateful they gave him a mutation-friendly shirt, though it seemed to do funny things to Nedzu, as his little ember kept staring at his muscles clearly showing through the thin fabric. "Show off for your man." Nana teased him from his mind. He flushed. And yet, he found himself shifting a little so the fabric showed off his arms, and then a brief peek of his abdomen. Nedzu had squeaked, and he could hear Yoichi singing. "Two little rats, sitting in a tree, kissing." He took pity on Nedzu and dragged him onto his lap, just sitting and enjoying his company. When they were done, his yukata looked like new. All the tears, all the grunge from the sewer, gone. And there, stitched by the hem, the same bellflower Shin had stitched now had a stem wrapped around what he thought was a queen. "I thought you would use a king." "Ah, but the queen is the best piece. A queen can do what she wants, when she wants, and whenever she wants. How could I not love that?" Nedzu was excited, and he couldn't help feeling excited too. Next is the groomers. "A groomer?" "Ah, yes, I forgot. You see, a groomer specializes in those of society who have heteromorphic quirks. It's like a hairdresser, but also a masseuse. You'll love it." And if he'd flushed when he'd had to walk out in only a towel, and seen Nedu in a smaller towel, well, that was his secret as he sank into the hot water. He hadn't even heard the woman with the scissors until she was telling him to "sit up please," and he'd done so, and Nedzu was correct. It felt so good, feeling a brush go up and down through the snags of his fur. He did bathe regularly, but he never really cared for his fur. Not in the way he knew Nedzu did. He went boneless as the brush hit the sweet spot at the base of his tail. And then, even though he was not sure he could handle the snip, 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 it was so quiet. And when he climbed out of the tub, fur brushed, he noticed it almost gleamed as brightly as Nedzu's. That was. Yes, quite enjoyable. If he took a few moments longer to put his yukata on in the change room so he could stare at Nedzu, well, again, that was his secret. And then, they came to a cafe. He was amused to find that it was one of those cat cafes that Izuku always talked about. Cats? Yes, it was one of my first purchases besides the land that UA Prep is on. But why cats? Well, they kind of remind me of myself. They don't like people, and yet, they can also love them. They are stubborn and independent, but also reliant on their people. They get to choose who they will give their affection to. And, it was where Nana gave me coffee for the first time. He was bouncing off the walls like I'd given him catnip. It was hilarious. Inside, there was a small cat patio where the cats could go outside, and inside the cafe, they could navigate the cat walkways above. It was cozy and warm, and he could see why Nezu liked it. A cup with a cat tail for a handle was put on the table, as well as a delicious-looking cinnamon roll. He watched as Nezu carefully put a napkin around his neck before using the utensils to break up the cinnamon bun. He just picked it up and ate it, liking the sugar off of his paw after, only stopping when he noticed Nezu staring. Oh, that was embarrassing. It was very good. Very sweet. They stayed for an hour, during which time a fat orange cat came right up without fear, its name tag read, Clunk, and seemed to decide his lap was the best spot to slowly clean his fur. It really was enjoyable, just sitting in silence, drinking good tea. But even that ended. And then, they started walking again until they came to their last stop in front of a courthouse. This is where I became a citizen. It is where I would like to correct a little bit of paperwork that hasn't been fixed yet. And then Nezu was kneeling, and he knew what this was. I suspect you would not accept jewelry like a human, but if you will have me, I would like to be your partner in name as well as in everything else. I would like to ask to be put on the records as Hamato Nezu. And what else could he say to his partner that meant the world, but yes, as he pulled him to his feet and tilted his head up, and kissed him.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.